Very good morning to one and all as we welcome you back here to the Sir Frank Warrior enclosure at the University of the West Indies campus, or UWI-SPEC as it's more popularly known, as we get ready for day two of the clash between the CCC and the West Indies Academy. Just to bring you up to date, at the end of day one, the Academy trailed by 201 runs after the CCC posted 238, and the Academy will resume on 37 for 1. The man out, Hakeem Ogist, who made 5. Mbeki Joseph is on 22, and Nathan Edward on 4. And that is the situation as we speak. The wicket fell with 7 on the board, so a 7 for 1, but these two have steadied things a little bit and taken it up to 37 for 1. Of that, 238, as I say good morning to Tony Gray, the tall and handsome one, Jeremiah, the captain, made 47. Paris led the way with 52, and Corbin also played well for his 48. Other useful little contributions: 23 from Evelyn, 12 from Powell, 14 from Jordan, and Larry Edward also chipped in with 12. Bowling for the West Indies Academy, Joshua Bishop was the pick of the bowlers at 6 for 78, and a fellow spinner, Motara, he had 2 for 57. As the umpires make their way out, Tony Gray, what are you expecting for the first? Give me your comments on yesterday's play and how you felt things panned out.
Yes, good morning to you, Ruskin. Good morning to all our listeners and viewers. I thought that when you look at the West Indies Academy, they performed very well on the field of play because they were very disciplined, sustained discipline, and they had control variation, but not aggressive variation. And I like that about them because they are young players and they showed a lot of composure throughout the CCC innings. CCC had times where they were developing partnerships but not prolonged partnerships. The captain and Paris batted for a long time, a good enough partnership, but it didn't go on. But we saw some injudicious shots from them, and it meant that they didn't get the score that they wanted, a score of 350 or perhaps 400 runs, because this pitch is a very good cricket pitch.
Well, and I would imagine if you won the toss and up to bat, you're thinking 350 at least on the day. But as they say, that is water under the bridge. They have to defend now 238. And so far, what we've seen of the bowlers, now we saw 4 bowlers bowl yesterday. A little bit confusing because we were thinking that because of the light conditions. But if you took off Jordan, but then you bowled Holder the very next over from the other end, who was probably as fast or even faster than Jordan is. And so it kind of, left you up in the air. However, the players are out in the middle. Tony Gray hasn't had his haircut just yet, but we will wait on that. And so what you're getting is the vintage Tony Gray and not the new look Tony Gray.
I'll take it after today.
After so we get in half of the match with the vintage Tigre, and then of
Right.
course we'll get the new look Tigre tomorrow. And you get in a mohawk.
No, no, no way.
So here we go. As again, this man Holder bowled very quickly yesterday. He was a little bit expensive, and he kind of his line was not what it should have been, but he was quick. And immediately this morning, his line is so much better because that's where you want him to be, just on about that off stump and creating some indecision in the batsman's mind. And what do you expect today, or what you would like to see today, Tiger?
Yeah, well, they have to be a lot more disciplined than they were yesterday. The ball is still new. Obviously, they would want to bowl in the right areas, and the right areas is just to try to hit that all stump line, the top of all stump. So those 3/4 leg deliveries should be bowled frequently. You can try different things in accordance to the strengths and weaknesses of the batsman, but generally you want to bowl in those areas. That's good. Good
Yep.
delivery from him.
Yeah,
Now,
the
what
line
happened yesterday, Ruskin? And I know that you all spoke about the field placing. and the aggressive field placing. I thought that he started over the wicket and then went around the wicket, and I thought the field placing was too aggressive, ultra aggressive, and it impacted Holder negatively.
Because his line was bad in essence, because he went from the time he went around the wicket, he started pushing the ball into the left-hander's pads, and he got picked off a couple of times there. Here he is over the wicket again, and that's not a bad effort. I don't think it touched the bat though, but Williams was still trying to make sure a catch is a catch is a catch. Let the umpires make a decision.
Yeah, the perception that fast bowlers need to go around the wicket to the left-handed batsman is just that. In our days, we stayed over the wicket, and sometimes we'd go around the wicket to tuck up the batsman, especially in the one-day scenario. But it's a general thing for fast bowlers to look to go around the wicket, right-handed fast bowlers against a left-handed batsman as soon as they come to the wicket.
Well, I think and remember, people imitate what works in a sense, and they've seen it, and again drifting onto the pads, and so they've Broad. Remember Stuart Broad?
Hmm.
He was one of those bowlers. As soon as the left-hander arrived at the crease, he went around the wicket,
Especially David Warner.
and he had success doing it. So everybody, well, I suppose people seeing that now, and even Anderson started doing it as well.
Mhm.
So, and it wasn't just a Warner; it was almost every left-hander that came to the crease. That was the approach, and that just kind of took on a life of its own. And here we are now. Most bowlers, it's almost like they forgot how to bowl to left-handers from over the wicket, and it's like a predominant thing from to go around the wicket. And again, the pace is up already this morning. A nice carry.
But it's also, a skill to come wrong the wicket at the right hand, medium fast bowler or fast bowler and get the ball to move away from the left-handers. Ben McGrath against Brian Lara, he was his nemesis because of that skill. If you're not getting the ball to move off the seam to go away from the left-handers, then it offers to me an opportunity for the batsman to score freer.
There you go again with your big words, nemesis.
It's a big word for you.
It's a good delivery again. Just dropping the arms and allowing it to go its merry way was Edwin. He remains on 4, and the score just inching up now to 38. Just a 1 on that leg by 38 for 1.
You really want to see him be controlled here, Holder. It was an atrocious bit of fast bowling that last over that he bowled. He went for a lot of runs. He's gone for 29, and that was off of 4 overs in the latter parts of the game yesterday. Thought that he was trying his very best. We want fast bowlers, everybody to try their very best to pound in and give effort, but it has to be controlled.
Well, the thing is, at that stage of the game, that because you know you're basically you're telling your bowlers, give me everything you have. Because you're only doing it for 3 overs or so in the evening, and because this is where it's more important here this morning, because now you don't expect him to replicate that, because you're a little, he has to be a little more focused and a little more concentrated now. But the good thing is he's rested, and the ball is still a relatively hard ball, so he should be able to fire away.
And he's
And that was the beauty of that. You
yeah,
get 2 bites of the cherry.
that's right. And he's calmer and less intense. But captains need to understand the bowling personalities of their bowlers.
Mhm. And more importantly, the bowlers also have to understand what the script is. And I would imagine they would have had their discussions either last night when they reviewed the day's play this morning, as they planned for today, and the different batsmen as they come. How intense are those sessions, those planning sessions?
Well, yeah, I mean, they're specific, not so intense. You're talking about the practical part of it because there's the
No,
practical
because
part of it.
you have a team here now. You're probably thinking, all right, this is how we're gonna approach today, and here's what I want done.
Yeah.
you know, bowler from each bowler to each particular batsman.
Right. They have different rules, and they would have reviewed. Obviously, you have to get a mental picture. The coach has to talk about specifics, what was done properly yesterday, and what they need to do today. And the bowlers have to carry out rules first of all. They will talk about the field placing specifics against the batsmen at the wicket at the moment, because they would review tapes on the batsmen that they're coming up against. But in addition to that,
It's a no ball.
yeah, no ball. In
But
addition,
again, he was trying to pull the bat out of harm's way and it hit the bat. We saw that, what, twice
yeah.
yesterday.
So in addition to that, what you want to do is to talk about the motivational part of things. Come on, guys, we had to be really focused and intense. So in addition to the tactical part of the game, there is a motivational part of the meeting that the coach has to make sure that all his players are focused and raring to go.
And that's all part of the plan. Set your best plan, but must have a plan B and a plan C. This is nicely turned away. They think of a second and they're going to take on the arm and they're going to get it to a tot. Becky was a little bit late, but he eventually recovered nicely. He's quick through the wicket, kind of like you.
No, no, I was
Well,
not
not
quick
now,
to.
eh? No,
Oh, you
not
mean?
now.
All right. Well, but when you look at people like Gus Logie and Sir Richard Richardson, oh, that pair was magnificent
Keith
between the
Atherton.
wickets. Keith
Yeah.
Atherton, Sir Viv Richards, Roger Harper between the wickets, put a lot of pressure on the fielders.
The only thing Roger Harper did slow was bowling. He was quick at almost everything in any area of the field. You could put Roger Harper, and you could bet your life that he's going to cut off 20, 30 runs a day for you in the field.
Yeah, what I used to tell everybody is that he was biomechanically sound on the field. Tall guy, but because he was physically very strong, strong on the legs and that sort of thing,
Mhm.
he could get down very quickly and not topple over. Mervyn Dillon, in the early parts of his career, he would get to the ball and topple over. So it has to do with not just mechanics, but physical strength.
Okay, and the line is good here from Jordan, not giving too much away. He too suffered from going down the leg side quite a bit yesterday, but he realized he too is bowling around the wicket to the left-handers, and so it's just a, I don't want to call it a disease, but it just seems like it's something it's like a virus that has invaded cricket, and it's like this is it. Now this is interesting, or did he go into the slip, or he just walked over there to have instruction? He's going to gully. No, he's coming back out. I thought he was going to put back in the second gully, which I think is pertinent at this stage.
Well, good delivery. Well, certain things influence that, but it's a 41 for the loss of one after 11 overs. Certain things will influence a second gully. The way the batsman is going after the ball, he could be going after the ball very hard with the square cuts, trying to lift over the slip area too, the uppercuts. But in addition to that, the bounce of the wicket, you have to have a pitch that bounces to look to put a second gully. But one gully to start with a new ball, especially the Duke ball, is a logical position to put a fielder in.
It is, and this is where I suppose just to twist that. If that ball goes through the gully and then you put the gully after, now you say, what the hell? So my thing is put the gully there and
Proactively.
yeah, and proactively and take it when it comes.
That's his release point. Now he needs to go slightly wide of the stumps to angle the ball away from the left hander. He's getting close into the stump like a McGrath, and he's pulling down on the ball. So he's completing his action to the left-hander, and that's why the ball is angling down the leg side. So you can go slightly wide of the stumps and not complete his action so much, but opening up the front end so that you can pitch the ball wide-ish off the off stump. That's better.
Again, and I suppose there's the two things with that. One is the body, because if your rhythm or if your action is such and you're just repeating it, like you're saying, if you go wider and you just take your angles a little bit, you can push the ball across the left hander. But then the other thing too is your wrist action, because some bowlers tend to break the wrist, so the ball kind of curves. Whereas if you keep it behind, um, very straight on, and that's pretty good there. And look at how it's going. And there's a stifled appeal. Well, I should say a loud appeal. And the umpire, I don't know if the umpire is pointing to look at where the batsman is. You know, that's very rude of him.
Yeah, very good delivery from Beholder. The thing with that delivery, I don't think the batsman was expecting that length. Remember, they're using Edward as a night watchman, but he is a capable batsman. And I think that they're expecting more of a shorter length against Holder. So he's got to be mindful that he can get these full type deliveries.
When you made your 58 or whatever was your top score, did you go in as a night watchman?
I'll answer you after this wonderful delivery, perhaps angling down legs.
So this is a good deal. This is better from him.
I made a 50 against Australia in a representative game in the islands, trying to get back on the West Indies team.
Mm.
And I remember that I played in front. I wasn't afraid of the pace that Australia had, because they always have pace
Mhm.
and aggressive pace
Yep.
too. But my mindset was so focused to get back on the West Indies team. I knew that I had to not only
Makes
get wickets,
make runs.
but make runs too. Yeah.
Oh, that's a
Ooh,
beauty.
ooh,
That one took off
yeah.
nicely. A little bit of chin music, as we call it.
Yeah. Excellent
Yeah.
pace, excellent directed delivery, and really good ample bonks
Mhm.
towards the wicketkeeper.
That was you do it. Might have to take that,
Yeah.
had to take that up with his glove pointing up to the heavens. And that's good bowling. Look at how look at how it
Ooh.
pitched and it started to climb at him. Keeper taking it over his head.
That's a real effort ball by Holder.
That's good. That's so much better. Even though he doesn't elicit a shot, he still got the attention of the batsman. I made it over 41 for 1 at the end of it.
It's much more control bowling. And these two bowlers have been the main bowlers for CCC in this year's competition. They've worked well together. One obviously very fast in Holder. The other one has the propensity to bowl wicket-taking type deliveries and much more consistent. He's not as fast as Holder, but a really controlled type bowler. And if there's something on the pitch,
Yeah, he does get the ball to
he
move
gets
to
the ball to
deviate.
move both
Mhm.
ways.
Yep. So this is a nice little test here for these two young batsmen. Can they survive? Again, the line is good. It's a good testing line for them. Good emotions being exhibited. You could see the slip fielders. They all look very keen. They're applauding every delivery, every good delivery.
So it's about proactive behavior, Ruskin. I mean, with a new ball yesterday, we know that they had what 9 overs to bowl, and you
Mhm.
want everything in that 9 overs, but they were all over the place. At times, Jordan was bowling to the wicketkeeper, not the batsman.
That's a loud appeal for an LBW. Not out, says the umpire again. Might have been just going in. Now bowling around the wicket, and this is probably where this strategy could be detrimental to your own bowling, because the ball is angling down the leg side. Even if the batsman isn't too far forward, the natural angle is going to take it away from the leg stump. And there it goes. It's actually going down the leg side. So, from now when he delivers the ball, he is seeing the batsman in front of the stumps. But when you see the angle, you realize that the ball is actually going straight across the wicket. That's better delivery and better shot, and all entirely. Didn't try to go across it, just played it in front.
Yeah, the thing about it is that the ball is moving around a little bit and not as prodigious as we saw yesterday. So that's why the bowlers, in addition to their mindset, they're much more controlled this morning. But the batsmen will have to play with the full face of the bat. It's important that they take up the line of the ball very quickly. And you can do it with different things, but I prefer back foot movement. And they have to look to come forward to negate the movement of the pitch if the ball is pitched up.
That's
That's a
well
good shot.
played,
That's a
and
lovely
that's
shot.
4 runs. You could give up the chase. That's going to speed over the turf for 4 good-looking runs here. First boundary of the morning, and what a shot it was indeed. Very well played there by Mbeki Joseph.
Well, it also emphasizes how good this pitch is. You could see him coming forward, not getting the front foot to the pitch of the ball, but he was in a perfect position to time that ball nicely through cover for 4 runs.
Again, it's just the hand-eye coordination. He's pretty much like a Roy Fredericks used to play. Probably didn't get his feet in the right place all the time, but he could,
He
you
was
know,
quick.
yeah, his hand-eye coordination was so good.
Remember that 169 against Australia
Yep,
in Australia? Ooh,
in double quick time at that too. Thompson and Lilly, and sundry others who
yeah.
we don't ever like you repeating that or reminding them of that. But as bad as a better delivery as well, because he just tucked it in, put it down in front of him, and was hoping he would drive, try to repeat the same shot. But this time Joseph was watchful and very concentrated, and this is good to see. I mean, sometimes the result really doesn't matter. What you're looking for as a big picture West Indies situation is that you want to see players to fight through situations, work their way through, scenarios, whether they're on top or they're struggling, things are hard. You want them to go, and that one is nicely stopped there, trying to get a hold of it, but that's going to go down to the boundary. I thought he was going to get a hand to it, but he only has the one gully tigre, and it goes screaming away down to third man, unprotected. Again, playing away from the body, and that should probably encourage the captain to want to put another fielder. Now he has two gullies at this end. Oh, granted, the bowler Joseph is quicker. My holder is quicker, but he is employing the two gullies up at this end, and I tell you, why? Because one went through there yesterday. More than one went through there yesterday. So he's obviously trying to. It's almost like if it's a defensive ploy, but I'm trying to get him to use it as an attacking ploy. You know, to because you want people in catching position because you have to give the bowlers the mindset that you could hit the edge and one is going to go to hand sooner or later. So you don't want to not have players in position to take those catches when they come.
Yeah, you were
And
making the point, Ruskin, about the bigger picture, and that's West Indies cricket in different formats of the game. But because this is a 4-day format, we're looking at Test match cricket. And you saw the West Indies Academy yesterday, the way they went about things. They were process oriented, very disciplined in their approach. Remember, Pittman came off after 3 overs, so they were bowler short, but still the emotional control, the ability to deal with the pressure out there where there was a partnership ensuing, and it did the fantastic things. Not just, oh, that's his bad wicket keeping.
well, they could run it.
They could
It
run.
should be a buy, and
Yeah.
they could have made it two buys. But they didn't do anything at all. It's almost like they didn't know what to do. It's like
Yeah.
they didn't believe they could run. I mean,
Your pardon say dead ball.
they didn't do anything. You know, yeah, you can.
Stop at the ball. What excuse there, Billy?
You just run. Once you get opportunity to get runs, you run and you run hard. You know,
Yeah, I was making a point, the discipline that the West Indies Academy showed yesterday on the field of play. Joshua Bishop bowling all those overs, a marathon spell, getting 6 wickets in the process. It's just pleasing because you know that young players could not concentrate for all that length of time when things are not going well. Remember, they started off with a new ball, they were beating the bat. Young players normally will get frustrated, but these guys are well coached. As we see, Pedro Collins, the head coach of CCC, he wouldn't have been too happy with the performance of the bowlers yesterday.
I, I don't know if you have whites.
Oh, well bowled. Excellent delivery. Squaring up the batsman. So it tells me that the ball is moving off the pitch a long way. We've seen that a lot yesterday, where batsmen were squared up a lot because of the extreme movement of the ball. But this is a good delivery. More control. He's walking back a little calmer. And the walk back is also very important, Ruskin, because you can get a mental picture of what you want to do with the other delivery that you intend to bowl. He's really controlled this morning. Good
That's
pace.
again, he's for whatever reason, he's not as consistent as he needs to be in that general area. We always say, I saw if we had a ball map, you would see it would be a flat one like that. It wouldn't be as
Clustered.
bunched and clustered like that. It would be spread out, almost like a horizontal map. You'd get a picture of him. So he has to at least picture that in his mind. This is where I want to put these deliveries quite often. But a lot of it has to do with how they practice too, and what they practice, when they practice. That's
Oh, well
another
bowled.
line delivery, and he puts his
Well
hand, he
bowled.
looks to the heavens as if to say, "What do I do next to get a wicket here?" Yeah, simple answer: keep bowling. It's the end of the over, 49 for one at the end of the over.
Yeah, that's an excellent delivery. Getting close to the stump and again, just slightly opening up and a perfect delivery, but well played by the batsman.
Yeah,
Wasn't beaten there. He was pulling the
pull the
bat
bat inside.
inside the line of the
But
ball.
look at where the wicketkeeper took the ball. If you were looking at that from a side-on angle, you would think that ball went down the leg side.
Okay.
If you show you the replay again, you'll see how far down the leg side he actually took the ball. He took the ball going to his right like that, as if the ball started down the leg side, but it didn't. It passed over middle leg stump. But look at where the wicketkeeper is going to take the ball.
Oh, but it's signs that the ball is wobbling after it passes the stumps, because just now they look for the second run, easy second run. Just now there, Williams didn't collect the ball. And
And
it
it kept
often
moving.
happens
Yeah,
in England. So I think that the ball is wobbling after it passes the wicket, the
there's a
stumps.
50-run partner. There's a 50 runs on the board. 51 for one. So that's one little milestone. One of the things, Tigre, that but there's also part of this year. Remember, the first innings win is back in vogue this year, but the other areas you could get points for your bowling and for your runs. So all of that is also wrapped up into these championships. Plus, the speed at which guys score runs is also important to them, so that they could get the certain targets, set targets, and try to at least get points for your team as often as possible, or get as many points as possible. I think the Guyanese
Hmm.
have worked that out better than most,
That's right.
you know, and they have been able to get bonus points, batting points, whatever it is. And when you look at their figures, they're just ahead of everybody else.
Yeah, and CWI must be complimented for the implementation of these points systems, because of the fact that you want to initiate a certain mindset. Like, for example, first innings points, the way you approach the game too, because the game in this era is not like years ago where, teams were just looking for 3 runs and over. You have teams looking for 4, 5 runs and over. I know that Australia um, is
England as well.
very positive. Well,
England.
I'm not talking about basketball. Cricket is a different
I'm
thing.
just talking about, but
But,
all the cricket in England is played that way now. Everybody wants to score quick.
oh, excellent delivery. Beautiful delivery. Wonderful delivery.
And that
Again,
and that's where it is. You have to be working to a plan, and you set up it's a process sometimes. You bring him on the front foot and you get him to play. Now he has played away from his body before, and he got away with it. He got the boundary. He hit it. And we were talking about his hand-eye coordination, but that's the risk of playing away from your body.
But in addition to that, I don't think that he's picking up the line of the ball with his back foot. So that's why he's playing wide of the off stump. And he has this inclination to go with his arms rather than, pick up the line with his back foot so that he can be closer to the line of the ball rather than go after the ball. So it is one aspect of his movement affects what happens with his hands.
Yeah, because he has to adjust. And if he doesn't adjust, he's probably going to play and miss, or he'll probably hit the edge, as the case may be. And that, see, that's part of the problem when you're at the side of the ball and not behind the ball. Because once the ball moves, you're going to have to, and most times your reaction is a reflex.
Mhm.
It's like you're reacting to the movement. And if you can't catch up with the ball, then you're in trouble.
When you look at bowlers in the history of the game, Glenn McGrath comes to mind, always on spot as we see the end of the 15th over, 51 for the loss of 1 wicket. Sir Curtly Ambrose hitting those lengths. And it's the in-between balls. You will have some very good deliveries because those guys were excellent biomechanically and everything else, excellent thinkers, but you will have those in between balls, those stock deliveries that are also very important. Not every delivery will get a wicket, so you have to try to contain batsmen, create pressure, and bowl those off-stump line deliveries. The reason why that is a general thing that bowlers look to do is because most batsmen are susceptible to going after the ball. And you made the point, Ruskin, that it's a reflex action, it's a human thing.
As we'll see if it continues here. He's done away with the headband.
Oh, well.
It means business now.
But I always like Sharma Fulga because of the fact that I worked with him at CCC level before he went to represent the people of the region in 2016. He was about 17 years old, and what you saw was extreme pace, some excellent Yorkers, but he sustained some injuries, and that curtailed his career a little bit. He's played one test match, and that was in New Zealand. Didn't look so bad, and wasn't selected for
Subsequent.
Bangladesh, I think.
Yep.
It's a good delivery again. I think that Edwards have shown really good poise and discipline. He's not going after the ball like Joseph. So he's not really a night watchman. He's a good batsman who can score runs too. He's captain his island a couple of times
He
at the
hasn't,
under 19 level.
he hasn't scored for the morning just yet. And I would imagine that is playing on his mind there now. He's been there for nearly half an hour and he hasn't been able to get off the mark. But he's still, he's like Oscar Duty. He's just digging in there, as they say, setting himself up for a big one. And the key, he's probably thinking, look, if I stay here, then the others could bat around me, you know. And the same thing you're talking about, if we could build partnerships, even if the bulk of the runs are being scored at the other end, they're not getting wickets, so we're not exposing new batsmen to what is happening out here, you know. So you have to, it's a thought process that is at play here. Again, pulling the bat inside the line, but it's not a bad delivery.
The other thing about not giving your wicket away as a night watchman, it frustrates the opposition. The captain has to make changes in the field of play. They are also taking away the energy levels of the bowlers. Got to work exceptionally hard to get wickets. They will try different things. It's a human thing also that you want wickets and you're going to try different things. So you're going to expect fuller length deliveries that he can drive, but he must look to score. It's not just about staying there.
Well, they've kind of tightened up the slip cord. I think they're going with 4 slips on a gully. You're going around the wicket. And you're going to get runs here. So just as we were talking about him not getting off the mark, he's able now. Did Mbeki Joseph tipped the bat short. We'll wait to see. He seemed to be searching for the crease while he was probably looking at the fielder to see if the second run was on. But the umpire, um, Mr. Cowlesser, not worried. I think he probably did get it over the line. That would have been criminal had he pulled it back. I'd say he was one short.
That's well played. Now the angle has changed somewhat because
It's
he's
a
now
no
coming
ball.
wrong the wicket. It's a no ball.
Mhm.
And perhaps that back foot landing too close to the bowling crease. Normally, fast bowlers who are this height would have huge delivery strides. Shannon Gabriel had a no ball problem when he played for the West Indies team, and that's because the back foot landed too close to the bowling crease. With his huge delivery stride, he went over consistently.
Mhm.
So the adjustment has to be with the back foot landing, which is the most important part of the fast bowler too. Because if you don't get things right with the back foot landing, everything goes astray.
So well played. Even though he wasn't making a shot there, he was certainly picking up the line and allowing it to go to the end of the over. 54 for 1 now after 16. Remember, they resumed this morning at 37 for 1. So after the first half an hour or so far, so good for the West Indies Academy. And but I'm going to take a breather, and your good friend Billy Furlong is going to join you, and you'll probably tell him about the haircut and everything else.
Ruskin Mac. Always on my case, Ruskin Mac, my good friend, my good fast bowling friend, or all rounder. Yeah, this is a good start for the morning's proceedings by the Academy. As Ruskin mentioned, they've not lost a wicket. They've added some runs to the score. And it's not a huge total that they have to go after to try to eclipse and win first innings points, but it's still going to be a challenge because of the fact that they're coming up against senior bowlers who have vast experience and playing at this level. Jordan has the ability to bowl those wicket-taking deliveries. He's coming from the northern end. The southern end offers a little bit more bounce, uh, Billy.
Hi, good morning to all our viewers across the Caribbean and wherever you are worldwide.
Oh, well bowled. Well bowled. You see, his back foot is not moving at all, Joseph. And as a number three batsman or opening batsman or anybody, you look at Kemar Roach in Test match cricket. I think that he has one of the best techniques, the defensive technique. He picks up the line very, very well. And we're not seeing that with the top order batsman. He's got to pick up the line with the back foot so that he's closer to the line of the ball. So Ruskin Mark rightly mentioned, a lot of these players, they play inside the line of the ball. So they close off the onside and they're freer to play through the offside.
As you mentioned it initially, I started to take a close look at a couple of things that you were pointing out as well in terms of his wrist. And we see sometimes a lot of deliveries coming off the inner portion of the bat, and it's quite noticeable when he tries to do that leave alone, when you see him raise the bat up in that flamboyant style as if waving the flag. And a couple times the ball comes off the inside portion of the bat, and we're thinking that he's doing it either too slow or he's not dropping. Now, there are two methods of leaving the ball alone. One is hands akimbo, as they would say, up in the air, or drop the gloves. But the way he does it there, and it's looking at that type of leave alone, we get back to it. You're looking at that type of leave alone. So one thing we're looking at the wrist in terms of how he plays his shot when he's on the front foot, and some of them going across him, it tends to leave the outside edge and beats him. So just wondering if he might want to have a look at the top hand grip. So we look at it here again. You see, I've seen him looking back each time, a couple times actually, to see where his backlift is in terms of the position, whether it's angled or whether it's, there's the hands akimbo, it's not all the way up. But just look at that top hand position. And it's driven down the ground. He's going to get close to the boundary. Going to come for 1, 2, and the throw is on its way. Evelyn giving chase.
Not a bad shot by Joseph. He's not looking to overhit the ball. A lot of times when you on drive the ball, the best I've seen at that is Sachin Tendulkar. The way he plays that shot, he's always in the right position, but he doesn't overhit the ball. He allows the ball to come to him, and he plays with a full face of the bat. His top iron is really high, and he just hits down the wicket. That was well played. I suspect perhaps hitting the inner portion of the bat.
And that gets back to my point. Where you saw that ball being driven, it was down the onside on the left of the umpire towards the non-striker side.
Mhm.
And if the top hand is that slightly bit rotated at the top, it tends to shut the bat face. So if he takes that into the leave alone, and that wristy type of action that you tend to see is a little bit of a closed bat face. The second thing I was looking at carefully is when you mentioned his back leg. Now, I've seen him work a couple balls to the onside, and what my coach used to describe me when I played that shot was like a flamingo with the back leg up in the air.
Oh, Billy!
And you see a little bit of it when he rehearses the shot. And there again, you can see how that back leg just jumps across after the fact. So I just want to pay close attention. Is that back leg moving backward, or is it getting across as his trigger movement? Maybe a couple things the coaches
That's an
need to look
excellent
at.
point. First of all, as we come to the end of the over, first of all, I don't want you taking my job at UTT as a coach because you have some pertinent points there. The back foot movement can be back and across. The trigger movement is commonly known. Now, the thing with these guys, I've figured it out that they move too quickly. So it's like they're in a static position rather than moving when the bowler is ready to release the ball. So the back foot movement back and across, you see that with Blackwood, for example. His back foot movement goes towards the leg side. So he closes off the onside. And that's why the last time he's played international cricket, the ploy was to have leg gullies against him because he had no room to adjust. And the body line type approaches by the opposition used to
Him up.
work. Yeah.
Try to tuck him up. And again, with as you mentioned, Sachin Tendulkar, Sachin always said when he hit that on drive, he always look at the elbow position and he wants that to be as straight as an arrow when he comes through with the shot. Jamar Holder, yes, he's definitely getting a lot more bounce from that end. Should we call it the Anderson Phillips end? He loves to dig it in short when he's bowling from that southern end. And he is getting some lift. And he's been over the wicket, around the wicket, so he's changing it up a bit. I'm not quite sure, because of our vantage point, is he getting the ball to move off the seam or swing in the air, and is he getting it to go in both directions? Because then he may have a strategy of why he goes around the wicket, but is it to Nathan Edwards alone? Yeah, there's
Well
that one
taken.
down the leg side.
Yeah, excellent take by Williams. You've seen some good wicket keeping. First of all, from Tuckett, he's brilliant behind the stumps. And we talk about wicket keeping. We have to talk about Imlak's performance in Pakistan on those tracks was brilliant. Not just movement and spin and turn and all type of things, but in different bunks and also some balls really keeping low. So his lateral movements of the wicketkeeper was exceptional. Glove work was brilliant because remember the most important thing is footwork first and then glove work after.
Yeah, definitely very good hand-eye coordination in difficult surroundings.
Yeah, this situation here that Holder is trying to get the outside edge of the bat, but you look at Edwards, he's very adept at pulling the bat inside the line of the ball. It's not extreme pace. So he's got ample time to do exactly that. I think that Holder needs to bowl a fuller length delivery here to try to get him to drive because he's now on 6 of 41 deliveries. You want to have him playing shots and not leaving alone those deliveries. That's better.
It's driven down the ground. Captain is going to give chase. They're going to come for 2. There's a slide in, there's a touchdown, and they're going to go for 3. It's got very close to the boundary at long on. Jeremiah had to pull the slide out as the ball was racing away from him. Freshly cut grass this morning. And the 3 runs in the end, we're just having a look at the grounding from MBK Joseph, and we mentioned it a couple overs ago that he was looking at the ball and then trying to not seeing where he touches down, and that is where the communication has to come in. The guy running towards the end the ball is at can give a shout out, so then you can concentrate at the other end about getting your bat in because you're listening for the call, and then you know if you're coming for a second or if you're coming for a third, and trust the call from your partner.
Yeah, that's right. You have to trust your partner. But I always talk about running speeds and the chemistry between both batsmen. The running speeds had to be similar for it to have a really good chemistry. And that's why I mentioned Gus Logie, Sir Richie Richardson, Gordon Greenwich, Desmond Haynes. What's the word you used yesterday that Ruskin Mark said that it on?
Shall we bring it up?
Yeah, bring it up, bring it up, bring it up.
The symbiosis between the
Right.
two batters.
These guys were excellent at that chemistry. And
I noticed you mentioned a couple new words this morning, such as nemesis and
well, it's
prodigious and
yeah, and stop Ruskin Mark in his tracks, but that's a bright guy, Ruskin Mark.
a close look at his back leg here on this delivery. The batter. She just turns slightly. It's not really a back and across.
I like that you're being detailed because batting is really being detailed. Little points can determine if a batsman can stay at the wicket longer than if he improves on that, he can stay longer. But if that little point of not moving properly in time and being in a position can mean that he can lose his wicket. So batsmanship is a lot more pressure on batters than bowlers when it comes to the mental side of the game.
It takes one ball to get you out. Turned into the onside. Timed superbly. Races away across the freshly cut outfield for 4. Takes him on to 36. On to 40 rather. And it's 64 for 1 after 18, and a good looking shot there from a badly lined delivery.
Yeah, he did it in a nonchalant fashion. It was excellent execution of just walking the ball off the legs. And it was uppish, but nobody there close to take that catch. It was well played. And he just walked off like Sir Vivian Richards. Nonchalant fashion.
It looks, there's another new one, nonchalant. But with that shot, it seems as though his feet movement is an anticipation of that type of a delivery because he was in perfect position for that type of shot. So is it that when the bowler is coming over the wicket right arm to him, that is the line that he stands in for the ball that's going across him? So maybe he's looking at anything that is outside of that mark that he has, that imaginary mark that the batter's put on the pitch. He knows he can leave that alone.
Yeah, I just think it was a bad delivery. I just think it was a bad delivery because obviously Holder is doing the right thing by coming over the wicket to try to slant the ball away from the left-hander and perhaps pitching it up a little bit, but a badly lined delivery as well bowled. So you look at Akeem Jordan, he's bowled 7 overs, he's been really frugal, and he's just gone for 22. So his role is not just to get wickets, but it's to get wickets through pressure bowling and consistent bowling. And he's played it well this year.
Yeah, definitely patience is the name of the game at this level, particularly in the 4-day format. Into his 4th over of the morning. That one just takes the outside edge. There's a chance at the non-striker's end that the ball rolled across to the slip area. Not a clean pickup by Powell. It was along the ground and scooted across the 3rd slip. Graves thinking about having a throw at the non-striker who was backing up.
Yeah, I think that was a very good delivery because it was forcing Edwards to play at the ball. Doesn't really like to play at all these deliveries, and I think this is a ploy now from CCC to get him to play at more deliveries and rather leave the ball alone. So to me, excellent delivery in the context of what Edwards is doing. He was very efficient at pulling the bat inside the line. You've got to force him to play at most deliveries. See, he can pick up the line and leave the ball alone, and it's wasted energy. So he's doing a fantastic job. He's now on 9, and it's not been obviously ultra aggressive. His role is to stay out there and tire the bowlers. And so dependent CCC on these two bowlers, Holder and Jordan. So if they can get them out of the picture and focus on the other bowlers, I don't think the other bowlers will be as consistent as these two.
Nathan Edwards, the Jon Snow of the innings.
Jon Snow.
Just coming off the night watchman. And we have to mention as well with this, we've lost a couple players from both of the teams in terms of Mansingh and Shields returning
to Jamaica,
back to Jamaica, and so there's been some chopping and changing amongst the lineups, and Edward coming back into the team as well.
Yeah, you have
Palmer and
yeah, you have a situation where OJ Shields, he is perhaps a lot of people think that he's the fastest bowler in the Caribbean. Now, if he paired with Holder and have Jordan, that would be a formidable bowling attack, seam bowling attack. So Jamaica has taken him back, and we know that he has extreme pace. But Mansingh, the wrist spinner, has gone to Jamaica also.
Yep. Just looking at the score in that Jamaica-Trinidad game, Mansingh is not out on 51 overnight, but it's Javel Glenn who's on 99 not out. We'll come back to that. There was a flutter of wickets falling in that Trinidad and Tobago versus Jamaica encounter. Early wickets with the return. Joshua James opening the bowling, 2 for 20, opening the bowling with Shannon Gabriel, who threw down 13 overs for 47 runs, no wickets. Carey Pear came on to pick up a couple wickets early on. And Jamaica batting for 274 for 6. Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and opting to field first. And 87 overs in the innings, very interesting enough that Javel Glenn was left 99 not out, and the rain started to come. And with just 2 runs away from 100, he had 1 ball to face at the end of the 87 over. And the rains came down so heavily that the umpires were forced off the ground. So he wasn't able to get the opportunity to roll it over to that 100 and having to go off the field with just 87 overs being bowled. But Mansingh did get to his 50. He's a 51 not out of 107 balls. And 1 wicket in the wicket column, that of Jason Mohammed, the evergreen Jason Mohammed. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 runs and a wicket. As we welcome back Ruskin Mark to commentary.
Thank you very much. And yeah, indeed, I was a little bit surprised that Trinidad and Tobago couldn't continue to take wickets late in the day, but it's a day-night game, and I would imagine they did go off for rain. I don't know how many times they did that.
Pulled away, up in the air. Evelyn is going to give chase from fine leg. Gonna turn and come for 2. Mbiki Joseph go to the non-strikers end, and Jeremiah doing well to hold it back in. There was no backing up at the stump itself, but Jeremiah from mid-off was doing the backing up and got a good hand to it because it could have prevented some more runs as Mbiki Joseph goes up to 42. There is a bowling change. Jaden Edmond is on, the fast bowler. And he is a new addition to the lineup for the CCC. As we mentioned, OJ Shields returning to Jamaica. Tall, lanky, fast bowler. Short pitch delivery. Wraps him on the glove. Good lift there again from that southern end. Tall, lanky bowler charging in short of a length, and good lift there. Smacking Joseph on the left hand on the glove. Squeezing it between the bat handle. He's in a little bit of difficulty here. Not quite seen the physio coming on to have a look at it, so maybe he'll just shake it off. But the glove is off.
Because he's probably just feeling the sting of the blow on that bottom hand. But he was trying to, as we say, off the ball, off his rib cage, and just took the brunt of it on the glove. Just 2 slips on a gully, though. And immediately we see Edmund going around the wicket to the left-hander, much to the chagrin of Tony Gray.
The umpire just walking down to have a look at the follow-through as well. And that is another one of the difficulties with right-arm bowlers going around the wicket. Because normally you tend, if you're over the wicket, to run off to your left. And it's a whole change of your action on your follow-through if you're bowling around the wicket.
That one kept low, and he was trying to play it again. It's a reflex action. He tried to play it, and he went right across it. Luckily for him, it missed the stump.
You're just wondering that top hand again, coming over, shutting the bat face. The ball angled into him. See the bat face closing very quickly. But he was definitely hurried as well, apart from the low bounce, generating some pace early on.
So he has to be careful here. He has to kind of refocus against the new bowler. Quite often, when a new bowler comes on, you tend to saw off this one, so that pressure is relieved just a little bit. But you don't want to be so relaxed that you give your wicket away to the new bowler.
Another one keeping fractionally low outside of the left-hander's off stump. Williams takes it on the bounce.
Williams may have to assess where he stands for the new bowler, because if he's standing back there and the ball is dropping on him, and on that occasion it dropped in front of him, then he may have to consider maybe taking a step up as well as the slip cordon.
I was just about to mention that as well. They take their positioning based on the wicketkeeper. Just seeing the second slip taking a couple steps closer, Corbin. Struck on the pad, loud appeal.
Not out, says the umpire. Again, the angle is what is probably the biggest deterrent here. And while the appeal probably would have been an interesting shout, the umpire wasn't too encouraged. 67 for 1 at the end of the over. And the players are going to get a little bit of a breather. They get a refreshment break. And after this replay, we too will take a breather, going down leg again on the angle. So maybe the umpire felt they had a couple minutes to go. Gorgeous. Brilliant. With the minimum of effort. He just caressed it. Didn't look to hit it. He just dropped the bat on it. And I think even Tony Gray would have been proud of a shot like that.
Well, Tony Gray described it perfectly. That time it didn't go for 4. This time it does. Sweetly timed, straight as you like. Wonderful bat face, down the ground, not a man move. Takes him on to 46. It's looking better and better, batting stronger and stronger as the inning goes on. Maybe just about 5 minutes short of that 1 hour mark for the drinks break. Maybe there's just a shot.
Yeah, they trade by 167 runs now, so they're making inroads on their target.
Start leave alone again, we're speaking about. He's done it a couple times, but hasn't taken the bat away as quickly as he should.
It's almost like it's a late decision that he's deciding to move the bat out of harm's way. Now, he does it sometimes by just pulling the bat inside the line. But you remember, when you do that, your body moves as well. So you do it like that. But if he's stationary, he's just waiting until the very last minute to decide whether to play or not. And then he's just trying to get the bat out of harm's way. And it struck the bat a couple times.
Very much like Steve Smith from Australia, that type of leave alone.
Yeah, but Steve Smith, he literally picks the bat up and almost like drops it behind the ball. He's bringing the bat
more of an eccentric movement from him
out like that. So it's the bat is still in harm's way. Remember long ago, I don't know if Tony Gregg ever played fast bowling like that, but guys used to drop under the ball and leave the bat like a periscope up in the air like that. He used to duck, but the bat sometimes would stay up in the air. And he has a new version.
Mm-hmm. And a couple of times we have seen in Test cricket the ball taking the top of the bat.
Yep. So and like I say, as the technique changes and what is fashionable changes.
Well, in the modern version of the game with the T20, normally sometimes we see in Test match as well, the batsman, as he's looking to leave that alone and rocks back, just takes the bat to guide it over the slip area. And we see a lot of it in the T20. So I don't know if that has crept into his game somewhat.
And again, going down leg slam, that is, yep. Yeah, and you're right, because the way of the game now is, everybody is looking for ways and means to improve on their run scoring options and abilities. And that is one of the options that they have, for almost for each ball now, there are like 2 or 3 shots, some of them new, but guys are practicing them now. They don't just go out there and feel they're going to play it. They actually, you see them in practice, and that's what they're working on.
Again, down the leg side, a good take by Williams. He's had to do quite a bit of work down the leg side in the first hour of play.
Yeah, and a lot of it too is probably brought on by some wayward bowling. 21 overs completed now, 72 for 1.
Still have to wait for that drinks break. Still within the first hour of play.
And it's
another gust of breeze comes across the Sir Frank Worrell Field here at the University campus in St. Augustine.
The moment I thought it was Tony Gray pelting a chair at me, but I realized it's the breeze. That moved the chair.
Umpire Kelman loses his hat to the mid-wicket boundary.
So then they decide they're going to take the break now, because maybe the wind has forced them to...
Natural elements having a final say. As umpire Kelman races away for his helmet, for his hat.
So it's 72 for 1 now after 21 overs. So we will have that break now.
Back here at the Sir Frank Worrell Field in St. Augustine. After that first drinks break in the first hour, West Indies Academy are 72 for 1, chasing down the first inning total of 238 from the CCC team. 21 overs gone alongside me, Ruskin Mark.
That's 45 runs in the first hour or so, and which is not bad going when you consider that they haven't really been they've been taking too many risks, and they've just been sort of playing on merit. And you have to tip your hat to these two because they've done a pretty good job. They've weathered the storm. I know that the CCC bowlers, the whole plan was to come out here and sort of blast them out, maybe pick up 3 or 4 early wickets. That hasn't happened. So now they have to do a rethink. And we see the first of that with the introduction of Edmund. And, he too has to be very careful because you're looking at Jordan having a long discussion with him there, as if to guide him as to how to approach this spell against these two batsmen who've done very well.
An appeal again, but this time as Edmund comes right arm over the wicket. Just wonder if Tony Gray had a mention to him alongside Jordan as well to get back right arm over the wicket to the left-hand batters. Rehearsing the shot there. Just see the back leg up in the air from MK Joseph. Seems to be settled in that line for the right-handers over the wicket. The ball's going across him. And just marked a zone along the pitch in his mind where he can leave alone and what to play on the onside.
It's another stifled appeal, but again, I think the ball is touching down just outside the leg stump.
And that is one of the difficulties with going back over the wicket, is that anything pitched outside the leg stump is high as well, but anything pitched outside the leg stump just negates that LBW appeal. Kemar Roach is one who immediately as well goes around the wicket to left-handers. It's a good start here from Jaden Edmund. Jaden Edmund.
So Jaden Edmund, they're playing and trying to make an impression here. Tall, rangy type of bowler. Not the quickest, but does have a little bit of, he's a little slippery, as they say.
Out of Barbados.
It just flicked away and wide of the fielder at square leg, or just behind square. And the hands went up there just a little bit.
He seems to be comfortable there. You see him rehearsing it again. That flamingo style black leg in the air, tucking it around the corner on the onside. Normally you would see the back leg being anchored and a turn of the hip to work the ball on the onside. MBK Joseph leg up in the air, aesthetically pleasing. May not be technically what we see, as Tony Gray is in our ear, about skills and technique, putting his coaching hat on. Brilliant delivery.
That was out. This time he's out LBW, and the batsman thought he got the bat down, but the umpire said it also hit the pad as well.
They're just wondering what made contact first. They're difficult for us to tell here. We'll have a look at the replay, but it means it'll come the end of the innings for Nathan Edwards. 52 deliveries. He's been there. 9 runs on the board. We look at it there. The tall fast bowler charging in. Our producer zooming in there for us. Seems to go past the inside edge of the bat onto the back leg.
But it also raises the question again of where the ball is actually pitched, if it will pitch on the stump at all, because with the movement of the batsman suggests that he was playing almost outside of his leg stump and just brought the bat down in time to get the boot out of the way And but as I say, that's water under the bridge. Tony Greer could cry till thy kingdom come.
Yeah, our producer, Mr. Roddy Bikram Das as well, just indicating we've seen quite a few deliveries that just angling down the leg side and just wondering where the actual impact was. But to be fair to Edmund, he had two things in his favor. One, it was very full indeed, Yorker length delivery, and it struck him on the left foot, his back leg. So in the question would be the proximity between that back leg and the stump, as well as the path the ball was taking, swinging down, and the umpire adjudicating that it would have crashed into either one of the stumps or maybe hitting leg. And we look at on our DRS that we see in international cricket, we show a portion of the ball clipping the leg, and the umpire in his mind deciding that a significant portion of the stump would have been impacted with that tremendous delivery, it must be said, from Jaden Edmund.
So that brings Teddy Bishop to the wicket, the captain of the West Indies Academy. Here's another young man who has a tremendous amount of responsibility on his shoulders. Kind of shepherd this team now. And no doubt will want to create a big impression here as the over comes to an end. It's 73 for 2 at the end of it.
See if we can get another look at that delivery, just to try and clear our minds. So he's bowling 2 overs, replacing Chamar Holder, and he's already had an impact in the game. You make up your own mind.
Yeah, it's a tough call because you could see the ball almost like the ball was kept moving. But again, it's the length of the delivery that probably would have convinced the umpire that it might have been going on to hit the stump. So after a long stay at the crease, Edwards had to go for 9. Hakeem Jordan, though, is not for 26. He's in his 10th over.
So the spell from Holder, 5 overs from him this morning. And the bowling change with Edmund coming on just within the first hour. Jordan, another good delivery outside the off stump, just dropping the hand a bit, maybe going past the outside edge of Mbike Joseph. He's bowled unchanged this morning from the northern end. Bowled 6 overs on the trot into his 7th.
A little bit of movement. You could see the deviation off the pitch. And so he's using his fingers very well. It's just a cut ball. So almost you could see the deviation. And I think that's where the little uncertainty is in the batsman.
So Chamar Holder spell this morning, 5 overs, 11 runs. Quite a number of LBW shouts going down the leg side. And Hakeem Jordan, as I said, he's into his 7th over of the morning, conceding 19 runs thus far.
A couple of them, that lovely on drive that we saw from Mbeki Joseph. Through the legs of the non-striker.
It's Jaden Edmund who had the breakthrough. Of course, the umpire is in the best position to adjudicate.
All the time.
And we all know that no batsman is ever happy with any dismissal, particularly LBWs.
Yeah, it's one of those. But I try to figure out which is the worst out in cricket, and I would have to think run out has to be the worst out in cricket.
Well,
Whether you're backing up or not, run out is yeah. That's a gorgeous shot again. He might only get one. Um, Tigre says backing up when you get out, run out at the non-striker's end for maybe a fierce back drive or something, and you don't have chance to get your bat back in the crease. Well, the lesson to learn from that, Tigre, is don't leave your crease.
well, I've seen Lendell Simmons, in fact, and he's been accused of not backing up a number of times. But on many occasions, when that ball is driven back, the non-striker, just a word of, just cautious not to leave the crease. And then a bowler just sticking his leg out, just coming off a spike and running you out.
Just deflecting ball, yep.
You know that between my fellow commentators here, if they stick a leg out, they'll have to change the ball.
Pain.
Here's Rivaldo. Teddy Bishop, rather. Just dropping one notch down the order. It has to be said that Nathan Edward did do a good job coming in overnight, batting for almost an entire hour this morning. 74 for 2 after 23.
They did a pretty good job when you consider they came together with just 7 runs on the board, and they had to weather that barrage late last evening, and then come back this morning now and face the same 2 bowlers, of course, rejuvenated, well rested, and with better plans, I would imagine. And they did that to good effect. And although, as you said, Nathan Edward didn't set the place on fire. In fact, he took almost half an hour to get off the mark. He was 4 overnight, and he was on 4 for a very long time before eventually being out for 9. But his contribution cannot be understated.
He definitely secured his wicket overnight, ensured that Teddy Bishop would not have had to come out to bat, and batted just about 13 overs or so this morning for an entire hour. And of course, the ball was still new, so he would have seen off some of the shine off of the new ball from good spells from Akeem Jordan and Shamar Holder.
They added 66 together for that wicket. That's another good shot. And there's what we were talking about just now, to get run out at the non-striker's end. And when that happens, there should be a law that says if the ball hits the stump like that, you should at least get 1 run for it. I mean, it might have gone for 4, but you get nothing. And because the bowler didn't have a chance, I'm not sure if mid-off or mid-on would have had a chance either. Because that ball is hit as straight. That ball hit middle stump at the non-striker's end.
It's a hallmark of good commentary. We are proactive in our comments rather than reactive. We called it before it happened. Thankfully, there was no boot sticking out from Edmund.
No hand just to flip the finger or something. And
by the Bruin, a good knock.
And it's cruel sometimes, when you get out that way. You're basically dejected because it's not like you made a false shot or anything like that.
And he's hit a couple straight drives this morning. One going to the boundary. It's a loose delivery there. Full delivery. Good take from the wicketkeeper. The ball not pitching at all.
Did you see Tony Greig going through his mechanics? I mean, it's like, I don't know. I don't know which is worse.
He has to change his transmission oil as well.
As well as other fluids. Transmission oil is just one part.
Teddy Bishop just having a word there with Mbike Joseph after that full delivery, flew past him outside the off stump. And he's on 48 as well, and that straight drive that cannoned into the stumps could have taken him to 50.
And getting a chance there, but getting too far inside the line on that occasion. So it's just I know he's probably playing on his mind that he's so close, and he's gotten opportunities. He just hadn't been able to cash in just yet. But he's been patient when he had to be. So I don't think he needs to be overly concerned about whether he'll get to 50 or not. In his mind, he must be thinking it's only a matter of time before I do.
And it's good to see as well Bishop coming down and just having a quiet word with him. Just reassuring him, don't chase it, it will come.
He's done what? 2 slips on a gully for Edmund.
Yeah, we see a couple changes on the onside as he works
That
it
would bring
past to
his
Romario
50.
Graves.
Yep.
They're gonna get it two. He's gonna looking for a third, but that is 2 runs that will take him to 50 as he pushes it past mid-wicket. 50 off of 79 deliveries, a very good knock indeed. We've seen a couple good shots work through the onside, but none better than the straight drives down the ground. One that went for 4, another that picked up a couple, and one that cannoned into the stumps that may have taken him to his 50, but he gets there nonetheless. Congratulated by Captain Teddy Bishop on the other end, 78 for 2.
And that is his 50 coming off, as you said, 79 deliveries with 8 fours. And so he's been doing the bulk of the scoring. And I think he deserves this half century. This has been a very good, concentrated effort on his part. And I think he'd be very proud of this because he does have the reputation for being a bit of a shot maker. He likes to bang the ball around the place. But this has been a responsible inning on his part, one full of concentration.
It's going to be Akeem Joseph to continue from the northern end.
They're going to go hurry quickly here. You're going to have to hurry. Had he struck, he would have been out. And he seemed, well, I'm going to say if he said, but I think the bat stuck in the wicket, in the turf, and it might have hit him. The ball as well probably did some damage also, struck him in the hand or somewhere.
Wondering if the bat stuck in the ground and the shoulder, the handle of the bat just cannoned into his rib cage.
But I think the ball also struck him because the ball and the bat were on the ground in the same general location. So he might have got he might have got a double blow there. Look at it here. A little bit of indecision, and then they decided to go for it. Chance of a run out, and see him, the bat did, he was sliding the bat in, and then the ball struck him, and then he dropped the bat. So it's the ball that did the damage to him. And I could hit him on the elbow, the inside of the elbow. That's a painful blow.
I think at least he had the presence of mind as well. Sometimes when you slide that bat in and it does get stuck, he dropped the bat once he knew he was in the crease. Because if it got stuck there, it could have very well cannoned, into his rib cage as well. Unpleasant thought that is. But just looking at the run itself, Bishop eager to get off the mark, just drops and run, but it went straight to the fieldsman at a good pace and a pace such that the fielder ran onto it, was able to gather very easily and have a shy at the stumps. And a questionable call, you think, Ruskin?
Yeah, Larry Edward attacked the ball nicely, and he got a good bounce. It kind of kept up to him, so he didn't have to go down too far for it. And again, I make the point. I don't know, like they don't have mango in the islands or anything like that anymore. Guys don't pelt at mango or anything like that. They keep missing the stumps all the time. It's like that is part of the boyhood days that has vanished, it seems. And because he took aim now to in his defense, he had one stump to aim at, and so he had to pick up and throw, but he missed. He missed the stumps, but he hit the batsman.
We see the drills that they do as well before the game. There is a session that the fielders run through trying to hit the stump. I just wonder if anybody's keeping account. Sometimes we see the Australians used to have a bet going who can hit the stump the most. Well, they'll be all broke here.
And the Mongols survived. Tony Guerrero was vicious at Mango thrower,
He could just pick them off the tree.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
He says the stump was the step.
Yeah, that's how he simulated his cricket. you know, threw at the mango stem.
I can't
Now,
imagine those aiming at the mango, what they would be thinking it was. You get the mango soft.
now listen, here's the key. I used to use ripe rose mango, pelt bear mango. And I used to use ripe bear mango to pelt calabash mango. And then I would use ripe calabash mango to pelt chuli mango. So that was the order of, that was the order in which I went about the business of pelting mangoes. But you're right, some calabash were big. They were fairly big mangoes. But there were also some big chili mangoes too, and it was worth the effort. Yeah, it was worth the effort. Now the mango that seems to be the mango of choice these days is starch mango. Yep. Starch is Mr. Starch. That's well played. And in a almost like a new, he's very side on, pretty much behind the line of the ball, trying to get on top of the bounce. Very correctly. Almost like a Carl Hooper type of batsman. Look at him again, right in behind it, getting the body very close to the ball. And look how high that elbow is, that left elbow. Again.
Good looking forward defensive shot there. Head, everything in line there. Elbow, shoulder, head, knee. Almost like the nursery rhyme. Head, shoulder, knees, and toes, all in line. Hakeem Jordan still
Plugging
on the
away.
ball, yep. Into his 11th over of the innings.
Yeah, and they probably just need to give him a breather. Just let him kind of relax a little bit, think about what he's been doing, and come back and give it another shot. There's one coming in, and that's very close indeed. The umpire is still unmoved. Again, the movement off the wicket, and that ball coming back into the right-hander. And Jordan is on bended knees, almost like Boyz II Men there, pleading for a wicket.
Yeah, no mangoes this morning for Hakeem Jordan. Loud shout there. Look at it again. Straight forward. Comes back. Perhaps the height.
The height, probably. And Bishop is a fairly tall man, and so he was already on the front foot, trying to adjust to the ball bouncing and coming back at him. And that's the beauty of that in cutter. If you pitch it well, the batsman will be playing possibly around the original line, but once it moves, the pad is almost always in the way.
Yeah, umpire Kelman Cowlesser there at the northern end, vindicated by the commentary box in his decision of not out.
Jordan, though, has to be careful. You don't want to see players overreacting to decisions one way or the other.
Well, they had a loud one last night against MBK Joseph off the bowling of Larry Edward. And it was an extended appeal. They were convinced there was an edge or something off the glove and were very disappointed.
78 for 2 after 25. Yeah, it's. I mean, you could understand as a bowler, you feel every appeal you should get a wicket, but it doesn't work that way. And even when you think you have the wicket and the umpire says not out, hey, there isn't much you could do. I am yet to see an umpire reverse a decision based on the remonstration from a player after the appeal.
Well, we have seen decisions being reversed in the past in cricket.
Under review, where we now have all the technology and all the different things. But when you don't have that, the idea is the umpire made a decision and you abide by the umpire's decision. It ends there. There are no...
Unless the captain intervenes. I remember one game in particular, Andrew Simons was given out, and on replay on the big screen, it was clear he had an inside edge. He was given out LBW, and the Sri Lankan captain at the time was Marvin Atapattu, called him back out to bat. He hadn't yet left the field. But that is different to an umpire overturning a decision.
Yep.
That is the captain himself calling back a
Stepping in.
player. Yep.
And that actually happened to me one time in Aranguez, Well, Elsico was South. And actually, you couldn't get, I was playing a Colts game, and I swept and I missed, and the ball hit the pad, and the wicketkeeper went up. The umpire said out. The captain realized that the bat wasn't anywhere near the ball. Called me back. I made 100, but I had to give myself out. I had to give myself out because I had to go play cricket in Port of Spain. At the time was bad for me. Yep. So I was playing Colts cricket, and then I had to go and play National League cricket in Savannah. Mhm.
Jaden Edmond continue. We've seen quite a few deliveries from him keep low when he was around the wicket, and this one keeping a fraction low outside the off stump with him coming over the wicket. Another good take from Williams on the bounce.
Part of that is sometimes it's his own action as well. Sometimes he doesn't complete the action as he would normally, and so the delivery doesn't have the pace or the bounce on it. Again, he's bang on target here, and so I think all around the bowlers haven't given the batsmen too much to work with in terms of freebies, and when they have, they've been punished. But in the main, the bowlers have been doing a very good and concentrated job of keeping things tight and not allowing the batsmen to get away.
Yeah, and so much so the captain has rewarded him with 3 slips to the new batter Teddy Bishop.
Bishop wants to get at him. He's probably reaching, and again, and that is the lesson that we learned this morning from the two overnight batsmen, is that don't go looking for runs. Let the bowlers come to you. You don't try to go after them. And Bishop would be well advised to take heed to that, because they played very well within their own limitations and without exposing themselves too much. And sometimes just a leave alone is a good shot, as we say in cricket.
Well, he'll be mindful of a couple things. And it was interesting to note as well, when Edmund started, he just had the 2 slips. But with the new batter, the right-hander Teddy Bishop in, he's gotten 3 slips and a gully. So the bowler has that to work with. So Teddy Bishop will be cognizant of the fact that anything outside of the off stump he needs to be careful with.
And that's well played, because he played it. It was a little bit up his sleeve, but boy, he almost took Mbeki with him, and at the non-striker's end, and that one went for 4 runs. So that's a good shot, because he hit the middle of the bat and went screaming down to long on for 4 runs. So I think he'll be happy with that. I don't think Mbeki Joseph would be too thrilled.
He's already been struck in the ribcage once. As I take my leave, Mr. Gray will be joining.
Yes, he's probably saying what it is. What this ball has with me. Here, it's 83 for 2 now. 26 overs completed. They trail by 155 runs. Remember, the target is 238, as scored by the CCC. And so it's good. I think Akeem Jordan is finally going to get a bit of a breather here, which is understandable. Romario Graves is one who's going to come into the attack. And I think Romario bowled an over last night, just a 1 over. And he's looking for Tony Gray is back with us, looking resplendent. I remember, I have to remind myself, this is the vintage Tony Gray. Tomorrow we will see a refined Tony Gray with a new haircut, clean shaven, probably do his eyebrows, whatever it is. I'm not sure what is it.
It's true.
Do you? Yeah, that's why I call you tall and handsome.
You're
Yeah.
right.
And when I say that, the guy say, Rusky, what are you looking at? I say, hey, that's the man, Tony Gray. But T Gray, like, putting all jokes aside, I am really impressed with the approach of the West Indies Academy and the CCC bowling as well, because I see discipline on both sides.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what you want to see. The young players, you want to see them being disciplined in all aspects of the game. Some turn there, hinted turn there. And it's a good change because Jordan played his role. He's supposed to tighten up things. I think that he should have been a little bit more direct. Edmund is more direct. And that Yorker that got the wicket was fast. He was fast through the air. So my thing is that sometimes you want to be disciplined, yes, but you have to be a little bit more direct. And that's why Edmund got the wicket.
Certainly, there's a lot of food for thought, and I would imagine as a selector or talent scout or whatever is the phrase that is used to spot and identify talent and potential, you must be very happy when you see players apply themselves this way. They don't always get like 5 or 6 wickets when you're watching them, or they won't always get 100. But it's just the little things, the things that you sometimes don't even show up in the scorebook that you look for, and you say that is. And I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about, and it has to do with England. And I remember them saying the players that they pick don't always either score the most runs or take the most wickets, but they have the attitude, mental attitude that they're looking for, that they will die for the team, and sometimes you kind of reward that. And other people might say, well, X is better or Y is better, but it's what the culture in the team is.
Yeah, you have to look for, not just the technical aspect of the game and the proficiency and the talent, the physical talent, but you also have to look for the inner qualities. I mean, the ability to deal with pressure out there, the ability to control your natural desire. These guys are young, so they will have youthful exuberance, and you want to see them bat and bowl in different circumstances, situations, and control their natural youthful exuberance. So those qualities that we are seeing now from the academy team will tell us that there's a future for these players.
Yes, 84 for 2 at the end of that over, 27 completed, and Graves has completed 2 for just the 1 run. And the difference now, the deficit is 154 runs, coming down all the time. And the good thing, they're not losing wickets in clusters. And so they're always giving themselves a chance.
Yeah, the important thing is building partnerships and healthy partnerships in the context of what transpired yesterday. I think 80 runs, 90 runs, those are healthy partnerships. And the way to do it is to sustain concentration. You got to look at the percentage shots out there, not play too many risky shots, and run well between the wickets. A rotational strike would mean that, the captain, the opposing captain, will have to change his tactical ploys all of the time. So we have a right arm, left arm combination batting at the moment. So you want Joseph to continue. He's now on 54 off of 86 deliveries, but you want Teddy Bishop, who has talent, to expand his score to 50 and more.
And there's another one that is touching down just outside that leg stump. And wicketkeeper Williams again having to put in the dive. And, but that second wicket partnership added 66 runs, and like I was saying to Billy, they didn't really take any risks, there were too many risks, I should say. They played and missed a couple of times. That is understandable. You could live with that. But it's the in between stuff, the long periods of not scoring, but not getting frustrated and playing through the difficult periods. And then when you get a bad ball, to be able to come out of that and still take advantage of a loose delivery. And those are qualities that you look for in players. It sort of tells you a lot.
Yeah, very impressive. He might not be of extreme pace, not like Holder, but Edmund is doing different things. He's well skilled.
So no ball.
It's a no ball.
Yep.
It's his first no ball, so it's not a bad effort from him. The other thing that you notice with him is that he's faster through the air. Those Yorkers seem to be faster through the air rather than off the pitch. So he has the skill. He needs to be consistent. And there are certain ploys that the captain now is setting for his type of bowling.
That's well bowled again, but he might concede a couple here if they run well, and they are. And they'll get two, and Becky wants a third, but I don't think Bishop is too interested. And now look at the run up as you're talking about how impressed you are with Jaden Edmund. Look at his run up. I think he has a very good run up. It could improve as he goes along, but he does use his run up very well. It's nice and smooth. It is not as choppy as some others. Look at how quickly he gets into his work here as he approaches the stumps. And so everything is smooth as we go through. As he gets stronger, he will learn how to probably stay upright a little bit longer and really hit it hit the deck nicely. But look at how relaxed he is as he approaches the stumps. The strides are consistent and the pickup is good. And look how the front leg is braced as he comes over that front leg.
He's biomechanically efficient. The front arm is what I'm looking at too. Obviously, you want the forces to go in one direction. He can do a little bit more with the front arm.
And the back leg as well. That's a good stop. That's brilliant in the outfield.
Shama Holder.
Yep. Staying in the game all the way through. But look at his right leg, where his right leg plants. That one is the one that breaks a little bit. And it pushes slightly to the right. So it shows that his foot is parallel to the crease like that. And then everything else has to come over. If you look at his right leg, when he plants it, not the front foot, the back leg, when it plants, it kind of collapses just that little bit.
Yeah, back foot landing is very important. We could compare him to Jason Holder. Why Jason Holder doesn't bowl as quick as other fast bowlers coming from Barbados, for example, with a physical size. But
So look at him again.
you look at the back foot landing, his back foot is pointing towards cover rather than towards leg gully or leg slip. So that back foot doesn't come through fast enough.
Yes,
And it slows up his
will
back
have
foot.
to come
Yeah,
around like
that's
that
right.
to pick it up. Unless he's so light on his foot, he could pick it up quickly.
There's a lot of ankle rotation there. And he needs to plant the back foot towards leg slip so that he gets through that back leg faster and quicken up his action so he bowls faster. But not a bad over by him.
88 for 2 at the end of it. And the thing about it is that, I mean, we could analyze it and stuff like that here. He can't change that in this game, if you know what I mean.
Off-season work.
That's off-season work, and that is deliberate work where you have a coach or you have somebody who knows what they're doing. Look at how relaxed he is. He's very comfortable. He just separated his arms, and you could see it. But you also see when he doesn't jump very high, and that's because that leg sort of collapses quickly. So he's probably not as tall as he could be. He does brace the front leg well enough. They could get a couple here if they hurry, and they will.
Yeah, but besides working on these things all season, it's what you call remedial work, trying to change a bowling action. It's not very easy. You have to sort of capture that from a very early age, so you don't have a lot to work on later on.
That's the thing, but that's the ideal situation. And the converse to that is when you spot it, how do you correct it? And that sometimes is the big challenge in not just here in the Caribbean, around the world. It's, you see a bowler with certain deficiencies or areas that they could improve on, and then you see them 5 years down the road and nothing has changed. And you wonder why. Because it's difficult sometimes to make those changes
The Australians are very good at making those changes. I mean, the video analysis is the first thing that you need to do with the player,
and they have to see it.
Yeah.
And that's what video analysis is good. Video analysis not just for the coaches.
Yeah.
The players have to see themselves doing what they're doing, and then the coach will kind of add to that and tell them, this is what you should be doing. And here's how we're going to get you to that point. They may have to break down what you're doing now and build it back up. But the idea is they have to see. And I'll give you an example. When Ian Bishop was coming back from his first stress fracture, he played in a game at the Oval, which I was at TDT at the time, and I videotaped a lot of his bowling. And then I invited him into the studio one evening. It was about 7 o'clock, and we just the two of us in the building, and we sat and looked at what he was doing, and I was
step by step,
and I was pointing out to him, especially in his follow through, and can't get a run here. And I was telling him that completes the over. At the end of the over, it's 90 for 2 now, 54 to Joseph, 7 to Bishop, 29 overs completed. And I was telling Bish at the time, I'd say, when you deliver the ball, now this is right after he gone through the disappointment of the stress fracture. So his career was curtailed. And then he had to go through the whole process of rebuilding himself. He had to get the thing to fuse, to heal. And now he had to develop a new action. So there was a lot going on. I think we might have a delay here because the rammer is being brought out. Tigre, you could just go and jump around there and fix that for them. Things fixed urgently. So I was telling you, and so we sat and we went through, the first over, we went through the second over, the third over. Then I asked him, I said, what are you seeing? And he wasn't quite sure how to respond to it. I say, you don't want to know what I am seeing? I say, look at your follow through. I say that tells me everything else that is happening here. And when he ran up and bowled, he delivered the ball and he cut off right there. There was no follow through, none at all. And I told him, I said, the reason why you're doing that is, one, you're very conscious of the injury, still not psychologically over it. And two, you don't want to get injured again. So you're doing what is the easiest thing to do. And in terms of this new action that you have, I'd say, but picture that in your mind. Think of how much quicker you could bowl if you could just go back to what you were accustomed doing, even with this new action, and then just follow through when you deliver the deliveries. I say do it off a short run first, and then you could extend after that and see how it works for you. And I'm happy to say when he came back, he actually came back with good pace. He was still swinging the ball at high speeds, but then the second stress fracture came, and I think mentally he was like, no, can't go through this again.
Well, what Bishop had with the mixed bowling action, because the top part of the body was not aligned with the bottom part of the body. And for a guy who is physically tall, 6'5", at the time,
And
perhaps,
muscular,
and
very
muscular, 220 pounds, not easy to control. I agree with you that when he came back, because I tried to help him to give him a new ball, just to impact him positively, because psychologically he had gone for the first injury, and you want to recuperate him not just physically, but psychologically. And the second time, I agree with you again. He just said, no, this is hard. But a lot of times, bowlers, especially fast bowlers, come back from stress fractures or other injuries, and they're not mentally recuperated. And what happens there is compensatory injuries, because they're trying to protect that part of the body.
Yep.
And we really have to be careful when fast bowlers come back. Green, for example, the all-rounder, the Australian all-rounder, this is what Australia does. Australia bring back the fast bowler in the right way, in a more comprehensive way, not just physically, but they have the resources. They have a lot of fast bowlers.
Plus, and that's the thing, they could do without a fast bowler
That's
for an
right.
extended period of time. We here in the Caribbean are probably not so fortunate, and we tend to rush players back, either inadvertently or deliberately in some cases. But we if the player says yes, I'm fine, then you go to. But sometimes you have to protect them from themselves, and give them that extra time to not just to prove it, but just to be comfortable with what they do. That's a good delivery. Just coming back at him slightly, but kept out well by Bishop. So those are just some of the things. Now, I'm going to tell you Australia is the wrong example because they have so much going for them, that they could. But think of the countries like, say, Pakistan, and how many talented people you see, fast bowlers you see come up, 18, 19 years
And
old,
then you don't
and
hear
then
about them.
after they
Yeah.
reach 20, 21, they have a stress fracture or some they break down, and then that's the end of them. You know, and nice drive. They're going to get the single eventually. Nice knockdown there by Akeem Jordan in that short extra cover position, but couldn't prevent the single in the end. And then, so when you look at a country, say like Pakistan, for example, they don't have all the infrastructure in place. Maybe they're better now, but back then, there were a number of names that suffered as a result. Even India, to a large extent, are like that. And India has to be careful now with Bumrah because they're probably almost tempted to bring him back every time the team doesn't do well. He is, he might be the answer
Yeah, he was
to their problem.
fantastic in Australia, but to me, I think they overbowled him. If you look at him, it's bowling action, for example, and that's the end of the 30th over, and 91 for the loss of 2 wickets. If you look at his bowling action, it puts a lot of stress on his body. He doesn't have the fluency of his run-up. He sort of trots up and then he breaks into some strides.
Into his bowling action.
Right, but he puts a lot of stress on the body. And obviously, he's a very strong man because he's been doing it for a while, but he's suffered from injuries recently, and he's coming back from an injury after the Australia tour. So they have to be very careful with him.
Because he was injured before that tour.
That's right.
He had a period out of cricket. He came back
He
and
had an
did very well.
operation.
Yep,
Yeah.
did very well. And now he's, injured again and working his way back. So maybe now they'll realize, look, we have to be very careful with him and kind of nurse him along and don't just rush him back into. Look at what they did with Shami. They took the time with him, even though he had said he was ready.
There was an issue of them wanting to send him to Australia during
Yep.
that test series, but they did the right thing with him.
Keep him out and then just let him kind of work his way back. He played domestic cricket. He got wickets, and they said, "Oh, he's ready," and they said, "No, let's just take our time with this." And because you would get him for one series, but they lose him for another 3 or 4. And so it's how it goes. And they have resources that they could that they can use. So it's not like at the bottom of the well that they don't have options.
The other thing is the physical strength and the conditioning of fast bowlers and
Larry
players
Atwater is taking up the attack.
yeah. In general, I mean, you talk about the Australian Sports Institute. They are very good at helping different national teams from Australia to prepare. Loughborough University in England, it's the Sports University of England. They really entry. That's a good shot. That's an excellent shot. Now he's using his feet quite well. He's a tall man. He's getting close to the line of the ball, and he's playing that wonderful lofted drive straight over the top for 4.
Yeah, he didn't try to go across it. He got close enough to. Probably wasn't to the pitch of it as well as he would have liked. Watch it here. He still had to kind of get under it, and then decided he was going to go with it. There was a long off 3/4 of the way out, but it flew past him. Now they've put the long off all the way back. So they're probably hoping that he repeats the shot. And I'm sure Teddy Bishop is probably saying, if I repeat this shot, I probably should hit it straighter, as opposed to hitting it slightly off of the splice of the bat.
Or try to milk the singles down the wicket. There's a gap now, although there's a short extra cover in place for that misdrive, but he has more gaps now to work with. So again, he's captain of this academy side, so he's got to show his captaincy ability out there. understanding what the opposition is trying to do. But he's excellent at the drives. He's using his feet quite well. And he's getting out that stride to get to the pitch of the ball, pushing back the spinner.
Trying again, but not to the pitch. But you opened the face nicely, and it's going to get a comfortable 2 runs, but probably not to the pitch of that one, but still throwing the arms at it and angling it as well. Didn't try to go straight with that one this time, and that's the response to the man at long off. You don't want to go there and get caught there now because he was just been put there. So he's looking for another area to milk the bowling.
That's another ability that you need in trying to put the ball in a gap, the use of the face of the bat on contact with the ball. And we've seen a good example just now, playing square of the wicket with a slightly open face bat.
That's a good take going down that leg side there from Williams, and 97 for 2 at the end of the over. We still get another one, possibly 2 more before the luncheon interval if the clocks are at the same. Now, where is the Colin Murray clock when you need one?
Why you call it Colin Murray clock?
Because we were doing broadcast 1B, and they had the clock. Well,
the Queen's Flag Oval.
At the Oval, but they had the framework of a clock. They had no arms. So I was making the point, and I was saying I have to speak to my good friend Colin Murray and ask him,
secretary of the club at the time,
to fix the clock. And then, like about a month or so after, I returned we were doing another game and there it was, voila. The clock, the Colin Murray clock, was up and working perfectly.
He's going to be listening to you, Ruskin Mac.
That's a good thing. He's not here to poke fun at me. I know he had a little medical issue not too long ago, and I'm happy to say that he's. I went to the Oval to meet him sometime after this. We'd spoken on the phone and whatever before, but the first time I was seeing him was at the Oval. I went to the Oval to do so. I could hear his mouth from the corridor coming, cutting up and having a whale of a time. And I'm saying, nothing is wrong with you. So then he told me, he said, well, yeah, it was a serious situation, and but he was happy that he was back, and I was happy to see him back, and jovial. Another stifled appeal, but again touching down outside leg.
Yeah, the first time he experienced some problems with that medical issue that you are talking about was, I think he was doing CPL with me. And during the break, I noticed him sitting down, and he was very quiet. And something is wrong with him when he's quiet.
Yep. Yeah.
All right. And, he went home that night, and then the following day I heard about his situation. Now, Colin Murray is just a wonderful character. He's affable. Let me use a big word. He's friendly. That means friendly. And he has, worked well where sport is concerned in this country. Not just as a commentator. You talk about Queen's Park, for example, that has produced a lot of international cricketers, not just in the deep past, but presently and in the recent past, a lot of international cricketers. And, he is putting the work, so he must be complimented for his indelible contribution that he made
there you go,
to
using big words again,
sport.
There you go, using big words. Colin was the same. It's me they're talking about.
Good take. Excellent take by Williams.
Colin Murray was the same. It's me they're talking about. What? Indelible contribution.
Yeah, that's a good take by Williams. We have some good wicket keepers in recent times.
We've always had good wicket keepers
in
West Indies cricket.
Yeah.
Trinidad,
Murray,
Barbados have had good keepers.
David Murray.
The Windward Islands have had decent wicket keepers. Jamaica, and the
Mike Finley.
The funny one of them would have been Renford Pinnock
From Jamaica.
Yep, another. And Jeffrey Dujan, of course, went on to become one of the greats of West Indies cricket. Guyana have had good wicket keepers over the years. The region has been blessed with outstanding
I was
wicketkeepers.
so impressed with Imlak,
Yeah.
Tevin Imlak in Pakistan. His movement was fluid. His glove work was excellent. The ability to sustain, as we mentioned time and time again, concentration on those trying surfaces, not focus on what is happening in front of the wicket, but focus on that little object, the ball.
And not only that, too, remember he faced a lot of spin bowling on
That's right.
turning tracks.
Yeah.
You know,
In Guyana, growing
No.
up, and then in Pakistan.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's a good shot. That one, the bowler was appealing for an LBW, only to see the bat come down and stroke it beautifully past the man at mid-on and down to that brings up the 100. It's 101 for 2 at the end of over number 32. Bishop is 14, 58 to Joseph, and the Academy trail by 137 runs as they go to lunch on 101 for 2.
Yeah, I think that they could be really pleased with their efforts. 101 for 2, not facing a huge target at all, to win on first innings first of all, and that would be their objective. Now, obviously, Joseph is on 58 over 100 deliveries. He has batted quite well. He's played some lovely shots. He's hit the ball to the boundary consistently, but the internal running between the wickets was also good. Teddy Bishop is there. He's captain of this academy side, and he's on 14 of 31 deliveries. So they're building a partnership, and we know to get to this score first of all and give the CCC team a lead, it depends on both of them. They've had a foundation of building a partnership. They want to expand this partnership now.
Well, it certainly is. They came together with a score of 73. They've taken it past the 100 mark. So they may be saying they still have plenty of work to do. And they'll get to that when we come back after the luncheon interval. It's 101 for 2 now. They trail by 137 runs.
Not this trio.
Between the three of you, who is the funniest?
Between you and Jaden. Yeah, funny at all.
Yeah. Between Andy and I for sure.
Yeah.
And who take the longest to get ready?
Me.
Always waiting on this man to go for dinner. Always.
Who is most likely to be late?
No one really.
Jaden got
Me,
it
me,
closer
me,
than
yeah,
me.
yeah.
Important things.
Important thing is
Nobody late. But like if it's dinner,
Casual, I
whatever,
think me, for sure.
For
Jaden
sure.
got it
Yeah,
close.
who lifts the most in the gym?
Then between Andy and I.
It's
Oh no, you look strong too.
You see
But-
my legs? Where's your squat?
3.
You win. Yeah.
I think it's 3
I was
285 or something.
I was 275. Who's the most competitive?
It
It
varies.
very depends on what we're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Table tennis. These two can't beat me, so I just always win. I just always win anyway. If it wasn't cricket, what other sport would you like to play professionally and why?
For me, I'll pick track and field because that is what I used to do before. So for me, if it's professionally, I would always go back to that. It would be easier.
Football.
You're not good at all.
Yeah, I used to play football and
It wasn't good.
you mad?
We're mean on a game.
Nobody, all them mad.
Yes, fine.
Yeah, I have medals for football, eh?
They give out participation medals too.
No. Squad banger from outside the box.
Alright.
Top corner too. You.
I would choose football because I actually played football at a decent level.
Okay.
I played the highest school
Next.
football level. Wait a minute.
Next.
Hey, I have an intercal game, eh?
I've played intercall final and like big sellout stadium. About 5,000 people watching.
Who do we think did the best at school?
Definitely not me. Not me at all.
Why that question?
Jaden.
I don't have a choice. Who is the toughest opponent or player that you have faced in your test career?
Probably say like Josh Hazelwood because of his skill. Yeah, I think he was one of the toughest bowlers I've had to face so far.
Can I say it's just about enjoying the battle this far for me.
Only one man I could call. Drew.
So what Ben Duckett?
Nah. He only do it for one game. Jory do it for 6 games, you know. From the Caribbean
Oh wow, yeah.
to England. It have to be
yeah,
Jory.
yeah,
Jory.
yeah. Gives you nightmares?
Nah, he's not giving me nightmares. It's just,
He's make you think a little bit.
yeah. He's make it hard work. Yeah.
Who is the teacher's pet?
The whole team. All right.
Nobody.
Nah, if we go in batting coach, the teacher's pet for the batting coach is Kevin Hodge. Oh, yeah. Full stop. Full stop.
Yeah, my
Conversation done. Nobody else. It ain't nobody else. Conversation done. Kevin Hodge
For sure.
for batting coach. Full stop.
This next one, real interesting. Who is the best dancer?
In the whole team.
Michael Louis.
Yeah, Louis has some moves.
Yeah,
Louis has some moves. Louis has some moves. Shema would say he has some moves too.
I never see it, so you can't say.
Shema would say he has some moves.
I see Louis put it down.
But I see Louis dance.
Yeah.
So Louis.
Yeah.
Louis.
Yeah.
Who has the best fashion sense?
Sinky.
Nah, you're doing that for spite. You're doing that for spite.
Casey has the best
Yeah,
dress.
Casey fresh when you
Casey always fresh, yeah.
Alright, this one I can probably say Sinky. Who is the loudest?
We don't need to answer
Yeah, that's the man, that's the man.
Kevin Sinclair. Kevin Sinclair.
Come on, man. I'm gonna tell you out, man.
Ah, this is an easy one. Who has the worst taste in music?
Don't say me, eh? If you only say me.
So who I was gonna call again?
I don't know, it's not me.
You are the worst taste. You listen to country music, bro.
What's wrong with country music?
Everything wrong with country music.
I listen to soca, I listen to dancehall, I listen to country, I listen to Afrobeats, reggae, you name it, I listen to everything.
When?
All the time.
Who would you call in an emergency? Anyone out of you two?
Yeah, anybody
Yeah,
there.
anyone out of these two?
Yeah,
Anybody there.
definitely.
Anyone. And who deals the best with pressure? I
Craig.
think one name that stands is just Craig.
Craig for sure.
Yeah, Craig, just
Yeah.
be real calm. You
No
can
matter
never
the
tell if he's
situation,
taking
yeah.
on anything or not.
Yeah.
Can't tell what he's thinking, he's
Yeah.
just...
So yeah, Craig. Easily Craig.
What has been the most memorable moment in your test career so far?
You go first.
I would like to say my test 100, but I think beating Australia in Australia is probably most memorable. As a team, personally, it would obviously be test 100, but I think beating Australia, especially in the Gabba, where it's their fortress.
For me, it had to be my first 5-wicket haul. And not even the 5-wicket haul, it's just the fact that we win the game. And how we win the game was close. That is the most memorable thing for me.
Yeah, I remember watching you jumping.
To become the youngest West Indian fast bowler to get 5 wickets, and he does so.
For me, it's my first test wicket. It came off my second ball of my first over. So that is something I cherish
Yeah.
as well.
And we have a picture with that one.
Yeah.
Hands up.
Who is the most naturally talented cricketer?
In the team, Alec boy.
Yeah.
Alec.
Gifted.
Alec just look the part all the time.
Discuss the friendship that we have with each other on and off the field.
Well, I can speak from when I started, because I didn't know any of them personally when I now started. I started playing cricket with Josh at probably 19, 20 years old, and we just created that bond when we played together for Trinidad in the first class setup, and then we all came together with West Indies, and the friendship just grew and grew, and we went on tours together, and every time we had to go for lunch, breakfast or dinner, we moved together, and we sit near each other on the bus as well.
Yeah, I agree.
It was something just natural. It was just natural from the beginning. You know, we fight, how we could say it, we go to war together, so we always just lean on each other when it's that time. But it's something that's come natural.
We know each other, so like on the field, I would know Jaden bowl a bad over or something. I'd try and cheer him up a little bit. I'd know Andy's emotions when they're not going his way. Yeah, it's a nice feeling to have two of your best friends on the team at the same time. So.
Off the field, you can't beat me in FIFA though.
What?
Next question.
That's not like.
Next question.
We have to do a video of us playing FIFA and see how much. The other night we played, I scored 20 goals. I scored 19 with Haaland.
Next question.
What is your favorite thing about playing for West Indies?
I get goosebumps, yes. Everything. For me, is everything. The first thing was I wanted to play cricket. I wanted to play for West Indies. And then obviously playing, you get to experience test cricket. You get to experience singing the national anthem. And doing it home. Doing it in the Queen's Park Oval was something big. So I guess singing the national anthem anywhere in the world is a big thing.
I think for me it's about representing the region. not everybody gets to do it. There's a lot of people who aspire to do it, but not everyone gets to do it. So I think for me is that weight on your shoulders. It's obviously a big weight, but it's something that you cherish forever. And to get that test cap, nobody could ever take that away from you.
Yeah, it's a great feeling, you know, to represent the region, as just said. And you know how it started for me? It was funny because I had friends who used to play cricket, who I would go down on a weekend and watch play cricket and, you know, get the opportunity when they are short. And you know, those are the ones who actually wanted to play for West Indies at the time, because I used to do track and field. So it's not only for me now, but it's for them as well. So I'm actually living their dream for them as well.
What moment has made you the proudest of each other?
I think we were all there when we beat England, right? Yeah. We were all there when we beat England in Grenada. Jaden and I played, Andy didn't debut as yet, but yeah, I think just all of us being on the team and then being there to do something historic like that was a special moment for sure.
Goes down the ground. He thinks he's got there. He certainly has. What an innings from Josh De Silva. The ecstasy written all over his face, and boy, he's deserved that.
The way we celebrate and enjoy each other's success, that's something I cherish. That's something I definitely enjoy.
For me, when Andy made his debut, I was very happy for him. And then obviously getting the first test wicket. I know how much that would mean to anybody. So far more getting your first test wicket on debut in your first over is obviously a big thing. So I was very proud of him in that moment. And for me, with Josh, it's scoring the first test 100. And not because I was batting, just because he get it. Because he was batting well throughout the series. He had, I think, 150 before that. And he was looking like he could push on at some stage. And he did it in that last game, in the most vital game of the series. And he got to that triple figure mark, and we won the series in the end. So I was very proud of both of them in those different moments. What are we expecting from this test against Bangladesh?
Win.
I would say definitely a series win. Definitely a series win.
Yeah. Not much, not too complicated, just
to win. Just to win the series.
Yeah, do the basics well and make Craig and coach proud.
Yeah,
that's all.
He knows what the people have been saying about him, and he has really silenced everyone with that.
Age is truly just a number.
This has been a flawless knock from Jason Mohammed. He's been methodical and calculating. He has really shown relentless perseverance in reading the game.
Over the last 5 to 6 years, I think I've really worked hard in terms of my fitness and batting, so to speak, in the nets. As you said before, I think there's one thing I really want to accomplish is playing Test cricket. Not sure if it's going to happen or not, but I know this will be obviously my last opportunity. I think in the past, knowing I wanted to play Test cricket so much, even at a younger age, just wanted to play for West Indies. I think I put a little bit too much pressure on myself of thinking about the outcome and what is going to happen after the season and if I'm going to be on a West Indies Test team or not, rather than now knowing that, hey, this is your last opportunity, just go out there, enjoy yourself, express yourself. Although there's a lot of talk with around about my age and stuff, I think as a sportsman, as a cricketer, I think once you are fit and once you are performing, I think that's the main asset of playing cricket and playing international cricket for West Indies. So I think just having a clear mind and just trying to enjoy my cricket and just working on the things that I need to work on in order to produce the runs. Obviously looking to score at the end of the day is most important. That's something now I've changed a little bit more this year in the 4-day tournament. I think I'm looking to score rather than just bat time as well. So I think that's something has really helped me, and it's working really well this far. I had set some really goals for myself, some really big goals, and I think I know I had was to get a couple big 100 in order to get there. So in the past, if I was to get to 100, I would relax a little bit or just try go all out attack rather than now knowing that I have to score big runs in order to achieve what I want. You know, I sort of really just start over after I get into 100. Myself, I just want to be remembered for someone who has really worked hard. Obviously, I've gone through a lot of difficult times in first-class cricket and in my career, but you know, I've never given up. Some people might have, and then with everything else happening with age and everything, I know a lot of people would have walked away. So I just want to be remembered for someone who was strong mentally and always had the love and the passion for the game and always worked hard to achieve whatever I think I wanted to achieve in this game. To play Test cricket is the ultimate for international cricket. Doesn't matter at what age, if it was to happen, it will obviously be a very proud moment in my life and for my family life. I think I'll put it down as my best moment at international cricket if it was to happen. As I said before, this game demands so much from you and you feel a lot more than you perform, especially as a batsman. I think at certain periods of time, when things wasn't going my way, even self when I was doing well and wasn't being selected for certain times at West Indies cricket, I think I would have walked away, but I'm grateful that I have a very strong family background, especially for my parents who have supported me from day one. And being married 10 or 11 years now, my wife has really been a strong part in my career as well. You know, she's someone who has always motivated me and said, hey, let's look forward and look forward for doing great things. And I think they are the main reason why I'm still here and while I'm still performing. And now is my time sort of much to give back to them, to say, hey, I'm grateful and thankful for the support that you guys have given me over the last couple of years.
.22-year-old Matthew Ford from right here in Barbados, Spicestown to be exact. Matthew, it's been a crazy journey for you. I remember actually being here a year ago when you made your one international debut against the same England team. That journey, all that's happened to this point, one word to describe it, what would you say?
Amazing.
And he strikes again. Good delivery, good delivery.
Tell me about your debut as well. Think back to your emotion, the feeling you had. Talk us through that day.
I think for me it was hunger and passion on that day. You know, obviously there were 2 matches in Antigua and I didn't play. And coming to Barbados and being able to debut, I mean, it was really a dream come true. And the atmosphere was absolutely electric.
In the air, a second wicket for Matthew Ford. He is loving this beginnings here in international cricket.
So be able to do that in a series decider, and you know, we're back here again for another series decider. So for me, it's just about repeating the basics and doing the good things over and over.
We often see you on the field. What about off the field? What type of person would you say Matthew Ford is?
Quite chill, quite down to earth. A lot of the guys see me as the funny one, so you know, we normally just mingle in the room. You know, this tour has been me, Hetmeyer, Seals, Moti, Shepherd. So you know, like we have a bit of camaraderie going, which is quite good.
How did you find that balance at school, and when did you know sort of that cricket would be something you put all your eggs in that basket?
I think I made the World Cup team at, I was like 17, and it was from then I was like, nah, Mom, I'm sorry, but I want to be a cricketer and I am giving it my all to be a cricketer. You know, it was, for me, it was always cricket. I've always dreamt about it. I've always aspired to play cricket in the backyard. Miss Susan Bell, as you would know, she's my neighbor, and she was always telling me from young days she knew I was going to be a cricketer because
I had the ball string up, and at 12 and 1 o'clock in the night, she can't sleep because I'm just on the ball string. So.
Speaking about, your school days, we kind of played at the same time. I was obviously not as good as Matthew, but I do remember that Jacob Bethel was also playing in and around that same time as well, and you got him out in the first ODI.
Oh dear, this will be soft as. He'll be disappointed with that Jacob Bethel, but more celebration for the men in maroon.
What do you remember about him at school?
Bethel was a menace on the field. I always hated bowling to Bethel. He would be there all day, like without even worrying. So, to get him out in that first game, and for me, like he's evolved into such a great player. Kudos to him. I saw him on the beach when we were in Antigua, and I was like, just got in the gym. Yeah, but he looks really good, and his game has improved tremendously. So, I'm really happy for him.
Talk about your dad, his influence. I know he's always watching, he'll be here for sure. What influence has he had on Matthew Ford, the person and the player?
My dad's very easygoing, complete opposite to me. I always look up to him. He aspires me to do better every day. I call him my hero. And for me, every time I step on the field, I just want to make him proud, because I know if he has work that day, he doesn't go to work. He'd be home watching that game, or whether it be if I'm playing in the Caribbean, he'd fly around the Caribbean to watch me play. So, he always allowed me to do what I wanted. Mom wanted me to do school. She wanted me to be a doctor. I'm sorry, Mom, but my dad, he just allowed me to do, aspire my dreams.
You played such an important role in that St. Lucia Kings team, to the point where you guys have won the tournament this year, and there's a few of you in this West Indies team currently. What was the emotion you felt to lift that trophy?
It was unreal. I remember seeing the score we had to chase 139, and it was like 138, and like my eyes just blurred out because I couldn't believe that we'd done it. So, I know the boys are elated, and we'd love to do it again next year.
Tell me about this pace attack. Alzari, who you've bowled with for a number of years in St. Lucia. Jaden, who you played the U19 World Cup with.
How's that? Yep, got him.
Shamar, who's also under 25 and younger like you guys. It seems like there's a new life in this one international team because of the age of you guys. What can we expect?
Nothing but greatness is all I could say. It's a work in progress. We're not the finished product as yet, but every day, like for instance, we had training today, and before training we meet as a group, and Alzari is the leader of the group. And he was like, okay, today, whatever we do, when we finish, we're going to finish off with some Yorkers. And everyone's fine with that. Everyone is ready and willing to work. And we accept one another's opinion. That's the most important thing.
Coach Darren Sammy, from when you first came onto the scene in the Caribbean, he was your head coach, and now in the West Indies, he's your head coach. Describe the role he's played in Matthew Ford, the international bowler.
He's a phenomenal guy, and he makes the dressing room so easy. He tells you as it is. He just made things a lot easier, and he would always give you that opportunity. He would always give you that chance. He would let you know what he thinks versus what you think. A lot of the guys trust him, as he's a leader, as we've seen in the future. He's a natural leader.
I've never asked you this, but show us these tattoos, and what is the significance of those? Because I've been your friend for a long time, but I never remember seeing these tattoos until recently. So can you tell us about these?
This is a dove, and these are 3 crosses, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. So for me, I'm a big guy on prayer as well, and the dove is the messenger. Before we go to every practice and every game, we huddle up, I say the prayer, and for me, I like doing that. I like being the messenger. I like praying for the boys.
Matthew, as a fellow Barbadian, I want to tell you on behalf of the entire island, we are very proud of you. I think you've inspired so many, and you continue to inspire, and it's just a joy to watch you on the field, man. The energy that you bring, the vibe, the presence that you have, I hope you keep it up, and I wish you a long career full of success.
Thank you, Nikhil.
Go well. 2024, the year of Amir Django. 500 runs in the first class season, most runs at this year's Super 50. Now he finds himself sitting here in St. Kitts ahead of the One Day International Series. Amir, this must be special. What makes it special to wear that emblem?
It's everything I've dreamed of. Obviously, growing up, the only reason I started playing cricket was watching West Indies cricket. So a dream come true, and I just can't wait to get going.
Take me back to your past, growing up in Trinidad. Who did you idolize? You're obviously left-handed. There's a very great left-hander to come from Trinidad and the West Indies. Who were some of the key figures in inspiring Amir Django?
Obviously, definitely the great Brian Lara. I remember I have some pictures at home growing up, just going to watch Brian Lara batting in nets at the Oval. I always used to go watch him on matches that he played. And obviously, as my career went on growing up, I absolutely idolized Kumar Sangakkara and Quinton de Kock, two special players that I have kind of replicated my game too, being a wicketkeeper batsman. But yeah, definitely at the top is Brian Lara.
And there it is. We got another 100 for Brian Lara.
Let's go back a bit. St. Kitts was actually a special place for you. Tell us why it's a special place.
Obviously, I started my career, my first class career playing for CCC, then Trinidad and Tobago, and then I actually got contracted to Leeward Islands for a couple of years. So St. Kitts was my home for 2 years, for 2 seasons, and I think that's when my game drastically changed. I think I understood work ethic better. Working with Stuart Williams as our head coach, he really made me understand batsmanship and explaining batting to me more and understanding my game as well.
And when I look back at your career, right, 9 years ago you played your first professional game. You've been in a West Indies under 19 setup with guys that in this team, Casey Carty, Al Zari. What do you remember about those days?
Just having a lot of fun with them, to be honest. Obviously, it was a special group of players. Those guys went on to win the World Cup. But yeah, funny enough, obviously playing for Leeward Islands, me and Casey, we have such a close relationship along with Al Zari as well. So being in this setup with these guys from under 19 level and meeting them here now, it's truly special.
Did the disappointment of not being in that final squad for that 2016 World Cup help drive you when you reflect?
Definitely. Obviously, there's always disappointments along the path of being a professional sportsman. But obviously, missing out on that World Cup, yeah, it did hurt a lot. But having said that, going to university and meeting up with Frederica, who's even a coach here now, it's really special because he's the one who saw me and got me into the CCC setup, and that carried on my district career and actually took my cricket to another level as well.
And let's talk now about this year, 2024, because life's changed for you. First of all, start of the year, as we said, maiden first class 100. Not only was it 100, a double 100.
There it is. That's his double 100. Amir Django pulling this one in front of square, past that man at mid-wicket, celebrates out there in the middle, takes his helmet off. Proud moment for the young man from Fatima College.
And then, of course, maiden list day 100 in this year's Super 50. What changed?
To be honest, there was just a big hunger for me. That really clicked in my mind. I was reaching a stage in my career now, 27 years old. I wanted to take my career to another level. And obviously, I didn't want to just be a first-class player, just a regional player. I want to be an international player. I want to represent West Indies. And the only way I could have done that was putting numbers on the board. I think before that first double century that I scored, I had like 490s in first-class cricket. And that was the change right there. I know I had to get that 100 mark, and luckily I did. And it went on to Super 50 as well. I know that once I have 2 good back-to-back tournaments, it'll put me in good stead to play for West Indies. So lucky enough I did that, and it's just about hard work, preparation.
I saw some pictures and remember watching live when you got that maiden list day 100. Tell us about the emotion you felt.
Really special, man. Obviously, I think a couple of games before I scored 96 against Leewards. Pretty disappointed with that. But obviously, everything in sports and in cricket is learning. And obviously, from scoring that 96, I knew when I reached in that position again that I would have made it count. So obviously, against Guyana, top bowling lineup as well. It wasn't the easiest of starts for me in that inning as well. Had some tough periods, but I fought through it. And lucky enough, I did get that century. But having that monkey off the back is a special feeling.
Let's talk about that crest. Now you're in the West Indies shirt. When you got the call, where were you?
was actually not about to shower. I saw a strange number calling me, to be honest, and when I answered the call, then I saw the display picture, and I saw it was Darren Sammy, and then he told me that I was selected, and he saw me batting at the list level, and he was really impressed. And I think that after that, I just ran straight to my parents' room, and I told them the news, and it was such a special moment for us, and something I'll remember for the rest of my life, because this is just a dream come true for me.
I was just going to ask you, who was the first person you told when you got the news? What role has your parents played in your life?
They supported me throughout everything, and I owe everything to them, to be honest, my parents, because they're the ones who saw me through all the hard times and keep supporting me throughout.
Now, completely away from the cricket field, this man has another side to him. That is the social media side. He's one of the very few cricketers I know who have taken social media seriously.
Hey guys, so this is the day in the life of a professional cricketer during the month of Ramadan.
Before I even get into any detail, why? Why do you think social media is important?
To be honest with you, I think that it's branding, you know. Obviously, when you go out in public and being a public figure, playing cricket as a professional sport, people know you. So I think as though I use my social media to just actually show the public how I really am. And yeah, that's really it. I really enjoy it. I enjoy TikTok. I enjoy using Instagram as well. So yeah, it's all about just knowing, letting the public know how I really am as a person.
Roti.
Up
top.
How roti can be one, man?
What do you mean?
Are you mad or?
Pulori. 7 or 6?
7.
7. Alright, there's your number 16. Wait, it's on your head. No homo.
Chinese.
Is that sort of a good release to have fun off the cricket field and also help the bonding of the team?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I think that's my role as well, not only just being a wicketkeeper batsman on the team, but always bringing that positivity, bringing that vibe to the team. And I think adding that to my teammates, and they really enjoy it as well. They open up, they're always open to it.
Which video stands out? Which one do you absolutely love? You always watch back a few times.
I think with the Red Force team, I did the lock screen. I wanted everyone to see how the wallpaper of the guys are on the phone. So I think that's the favorite one.
I saw that actually. That was fantastic.
Harry, what's your lock screen there? Jaden, what's your lock screen? Oh wow.
What do you want to learn the most being around an international setup for the first time?
I want to learn the most how to be consistent, to be honest, at this level. Obviously, to have a really good example in Sheikh Hope here, probably the best ODI cricket in the region, if not internationally as well. So I think having him around, I'll absolutely absorb all the information that I can get from him, batting-wise, keeping-wise as well. It's a brilliant role model to have in the team as well for me. So yeah, just to learn how to be a consistent player at this level.
Saw you batting, I think with KC as well, in the net on the first day of the tour. What was the intensity like?
It was crazy, to be honest. Looking up Jaden Seals as Harry Joseph running down at you at full speed. I'm always up for the challenge. I really enjoy it. But yeah, that was a crazy experience, but I really, really enjoy it. And obviously at this level, that's the norm now. So just about getting accustomed to it and enjoying every moment.
I heard they had a few words to say as well. Jaden, I know you're very close to. So how does that friendship evolve in the net and then almost go back to being friends outside of it?
Yeah, it's crazy, man, because me and Jaden were really close off the field. But as soon as we step on the field with each other, we're always at it. It's always a battle. It's really good though because we test each other at a high intensity, and that's what you want in training, obviously. So it's really good.
Who wins more of the battles, you or him?
I'll say me, for sure.
When you look back on your career, maybe 10, 15 years, how would you like it to be remembered?
I'd like to be one of the best batsmen to come out of the region, to be honest. Obviously, it's a dream come true being at this level, but at the same time, I just want to keep taking my legacy more and more. This is just the beginning for me.
Why do you believe you can do it?
Because I feel as though I have that self-belief now. I think looking back, as you said, 10 years ago, the self-belief probably wasn't there as well. But as I said, like, something just clicked in me and I just have that hunger now to go to the highest level, which I am now, but it's about dominating as well. So I firmly believe that I can do that. All about preparation, all about putting in the hard work, and as well as being a humble person as well.
The journey began in Trinidad, it stopped here in St. Kitts, went back to Trinidad and at life. Full circle, we're right back here at Warner Park. Amir, all the best. We're excited to see what you can produce and enjoy it.
Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
Welcome back here to the University of the West Indies at the Sir Frank Worrell Field, the UWI facility here, where we are after lunch on the second day, the encounter between the combined campuses and colleges and the West Indies Academy. The CCC 238 runs in their first innings, and in reply, the West Indies Academy just crossing the 100 mark, 101 for 2, and we're set to resume play. It's going to be the spin of Larry Edward, picking it up from the northern end. And Teddy Bishop is the man playing the cut shot. Teddy Bishop there, not out on 14. And he is joined at the non-striker end. MBK Joseph not out on 58. So I say welcome back to Tony Gray joining me in the commentary.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Billy. Good afternoon to our listeners and viewers. Quite an interesting game. It's poised in a nice way, 101 for the loss of 2. Been impressed with Joseph, the way he's gone about things. He would want to get a century in this innings.
Lovely cover drive there, but there is protection. The captain at extra cover. And interesting to start at the lunch with Larry Edward from the northern end. Akeem Jordan had a long spell, bowled some 8 overs unchanged this morning for an hour and a half. Quick single played out to Paris there. The choice to the striker's end, and MBK Joseph was quick on the draw with the early call from Bishop. It's the first run after lunch. The score 102 for 2.
Yeah, I think that you want to see what the pitch has relates to spin as a good drive, but run in, good response. And after the break, you want them to refocus and be energetic, because after the lunch break, sometimes you can fall asleep out there and you have to get back into rhythm. So I think it's a good ploy to have Larry Edwards now to see if he can extract some turn, the man in front of the bat. So early pressure for the batsman.
Looks like Evelyn it is, stationed under the bat for the left-hander MBK Joseph. Edward is going to stay left arm around the wicket. So a slight delay in the... There's going to be a field change. And there was a deep mid-wicket on the boundary. And he's going to come in. Jaden Edmund, he's going to come into straight mid-wicket. The deep backward square comes around to deep square leg. And we are about to resume. There's also notably a leg slip in Romario Graves. So that was a field change that caused the delay right after lunch. And you would think after lunch, 1 ball and then the field change. So did they forget what the plan was in over lunch? Loud appeal, pitching outside the leg stump. Loud appeal again. They certainly vociferous in their appeals.
Said that it was pitching outside leg, and if that is happening, then it's not out. But that ball drifts away from the left-hander. We have to see that again.
There's going to be another slight delay here. The 2 umpires are just
that's close. That's out, in my opinion. That would be hitting middle stump. And that's a bad bit of umpiring, in my opinion, because that would have been hitting middle stump. Really and truly, Edwards will have to be disappointed with that.
Yeah, you could certainly see why the appeal was so intense. It's the second time that Larry Edward has a strong appeal against MBK Joseph. On the first occasion was for a catch down the leg side. It's going to be Chamar Holder who's going to resume from. We'll have a look at it. Close look here. Did it pitch outside leg?
No, it didn't. It didn't. I think it pitched middle and it was going on straight. I think what the batsman is saying, Joseph is insinuating that it pitched outside the leg stump, but I am not saying that. I'm saying that it pitched middle stump and would have gone on to hit middle stump.
Well, Edmund is bowling from around the wicket on the left arm, as Bishop was doing, going across the left-hander. So, I don't know. I think I'll have to differ with you there, Tony Gray.
No.
I'm not quite sure if it pitched on middle, to say the least. But it's going to be Chamar Holder bowling to Teddy Bishop. Good-looking drive. He's been driving well. He's going to get a single on a fumble from Evelyn at mid-off.
Well, obviously they're looking for wickets because they brought back a wicket taker in the Holder, and he has to adjust with the older ball now. And then you have a spinner from the other end. So they're trying different things. He bowled earlier from the other end that he's bowling at now, and he can adjust from end to end. So the captain will have to try different things, try different bowlers, and try them at different ends to try to dislodge 1 or 2 wickets here very early. It's well bowled. It's hard work now because the pitch doesn't really assist the faster bowlers now. The ball is a bit older. It's not going to move around a lot. So it's imperative that these bowlers are really consistent, bowl wicket to wicket, although there are 2 slips in place, a man and the gully position. You have to be a lot more direct than he was. Earlier on, the batsmen were leaving alone a lot of deliveries, but Edmund came on and he got that 1 wicket with a direct type of delivery, a Yorker. It's well played. Yeah. Excellent shot. Excellent shot because he's opening the face of the bat when the ball hits the bat. Nice shot. And he's not been too aggressive, not being hard at the ball. He's just timed the ball nicely. You look at him and you look at his physical makeup. He's a strong young man, compact. But look at the timing there. Just slightly opening the face of the bat. Nice shot. Head close to the line of the ball, over the ball, and well-controlled shot, square of the wicket for 4.
Yeah, not too flashy, just leaning on it and looking for more timing and placement, hence getting it between the gap of cover and point. And it just sped along the ground all the way to the boundary for 4. And there is going to be a fielding change with that. And they are going to employ a deep point, it looks like. Left alone outside of the Oyster. We did have this morning a spell of 5 overs for 11 runs from that southern end. And before lunch, it was Jaden Edmund who impressed, Tony Gray.
Yeah, I mean, he has got good skill. He's a tall young man. As Ruskin Mark mentioned, he has a nice fluent run-up. There's certain things you can tweak about his action to get a little bit more pace because pace is it. You look at, the other bowlers, other than Shamar Holder, Jordan is not fast, although he will bowl well and get the ball to move around. But you want that additional pace so that batsmen can't make the adjustment. And Edmund, he's 22 years old, so he's got a lot of potential. And once he works hard at his game and tweaks his bowling action, I'm sure that he can bowl faster.
Driven again. Good fielding there by the captain, Jeremiah, in the covers.
Yeah, I think the ground feeling has been excellent. And that's what you need as a bowler to keep the pressure up. The catching may be iffy.
If we take away Rivaldo Clark from the equation and from the slip.
Yeah.
But he has been excellent, to be fair, in the outfield, Rivaldo Clark.
It's a wonderful outfield. Good for fielders. It's not too fast. So you can get to the ball faster than normal if it was caught low. Wow, good delivery. Good delivery.
I get very uneasy when I see that type of level from BK Joseph. But well in control of it that time. Yeah, but from both teams, the ground fielding has been pretty okay. We saw very close to the outside edge before he decided to leave it alone. Touch and go.
He definitely has a tendency to hang his bat outside the off stump. and not get close to the ball, so they will target that area. But it's not just about one tactical ploy here. He can bowl those Yorkers too, just to surprise them. It's a little high.
Yep. Just a little bit of pressure here with a couple vociferous appeal on one occasion, and this time a half shout, end of the over.
Nice smooth run up. And a little high there. Yeah, we know over, I would think, middle stump. But the effort to restart the proceedings have been good by the fielding team. The bowlers have been controlled. 2 overs going after lunch. And some real aggression as a way of verbal appeals. They are into their work.
It's a very pleasant afternoon here at the university facility in UWI-SPEC. Cool breeze across the ground just causes Teddy Bishop to pull out of his stance as few leaves just blows across the outfield. We had a huge gust of wind earlier in play before lunch, and we had to take a little pause just to clear the pitch of leaves.
The question about Teddy Bishop is, we know that he's always had a talent. Is the captaincy of this youthful team going to affect his batting? Because he's not performed as well as his talent suggests.
Missed a couple of games which saw Akeem Ogis take over the captaincy, but he's back in charge of the team. But he has looked quite comfortable today as he came out at the bat, middling the ball, getting forward regularly.
It's a good shot. It's a good shot. Well-controlled sweep shot. And you've heard it time and time again, Billy, that, the way you play spinners and good spinners is to try to get out and reach the pitch of the ball or try to sweep the ball at different angles, because you can sweep the ball from in front of the off stump, middle stump, or leg stump. And the man that used to do it efficiently would have been Brian Lara. He used to put real pressure on spinners to bowl in a particular area because he had the ability to play different shots to one ball.
And my personal view on that is the entire world had difficulty playing Muralitharan until Brian Lara showed up in Sri Lanka. Pulled out the sweep shot.
Over 600 runs.
Yep.
In that series. I think it was a 3-match series too.
Yeah, and he swept him to all parts.
But you got to be nimble on your feet as a batsman against a spin. And you must be willing to leave the crease. I'm not sure that coaches teach that skill consistently, but it's something that has to be looked at in West Indies cricket.
Down the leg side, it's going to go for byes. Gets past the wicketkeeper Williams and probably will go for 4. Yes, it does. It's going to be 4 byes. And ball down the leg side. Of course, the left arm spin will take it even further down.
Yeah, I think the movement of Williams, he's got to stay down there. It was not a bad bit of movement towards the left-hand side, but he's got to stay down and stay with the bounce of the ball. That ball kept low. It's not the right type of delivery. Obviously, it's a poor delivery, but still, he's got to focus on the object and he's got to stay down a little bit more.
Yeah. 113 for 2 after 35 overs, and I was about to mention the use of feet before I was distracted by Brian Lara's sweep shot. That you don't see too many batters using their feet as they used to. And of course, the prime example of that is Mr. Carl Hooper, in my opinion. Against Shane Warne in particular, he would advance down the track. And the point of that is you have to get to the pitch of the ball. And it's either the spinner dictates to you what is going to happen or you dictate to the spinner. And what determines that is your use of your feet. And a lot of times we see players playing back to spinners. Not that they're using the depth of the crease, but playing back to fuller deliveries.
And the thing about it is you have to be biomechanically efficient coming down the crease too, or coming down the wicket, leaving your crease. A lot of times players have their heads up in the air and they lose sight of the ball. You got to keep in your batting stance, the way that you are in your batting stance, you have to keep that same shape coming down the wicket. Lara was a prime example of that.
No, we learned, and I'll ask you as a coach now, as you sit here in the commentary box, back in my day, and we'll say back in my day, so you could understand what I mean after this delivery.
Well bowled.
Very solid as well in defense. We would advance using that skip step, where your back leg advances to your front leg and cross, and you get to the pitch. But the new method being taught now is don't do that at all. And the premise of that is when you tend to do that, sometimes you are leaning back because of that advancement and where your feet are positioned, and you tend to hit the ball more in the air. Now, the intention for us doing that was to hit the ball in the air most of the times. But now it's not. It's a step forward with your left foot to get down the track.
Yeah, and you talk about Carl Hooper, that's exactly how he moved down the wicket. But again, the mindset of these players now is to hit the ball in the air. They're looking to get under the ball, so their weight is backward rather than forward. I think a lot of times they miss the opportunity of getting runs on the ground because it's harder work. Technically, it's harder work to keep their head over the ball, to put the ball on the floor.
Because one thing happens when you change the length, because you advance as a batter down the pitch, where the gaps would have been has now changed. Your angles have now changed. Tucked into the onside. Half shout, more in exasperation, but fairly easily turned into the onside.
Yeah, it was an effort ball from Holder. Very good bowling, hitting that off-stump line. That ball rushed Teddy Bishop. Now goes on to 17 of 42 deliveries.
Haven't seen Holder and now Edmund. And we've just seen a small short glimpse of Edmund. Of course, Holder has a lot more overs in him. You reckon the pace between them?
No, Holder's faster. He's more slippery. Edmonds through the air. He bowls some fast deliveries, but he's not consistently fast. See, that's good. He's completing his action. Very impressive. But he has to be proactive. And that sort of effort has to be done at the start of the innings rather than trying to come back into the game with rhythm.
And certainly at the start of any break, resumption of a break, where batsmen have to realign themselves, get their eyes back in. So one delivery left to come in the over. Joseph just inquiring to umpire Kelvin at square leg. So we hear the heavy machinery rolling behind us here in the com box. Just looking around Joseph. Final ball to come in this over. Turns it into the onside. Off the pad, thigh pad. It's going to be 115 for 2 after 36. Of course, it's a working day for those on campus as well. There is the staff in the Faculty of Sports at UWI, and we'll have to thank them for preparing the pitch as well. It's the second day, and you were discussing it as well, and you tend to get a better batting surface on the second day of the 4 days. Of course, the first morning on the first day, and whatever moisture there is in the wicket, and then it dries off over the course of the first afternoon. And the second day, usually a better batting surface. Thanks to Mr. Ramnath Prasad, head groundsman here at UWI Spec.
A little uppish, but away from the fielder on that position. Oh, this is real effort. He's smiling, but it's good to see the passion. It's good to see the effort.
Something
getting 2 runs in the process.
Something only those at that age bracket can do.
Yeah. But you look at the effort there now. Looking to throw that one, toppled over.
Trying to change momentum and getting that hand to flick the ball away. Hit on the onside, obviously. And it's going to be that man out there, Edmund, to do the work in the outfield as well. A deep square leg. Just 1 run this time.
Yeah, Edwards is not turning the ball. He's rolling the ball. He's not seeing the effort with the wrists and the fingers And he's got to get his body more into the delivery. Now he's coming over the wicket, right? And he's bowling to the left-hander, and he's trying to get him to play obviously on the onside because a leg slip is in place. But I think this is a wrong ploy.
Drop and run there from Bishop using all of his guiles just to manipulate the strike.
I think he should look to come over the wicket and try to angle the ball into the left-hander, bring all the slip fieldsmen into play, not just the ones on the offside, but the one on the leg side, and you have the man in front of the bat on the onside. So I think it's a wrong ploy. He's not going to get any turn coming from this angle.
Or any LBWs for that matter. Could bring the LBW more into play if he comes left arm over the wicket. Just an adjustment of the man in the deep square leg position for MBK Joseph. Oh, is he gone? Yes, Evelyn takes the catch off the bat, inside edge, and that is what he was aiming for, Mr. Gray. And that's why he stayed. You're not going to get an LBW. Going to get him caught in that area, and he has to go. And a good knock comes to an end, 65 off 115 deliveries.
Well, I was saying that to me, it looked like Joseph is more efficient playing through the onside. So the line was wrong, but he proved me and you wrong too. And it was just a bad shot. He didn't cover the line of the ball. He didn't get out it, and he played it obviously. You could see him not getting out. Nice flight to delivery on the line of the off stump, and it turned prodigiously. And it was an excellent catch for the man at the pad position.
Just to prove Mr. Tony Gray wrong, he can turn it that significantly, but he pitched it outside the off stump to extract that turn, which could make me right as well if he goes over the wicket.
Well, that was
that amount. He's also into the bowler's marks.
I was saying that. That's right. I was saying that he's got to ring the ball a little bit more. He's got to look for turn, not just roll the ball. And that ball spun, and perhaps that spun more than any other delivery that he's bowled.
Indeed, it did. And Rivaldo Clark makes his way out to the middle now. So 65 from MBK Joseph. All in all, your assessment of his innings?
I mean, he tried his very best. He played some wonderful shots. I mean, he's primarily an on-sided player. He plays straight down the wicket. We've seen some good shots. He's a timer the ball, although physically you might might think that he would be a power hitter, but he's a timer the ball. But he's got some issues with hanging the bat outside the off stump, and they're playing obviously through the onside. So he's got to work on that, but still an efficient and very good innings by him. Wow.
Now, inexplicably, Rivaldo Clark comes out, and his first ball he faces up to Larry Edward is to smack him just barely over the man, 3/4 way to the boundary. And it's one of the taller fielders in the field. It goes into the boundary for 4, but over the head of the man, Jaden Edmond, at a deep mid-off, and very lucky indeed to escape there.
A little bit of T20 cricket at the start of his innings. Excellent effort by Edmond. As you mentioned, he's a tall man. He could be about 6'2". But that ball was hit with tremendous power, and it just missed the fielder, Edmond, in that long off position.
Just wondering the thinking there. You just lost a wicket, 119 on the board at that point in time, and you try to go over mid-off. Did he even know that he was further back than a traditional mid-off? The end of the over, 123 for 3.
That's the thing that captains do, is sort of have this ploy of putting the fielder 3/4 way just to encourage the batsman to go up over the top. But you didn't expect him to hit the first ball for 4. You expected him to come out there and see what the pitch was doing, what the bowlers were doing, and try to get into stride. But he's been positive from ball 1.
Well, credit to the captain, Johan Jeremiah, there for setting that field. He knows something clearly about Rivaldo Clark, stationing the man 3/4 way. But he's off the mark with a 4. It's going to be Bishop now to try and rebuild now a partnership, or build a partnership with his new And your colleague at the other end, Rivaldo Clark, Bishop is on 19 over 44, so he's been there a while, but we have just resumed after lunch, so he'll need to reset himself again, particularly after the loss of Mbike Joseph.
Yeah, it's about building partnerships in different ways. It's not just about runs, but understanding the nature of the person that you're batting with and how you can play your role properly. So I think that the captain needs to be a little bit more assertive to take the pressure off of Clark. That's well played. Excellent batting. He looks so efficient when he's playing those defensive shots. He's using his height quite well. He's over the ball and he's presenting the full face of the bat.
Yes, he's the epitome of ease playing in that forward or backward defensive. Makes it seem as though anyone can do it. Has that fraction of a millisecond more than everybody else, which means that he's picking up that ball very early from the hands and has very good eyesight. Guiding past the gully for 4. Intentionally played, risky nonetheless, because you are opening the bat face and they are 2 slip on a gully there, but 4 runs.
Yeah, I think it's a good shot because he has been there for a while. He knows that this ball is not going to bounce too much. So he's getting over the ball and at the last moment opening the face of the bat to run it down to third man for 4 runs.
That was the 3rd shot I ever learnt as a youngster playing cricket. First was a forward defensive. Back was a back defense off the back foot. And then my uncle told me you are now 50% a batsman, knowing forward and backward defensive. And the next shot was to learn when to open the face to get off strike. Oh, that's a good delivery. Was there a bat on it? Loud appeal.
I heard 2 songs.
Definitely. Frustration out there in the middle. Perhaps they feel a little bit undone with the decisions that have gone so far. But that one maybe inside edge and heading down the legs.
Yeah, it's not a right shot to play. It's a ball that was aimed at the stumps. He's playing across the line of the ball, trying to work the ball through the onside. And I heard 2 songs. So it must have been an inside edge.
Well, it was heading down the leg side, that's for sure. But it did look as if the bat and pad came together simultaneously on impact with the ball.
I think your uncle was very astute in the way he helped you with your cricket because what you explained just now, described just now, is a progressive way of, batting defense first of all, back foot defense, and then opening the face. So you went from stage to stage.
It was a crash course. I had 2 weeks' notice before heading on a plane to Barbados to play in the Gary Sobers tournament, Sir Gary Sobers tournament. I was still 13 years old at the time.
It's well done. Well done. Feeling the ball on his bat and that's using his wrist nicely to get 1 run. Now, he's got to understand the line from the bowler, not just the length, but the line from the bowler. And he has utilized his height quite well there on top of the bounce of the ball and working the ball for that 1 run. So 38 overs gone, 128 runs on the board, 3 wickets down.
Yeah, and he's looking very comfortable at the crease, even though it's somewhat early days, 50 deliveries he's faced thus far.
I was talking about, the responsibility at a very early age to manage a young team. This West Indies Academy team is a very young team. And if it's going to put pressure on Bishop and maybe curtail his progress, his personal progress, all these things need to be thought of. But obviously, he's got the temperament, he's got the astuteness as a leader out there. And it's always not too easy for young men to lead young men. Dinesh Ramdin comes to mind as a former Trinidad and Tobago under-19 captain, a West Indies under-19 captain. I think that he had the balance. He was very, very intelligent tactically from Pre-Sal Cricket Club, and he would have seen as a young man the late Ranjit Anand, because of the location of the ground and, being neighbors to these guys too, so that you would have seen them practice. Ravi Rampal is from that club too. So they came at the under 19 level with a mature and intelligent way of doing things, not just on the field, but off the field.
Of course, that is where in Balmain, our headquarters, the Trinidad Cricket Board. Across the way is the Presal facility, Presal Cricket Club. Many big names passing through that club, as you've indicated. None bigger than Mr. Altaf Bash. Good afternoon, Mr. Bash, General Secretary of the TTCB.
His father and uncle played a huge role in that club. They will be looking for 2 runs here. Easy 2 runs. Yeah, they played a huge role in that club in different ways. I mean, they were connected to the school, the primary school there. And that connection came into play in the club too. So they used to send players, develop players in the primary school level, and then the players would go to a pre-sal club. So there was a wonderful connection. And,
Still is.
Yeah, and an exact ploy to develop players in the right way.
Edward continuing here. In fact, Mr. Batch, teacher now at the Montrose Government Primary School, his cricket team in the primary school league, champions many a year. And that school is a feeder for the Central Zone as well as schools around, not to mention Presentation College. And they've been successful over the years.
Yeah, you have certain schools in this country that have developed some very good cricketers. In fact, they've concentrated on that sport. Of course, they would have played different sports in those particular schools, but they were concentrated on cricket. You had CIC, St. Mary's.
As a matter of fact, I did manage to coach that Montrose Primary School one year.
And you all won?
One out, unbeaten, the national zone.
I know you wanted to mention that, but
defeating Presal in the finals at the Queen's Park Oval. But to bring the point home, one of the players on that Montrose government team was Justin Jagger. He was captain of the team at the time.
What I like about that situation is
Nick
that
Ramal as well was captain, rather.
That school is known for academics too.
But my sister was also principal of that school, and my uncle as well.
That's why you coached.
Easy access to the school.
Nepotism.
The request was made by Mr. Bash. He actually had surgery on his leg that year and was unable to take on the coaching. Number of players, Alexander Chase was one of the players from that school. He's on the Trinidad and Tobago under 19.
But how important do you see this system of the academy, first of all, and then combines campuses and colleges?
It's funny you should ask that question. I think it's critical. I was asking, had a quick word with Mr. Subasinger in terms of how they rotate players around the scene. As I mentioned, CCC losing a couple of players, or I shouldn't say losing, returning back to their home country to play. And he indicated with that type of system in place, good looking drive there. Holder continues to pitch the ball up. Clearly, he's getting some movement in the air or off the seam, hence keeping the ball, giving it the chance to swing or seam.
Yeah, he's making an adjustment with length now because the ball is a bit older and he's trying to swing the ball. He's got that ability to swing the ball and seam the ball. And when you have a fast bowler can do both, once he pitches in the right area, it can pose some problems to the batsman and obviously Clark new to the wicket.
As I say that now, he pitches one in short. He was making the point, replying to the question. And it's not just exposure for the players, but you get to schedule when they play and put a program in place for their development in terms of match fitness as well as training times. So it's a good system in place. Also, it provides the opportunity for a lot more players to be exposed to a higher level of cricket than the club cricket.
Yeah, the other thing is that, you're competing against countries at the highest level of the game that has millions of people to choose from and thousands of people sometimes, like Australia to choose from. you have to look at the cricket population. And you have to expand your cricket population. And CCC is very good at doing that because people are inclined to, you want to pursue career in academics, but who can also play the game. And this gives them an opportunity to do both. But he's looking again, that mindset he has is positive, but it can be risky at times. He's looking for the single and no response from his captain and partner. Now they're having a word.
I think Bishop has a very sturdy head on his shoulders when it comes to running between the wickets. He's shown it when he's called for singles off his own batting. But there, and the opportunity Clark might have seen is that he had to run around to his right, but pick up on his left side. So he was thinking there was the opportunity for the single. But Edwards was quick to it. He was quick to it and made good ground and a pick up on a turn. So it would have been a close call had they gone for that single. And it's better not to have it and have a run out than have a run out. The end of the over, 130 for 3.
Yeah, you look at Clark and you look at Bishop. Obviously, Bishop is a captain, but his personality is cool and calm. And he needs Clark to settle down there. So it is verbal encouragement, but not in an aggressive way. You don't say, well, come on, you got to be better than that. But he's cool and calm. His personality is like that. And that will lend assistance to Clark and the exuberance that he's shown and the passion that he's shown to get those runs quickly. So that's why some batsmen are better at batting with some batsmen rather than others. Ruskin Mark, how are you, sir?
Well said, Mr. Gray. How are you?
I'm all right, not too bad.
Good.
Good lunch today?
You did?
You, I'm asking you.
Yeah, yep, I did. Did you have a good lunch today?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you satisfied? Okay, well, there you
On
go.
a diet. On a diet.
A seafood diet? But we're looking at Teddy Bishop trying to really bring his team as close as possible, if not take them over the line here. But he has work to do. He lost his main cog in Mbeki Joseph for a well-played 65. And now he's trying to keep Rivaldo Clark going, but at the same time trying to do, that's a good sweep shot. There is nobody back there. And in a strange kind of way, that is tough because that sweep shot is almost always on. Even once the bowler is bowling left-arm orthodox, even if he pitches off stump, that sweep shot is on. And to not have somebody at least square of the wicket is, you're asking for trouble.
Yeah, and he likes to play those shots. He's going to be combative against a spinner. Once the ball is flighted close to him, he's going to try to play that shot. So you're right in saying that there should be a player station in that area.
A bit about bounce, stuff like that. And I suppose they have plans and they set their plans, but sometimes some areas tend to suffer as a result. In other words, you can't plug every gap. And sometimes that gets exposed. And again, a bad misfield. That one went right through the grasp there. And they were able to get a single when probably should have been better dealt with. So it's just those little things, because now they're able to rotate the strike and just keep going. But here's the man now, Rivaldo Clark, who seems in a real hurry since he came out. It's almost as if he feels like he could score off every ball. And it's shaping as if he wants to do exactly that. That ends the over. It's 135 for 3 at the end of it.
So a lot depends on Bishop to carry on here now and bring his team to winning, at least winning on first innings, and giving his team some lead here to test the CCC batsmen. But he's been batting well. I like the way he's approached things. Obviously, he has to change with a new batting partner in Clark. And as I mentioned, trying to cool him down and try to create that internal balance in him so that he's a little bit more selective in the shots that he wants to play against the deliveries he wants to play those shots.
The thing about it is that, there are some batters like that, see ball, hit ball, and they just feel like they could score doesn't matter what delivery you produce. They like the idea of trying to score runs against those deliveries, and it's a kind of bravery that borders on insanity sometimes. But when it works, it's applauded because it requires a certain mindset to do that. We were talking about how teams are made up, and you think of the England team, they would lose wickets, but they would still score at 5 runs and over, and that's every man, and it's a good shot. That's excellently played. He played it in front of square. That's to tell you how much time he had, and executed it very well indeed.
I like that shot because he's picking up the line of the ball very quickly and the length of the ball, and he's playing off the back foot. But look at the positioning here. Very well played, hitting down on the ball. So not a lot of bongs there. I think that Holder would have wanted the ball to bounce a little bit more, but it's a well-controlled shot by Clark. So you've seen a lofted drive, and you've seen him try to get the quick singles in an inner circle, and now you're seeing a pull shot.
It's a very busy man. He always moving, always in action. Likes to field bat and ball, and likes to try to score, try to rotate strike as quickly as possible. That's kind of like what the West Indies Cricket Board is encouraging, to keep the scoreboard ticking over as much as, not to be reckless, but to always be looking for singles, minimize the dot balls.
Well played, well played. Right behind the line of that one now, in addition to implementing some points and trying to initiate a certain approach in the 40 game, we've seen the completion a couple of months ago of the CG 50 over tournament, and implemented certain things to try to initiate that positive mindset because of what is happening in the world. I mean, trying to simulate in practice or in the competition, the regional competition, what is happening in the rest of the world. One day internationals, for example, it's not about 300 again. In my day, your day, Ruskin, it would have been 240, would have been a good score. But now,
we could defend that.
320 is not a score that is safe. So here, at this level, you need to implement certain things that will initiate a mindset and positive thinking. But as you mentioned, it has to be balanced with intelligence, and intelligent stroke play out there, not too much a risk. The best batting orders that you will have in the world are batting orders that have aggressive type players, positive players, balanced players, and sometimes docile players.
Well, it depends on the whole, like I said, depends on what the philosophy is.
That's right, the approach
within the dressing room. And if the idea is we can score 5 and over regardless, and you think about it, if you're going to bowl 50 overs, then you're starting at 250, right? And if you go beyond 5 and over, let's say you get to 6 or 8 and over, then you could score 400 runs. Essentially, that's the thinking.
A question to you, Ruskin: baseball, cricket,
is it
too extreme?
No, it's not.
McCullum, a batsman who used to be very aggressive.
Yeah, that's how he played the game. That's how he sees the game. That even in Test cricket, you can score quickly.
Yeah, but baseball cricket has a lot of risks.
Well, but remember too, it's measured. It's not just helter-skelter. It's the end of the over. It's 140 for 3 at the end of the over. Clark is holding his own, and his captain is there, Teddy Bishop, he's a calming influence out there. They're just trying to do, and now he has a big role to play in all of this, because he could keep Clark in check by taking most of the strike. So he can farm the bowling, and that's another way of ensuring that Clark isn't, doesn't appear reckless while he's batting. But if you give him maybe 3 deliveries maximum in an over, then you could kind of control what he does to a large extent, because I want you to minimize the opportunities that the bowlers have bowling at him.
I'm not in agreement with you, Ruskin. I think that if he gets less batting, he might be too anxious when he gets an opportunity to face.
Not necessarily. If he sees the ball, first ball, he's going to play the shot. It doesn't matter if he's seeing 1 ball or 6 balls. He's still going to play the shot. All I'm saying is that if you give him 3, then you are ensuring to some degree that he doesn't get out in the second ball or the third ball, because he's going to play a shot or some type or the other. So what you do, it's like a night watchman. You're basically trying to protect a batsman, and you do certain things to protect him. The night watchman's role, as interpreted generally, is to protect the main batsman. So he may take most of the strike. Here, you're doing it in a kind of a reverse fashion, because you're trying to preserve wickets. That's the important thing. You don't mind the scoring, you just don't want to lose wickets.
I would tend to think that they would want to bowl to Clark because there's that element
And
of
that
risk
is what
there.
you're trying to avoid. That's why I'm saying you take most of the strike.
But the
and
thing
don't
about,
expose him.
thing about it is when he doesn't get a strike, they're anxious. He will be anxious to go after the ball even more.
Yeah, but he's going to do that for 1 ball as opposed to 6. And
He's looking better and better because he's getting some strike.
Yeah, I'm not saying starve him of strike entirely. What I'm saying is that you're not going to expose him to 6 balls in the over, because the bowlers could then work on him, and that could end up in a wicket more than likely. But if he only has to face 2 or 3 balls, then you have a better chance, because like in the case here, no problems. He's able to navigate that. He doesn't have to navigate 6 deliveries. He could easily handle 3. He remains on 833. There's the Bishop. It's 141 for 3.
Your thoughts on the pitch, Ruskin? I think that
Easy
is a
pace.
very good batting pitch.
It actually does have
something for the faster
yeah,
bowlers.
but you have to put
something
it in the
for the
right
spinners.
areas.
Yeah.
We've seen that. We've seen bonks, and it's not prodigious turn. It's slow turn, but it does have a little bit of bounce in it. And as a fast bowler, I think a lot of the deliveries that been hitting the pads and whatever, and been generating appeals that were turned down, is primarily because they were badly lined deliveries. They were outside. Some of them started outside the leg stump, or some of them were drifting down the leg side. If they could line up some of those deliveries now on the off stump, middle and off stump, it might have been a better situation for them, because the wicket has something in it for the quicker bowlers, and they do have bowlers with good pace. And speaking of whom, look, we just have returning to the attack now is Akeem Jordan, one of their main cogs.
I was making a point that he perhaps bowls at 82 miles an hour at his quickest. He's not very fast, and sometimes when he bowls in the right areas and gets the ball to move off the seam, or if he swings the ball, because of his lack of pace, batsmen can make the adjustment. But at this stage of his career, I don't think that he could be faster.
This is going to be risky, but again, they're able to complete the run. Trying to get over there is Edwards, but not able to haul it in. In fact, he stopped it. He collected it, but he was tumbling, and they were able to complete the run quite easily.
I think in the inner circle, you want your fielders to be a little bit more backward and then walking with some momentum. But a lot of these fielders are in static positions, and they're allowing the batsman to play with soft hands and get into single. So you see the guy at cover is really going in, and just mention him. He's in a good position there. Got a base up, walking with some energy and then base up nicely so that you can move laterally.
Well, and the key to moving laterally as a goalkeeper, you would know that, is to plant. And so that, because if you're on the move, you're going to move in the area that you're probably either leaning to or whatever. But if you're balanced and you basically almost come to a stop because you plant and you lower your center of gravity, you can then go both ways.
That's right.
That's a good shot.
Wonderful shot.
And again, freewheeling. And don't give him room. He will make you pay.
Well, his mindset is to go after the ball, but that was an excellent shot. So it's not negative, it's positive here by Clark. Just again covering the line, the original line, and perhaps that ball slightly moved off the seam, but he was in excellent position to play that touch shot.
Yeah, that's very well executed. And when you really think about it, not a man moved in the covers because he placed it so well. And now, if he continues to score for any extended period of time, that will put so much pressure on the others because he's scoring off fewer balls. So it means he's always scoring. Every time you see him, he's doing something just like that. You know, he is that type of batsman. Now, like I said, Bishop's role in all of this is, I'm going to let you do it, but I'm not going to let you get carried away doing it. You know, so that is why I say he's the calming influence out there in all of this. You could talk to him, but he could also do other things to help him out.
So Vivian Richards, that type of shot, that positivity that he's shown Clark, and he's done it without respect for the bowler because
he used his feet.
Yeah, he used his feet before the bowler released the ball. So disrespectful shot by Clark.
That is more like it, and you know, it's a concentrated effort here. He goes to 16 with that shot. 150 is on the board. It's 150 for 3.
Yeah, 16 off for 20 deliveries. So he scored faster than any other batsman, perhaps in this game. Very positive. Clark. As we see, Joseph has not had a good time today of getting wickets. He's bowled better and better, more disciplined, but he's not gotten an additional wicket. Conditions here at UE Spec, very cool and calm, tranquil conditions, and no threat of rain, but nice breeze blowing from an easterly direction.
Remember yesterday we had some cloud cover
Yeah,
as
it was
well.
nice, yeah.
Cool
Good
conditions.
conditions for the faster bowlers to whoop.
Yeah, the kind of conditions you'd have bowled 20 overs on the trot.
22 at the Queen's Park Oval, but there was a lunch break in between.
Yeah,
That's when Bishop got injured
right
against Jamaica. Whew. I'm still feeling the effects of that. And it was years ago.
And that's another good shot. You're beginning to see these batsmen kind of expand their repertoire. They're showing a little bit more of what they're capable of, but they're not going about it, especially Teddy Bishop, in a reckless fashion.
It's good bowling, good delivery because he wants to come forward to drive through the cover area. His delivery was slightly wide of the off stump, had some bunks, but well covered in the end by Bishop.
Yeah, we saw Joshua Bishop get a couple wickets bouncing outside that off stump that hit almost the glove yesterday, or the upper part of the bat handle, high up in the bat, in the blade, and caught at slip or caught behind. And I think you're seeing the same thing here from Edwards. He's just aiming for that little spot.
Well done. Excellent bit of feeling.
Tumbling over there, Daniel Evelyn.
Well, Billy mentioned that on the second day here at UE Spec, it's a better batting day or the best batting day. Obviously, on the third day, especially in the afternoon period,
starts
you expect the fluctuation in bounce and movement. It can become too pace, a little dusty. But because of the conditions, that's a short delivery, a poor delivery, and treated with disdain.
Yeah, that's how you treat a ranked long hop. I disposed of it in the most emphatic of fashions. Probably the only thing he didn't hit it for 6. But look at how short that is. That pitch well close to mid pitch, and he was just in position early and didn't miss out.
And what I like about Teddy Bishop is that he's shown good technique. You know that if he has to be elevated to the international level, he's got to get that part of his game, that foundation, really strong. You have to have good technique to face any type of bowler at the highest level. But you've seen his temperament too. He's now expanding his shots, and this is good batting, good intelligent batting, and he's led his team well in the first half of the game yesterday, and now he's doing it with the bat. Shot,
Flicked
excellent
away.
shot.
It's in the air, but it's going to go close to the boundary. It might just get there now. And so 4 good-looking runs again, because there's nobody out in the deep here. Everybody is in front. Well, the only man on the onside in front of the bat is more like mid-on. He's flicking towards mid-wicket.
Yeah, the other thing about Clark is that he's aesthetically pleasing. He likes to play his shots, and that's what the West Indian crowds like. I mean, when Sir Vivian Richards, people like Brian Lara, shot making, stroke making is something that captivates the Caribbean crowds.
Did they ever applaud your shots?
Yeah, of course.
well kept out.
I was bowled with a Yorker. Abdul Qadir in Pakistan bowled me with a Yorker. Never forgot that type of delivery because it went through the air so quickly. From a spinner, bowled with a Yorker. So you have Jordan now put in great effort, but as I said before, he's not frenetically fast. And would want to bowl 1 or 2 short deliveries because I don't think the batsman will be expecting it, but he's got to have the fielder in place.
Deep square leg.
Or a slower bouncer because this guy has great bat speed, Clark, and he might go after it, might sky one. You got to think about different things. Come out of your comfort zone and bowl a short delivery that is slightly wide of the off stump. Well, bowl. Stock delivery all of the times. You talk about a repeatable action. He has a repeatable action. That's why most times he's going to be consistent. But he's got to come out of his comfort zone and try something new. Short delivery, wideish of the off stump. I think that Clark will go after it.
He does have the 2 slips. He has a first slip and more like an in-between second slip. And you could see him mixing up his deliveries. He's not bowling all of them at the same speed. And so he's really asking the batsman to, in some instances, you apply the power. I am just going to take pace off of it and see what you do with it.
Clark is going to apply the power. He's a power pack player.
And the thing with him is he finds the gap so well. You know, there he is watchful, showing that he does have temperament, a temperament to probably stick around for a while. And that is what his team needs because they know once he sticks around, runs will come and it will come quickly as well. But he has to spend a little time at the crease. Yeah, it really was amazing to see him climb into the first ball he faced. As if to say, hey, I'm here, guys.
There must be it's the end of the over, but there must be a change to the field. I don't think that you should have a gully in place. The ball is not bouncing at all. He's not going to go for the square cuts. And the ball is keeping low now, especially when it's on the off stump. So I think it's a wasted fielder.
Well, it depends on what they're looking for. But you're right. It depends on how the batsman is shaping. You kind of make whatever adjustments are deemed necessary at this stage. So it's 1-5-8 for 3. T. Gray gets a little bit of a breather. And But it's going to be Larry Edwards who's going to continue from the top end. As I welcome back Billy Furlong. And but not brilliant sunshine by any means. You're going to go for a quick single and they'll get it to play it almost equidistant between the man at backward point and that short cover. And neither one could get to it to prevent a single.
Been very impressed with the calling from Bishop and the judgment when it comes to those quick singles.
It's been a good innings. It's been actually these two teams they have the ingredients. Let's just put it that way. Is how do they, build on it as individuals and then as a collective. We saw that yesterday with the top half of the batting where we had everybody getting a start, but nobody continued going on to make a big score, and we see more of the same here today.
Yesterday, that period before tea when Motara came onto the scene, started to effect some change in terms of penetration and then eventually picking up some wickets that triggered a slide for the CCC and their lower order.
They were 171 for 4 at the tea interval.
Certainly something that they won't want to have repeated here as long as the captain is there. 39 runs to his name, and Rivaldo Clark very quickly up to 20 with 5 boundaries.
And you're seeing a little change now in his approach. He's a little more circumspect now. He's not as gung-ho as he was earlier. He seemed as if he's just being a little more disciplined before he probably uncorks a big one again.
Well, I was just wondering if he has a tendency when he starts his innings, as some batters do. They want to get a couple shots off to get off the mark and get that adrenaline pumping.
Yeah, so he survived that period, and he's still there at this point. It's the end of the over. 159 for 3 it is. And, of course, the players are getting some refreshments. So we'll take a break and come back with more after this. Thank you very much. As we welcome you back here, the players have had a little refreshment, and they will resume at 159 for 347 overs completed. And so they're going at a decent clip, just under 3 runs and over, roughly. So they understand what is happening here. So they're just over 3 runs and over. So that's not bad for them. Trying to change things around now is Romario Graves, who bowled a decent first over last evening, and then came back a short while ago and bowled a couple more.
Yeah, he's just swapping ends this time. And have to take caution now after the resumption of a break. You tend to establish a pattern now. Sometimes the wicket just falling after either the drinks break or the lunch or tea interval.
And a nice gap there for him to exploit. And that's part of the key to good batsmanship as well. You look at where the fielders are, and you just place the ball into the gaps. The captain obviously wants him to play that cut shot against the spin, and but he executed well. And here's a loud appeal for an LBW, but again, probably outside the off stump. The reverse sweep. Tony Gray just aged a year.
First over after the interval of the drinks break, and he pulls out the reverse sweep. As we saw with his first ball he faced hitting over a deep mid-off for 4. Just Bishop coming down and having a word with him. It's a 41-run partnership. You need to build and keep going. Continue to build.
And he's not afraid to play the ball into the gaps. And because the bowler is spinning the ball and there's nobody from the first slip, all the way to deep cover, or there's one player out in the deep, but he's so far, even if you just open the face of the bat and just drop the ball, you're probably going to get the same single with few alarms. So it doesn't have to be a risky shot, or like backing away and trying to cut or anything of the sort.
As a matter of fact, the acreage is so vacant there, he could probably take some off of the shot and look
run
for 2. Playing back very cautiously, reading the turn off the pitch.
And sometimes I think batsmen do that to see just how much spin the bowler is imparting and how much he's generating off the wicket.
Swatting at that one.
And not able to take advantage. It's the end of the over, 161 for 3 after 48.
20 dots in the spell of 4 overs for Romario Graves and 5 runs, 1 boundary and a single. So he's been very miserly. Larry Edwards, on the other hand, his 10 overs, he's looked to take wickets in his a few deliveries and did have a few shouts at LBW caught behind, more LBW than caught behind for a couple of the deliveries. So he looks a threat, Larry Edwards. And he's in the field as well, fielding mostly at the point area for some of the overs. And he's been very swift in the field to get around to his right and get some throws in and keep some pressure. So Edwards is a good prospect in the field and with the ball, as is Romario Graves. So it is Larry Edwards to continue.
And being very watchful at this juncture. It's almost as if he's come to a realization that if he spend a little time there, you're going to get 1 or 2 that he can take advantage of.
Yeah. Is it a question of just waiting for the bad deliveries, trying to work the good ones for singles, 77-run deficit?
And you see the bowler's arms going up, but the batsman looks very much in control of what he's doing there now. And again, a little bit of finesse as well. Didn't bring out the reverse sweep, but he just finagled that one down to third man.
Yeah, the previous delivery was a bit faster. Rushed Clark a little bit, but he was in control of the forward defensive. This one more flight in it, and hence more turn off the wicket, getting it to open the face of the bat and get it down for a couple of runs.
Quick adjustment. So you're seeing the bowlers trying what it is they want to do. The batsmen, they are trying to deny them. So it's a real battle going on here now between bat and ball. And so far, the bat is just a slightly ahead. Bad news if you're an Arsenal fan. Defender Gabriel is out for the season. It just seems like if every month another Arsenal player is out for the season.
Well, it's past
163 for 3. No?
It's past January. Anytime it's past January for Arsenal, things tend to go downhill.
163 for 3. And but it says it was just unfortunate because he was on Brazilian duty.
Brazil, yeah.
He got a suspension, so he wasn't eligible for the game, the second game. And that's a shot I was referencing. You don't even have to hit it hard. There's a single there every time.
And that is the man, Larry Edward. They were patrolling that cover. It was to his left. It was quick take, but a wayward through. But the running has been good and the calling has been good from Bishop.
Once you play it, you're almost guaranteed you're going to get a single. Like you say, if you play it well enough, you might even get 2.
And they're looking to do it each time. Never mind, it's the off spin from Romario Graves, but anything that is outside that off spin or fractionally short, they're looking to work it into that gap. And they will get 2 this time. Oh, they're going to just jog for 1, but certainly it's 2.
Yeah, they could come back. They could chalk the second one as well. Because Chuma Holder was not, he had given up on 2 a long time ago. He never really bothered to attack it because it was so well played.
Holder delivering 10 overs today. Certainly have more work to do come later on. He's out on that deep point boundary, which is curious to see for an off-spin bowler to right-handers. He's switching to around the wicket now.
Yeah, because he's now probably wants to start closer to that off stump.
I was just wondering he wasn't getting as much turn from bowling over the wicket with the 5-4 he has in place in terms of field placing, 5 on the onside, but a lot more balls were being worked to the offside and rotation of strike and conceding easy runs. So he's gone around the wicket, 5 on the onside.
But that's good batting, good sensible batting. You take what the bowler gives you most times, and if he gives you a long hop, well, then you feast. But if he bowls a good ball, then you try to keep it out.
Yeah, a long hop here would be dessert after lunch.
Yep. I think Bishop got one. He hammered it through mid-wicket. But that's the end of the over, and another pretty decent over. 166 for 3 now after 50 overs.
The top scorer of the innings, MBK Joseph, 65 off 116 deliveries. Moving on from 22 yesterday, building on it, and looking better and better as his innings went along until he got that inside edge to the man feeling in front of the bat. Evelyn snapping up the catch. And now Bishop on 41. And it'll be very important if he could continue batting, get to that T interval and take his team closer. They trail by 72 and get them closer to that target of firstly 238 runs.
Yeah, then this may very well be a period of consolidation here. Just to kind of steady things and try and make sure that they don't lose too many wickets. As you mentioned yesterday, after that tea interval, things kind of, the bottom fell out. That's another great shot. And again, he placed it well. That ball is placed well in front of square, more mid wicket. And another boundary for Teddy Bishop.
Yeah, the 51-run partnership coming and just emphatically sealing the partnership with that boundary, smacked away for 4. Perfect connection off the middle of his bat. And they continue to steamroll through this innings now with another boundary.
Yeah, that one was touching on off stump, just outside the off stump, but he took it from outside the off stump and placed it well through mid wicket.
Bishop there pulling out the heavy machinery for that shot. Takes him on to 45. He increases his strike rate.
Yeah, but and we always felt that because these two teams are so sort of evenly matched, this was going to be a real war of attrition. And it was and again, he's placed this one even better this time. The fielder at square leg, Shamar Holder, is probably saying, "Skip, where?" He hit it to his left the first time, and then he hit this one to his right. And where exactly do you want me? Because it's like Teddy Bishop is basically, he is moving the fielders and he's manipulating the field, literally.
Yeah, he's certainly dealing in boundaries now. And there is just one man out in the deep. And there are 3 on the onside. So that's not where Edward wants to be pitching. It's a mid-on, a straight mid-wicket and a deep square leg. And that is the 3 on the onside. And overcompensating outside the off-stump. He cracks it away for 4 past Jordan on the sweeper boundary on the offside. So that brings up his 50 as well. His third 50 of the tournament for 2025. The captain, Teddy Bishop, is on 53. And a great knock from him indeed. 85 balls, 8 fours. And 3 of those 4s coming in the recent past. And he's motoring on now, 178 for 3 and getting that total down, just 60 runs needed now. And 3 wickets down, and they're looking in a stronger and stronger position as long as Bishop is out there.
These two continue to defy the best laid plans of the CCC. You were making the point that they had a 6-3 field, 6 on the offside and 3 on the on. He punched 2 boundaries through the onside. And he shifted his line to the offside, but even then he got punished for being too wide and too short. And again, only this time he might just get a single. He hit it straight to the fielder at backward point, but that too could have gone to the boundary.
179 for 351 gone, and Bishop cutting there, just hesitating. That ball in the point area, so the calling between the 2 batters had to be very sure. That is the one uncertain area for whose call it is. And it was Clark making the call and insisting his captain come through for the single. And he got there in the end, a bit complacent in the running. He should have been running, charging down to the non-striker end. And he had to be hurried with a throw coming in. Perhaps he saw the misfield and decided he would have been safe, but still has to be urgent with the running. He's been very good so far, running between the wickets.
Yeah, these two have been doing a good job of picking up quick singles and keeping the fielders honest most times.
Is going to be Romario Graves to continue his 6th over in progress. Just 8 runs for him.
I was just looking at the report with Gabriel. He too is done for the season, and he too will require hamstring surgery.
And you know, the question always arises. Another well-judged single, turning it into the onside, breaking the wrist. With the last period of international games and friendlies, and immediately the Brazilians were back on a plane heading back to Europe. And the La Liga started immediately the weekend after, and coaches were complaining they didn't have time for the players to recover. Loud appeal.
He's
And he's
bowled
given him.
Yep.
He's
So
given him LBW.
I thought to be caught down the leg side, it looks like, because he was going across there trying to turn it on the onside, and the good work again from Williams to get the victory. And you could see the young man marching off, very upset with himself. But Graves is happy.
And we just mentioned the 50-run partnership. Can't quite see it there. But he walked it, as you can see there. So he knew he had gotten some bat onto it. The umpire obliged, if there was any doubt, to indicate that it was in fact out and to make it official. So he's gone for 25 or 44. And just when we were seeing Teddy Bishop coming to his own, being more aggressive and assertive with his ball striking, and the loss of another wicket. And we had just spoke about 60 runs in deficit to try and get to the T interval without losing a wicket and narrow that target down. And the loss of the wicket has occurred, and Romario Graves gets his first wicket. 4 overs today and picking up a wicket for 8 runs, and that is his spell today. So good reward for him for being economical. And you could see from the run rate as well, they were beginning to pick it up 3.5 in terms of runs per over. So they were starting to get the innings going a bit quicker. But unfortunately, the fall of that wicket.
It's not the timing. It's never a good time to lose a wicket. Let's put it that way. If to be honest with you, but they were really beginning to get on top of the bowling. But now one of the informed men on the team, Colin Bowen Tuckett, is at the crease, and they're going to be expecting him to continue his fine form.
Yes, indeed, he's been in good touch. Has 100, 350s for the 2025 season, bettering his 2024 season. He currently has 362 runs with 103 not out in one of the innings. One keeping low.
What a first ball to get a brute of a delivery first up, and had to really keep his eyes on it.
They're just averaging just over 45 as well for the season.
That's a great shot. That's 4 runs. It was so well placed. He just eased onto the front foot and just stroked it. And that is the shot of a man in form. And 4 good-looking runs to get off the mark.
Very nicely played indeed. Not just finding the gap, but getting to the pitch, reaching out to it, and a nice full face of the bat coming through the line of the delivery.
And again, at this time, they probably hit it a little straighter. But again, the intention was there to try and pierce that gap through the offside. That ends the over, 184 for 4 at the end of it.
So we're just wondering, as with the first innings and the fall of wickets in the latter part of the innings with the lower order, and it's poised very precariously indeed with 184 for 4. And you would think that this partnership here would be the one that will determine the nature of this game as it goes into day 3 and day 4. If they can get over the 200-run mark and into 250 without losing another wicket or losing many more wickets, then they could post a lead and get ahead of the game going into day 3. So it's all to play for in this session and in the coming session after tea.
This you want to believe is the partnership here, because this is probably 2 of the most competent batsmen. And they really will look to these two to probably put some kind of a partnership together. And if they can probably get them over the line, it would be great for their confidence.
As you mentioned, Ruskin, the battle at the bottom of the table. This is the game these two would be looking forward to get points on that table as well as amass some bonus points to get the better of each other.
And they're playing it, they're going to have to hurry here. But again, it's so well judged. You placed it well. And immediately he got the response from Tuckett. Yeah, because when you get the fixture at the beginning of the season, you look at teams where you could pick up points. And I remember even playing cricket, you would look at the teams and you say, "Oh boy, out right here, first innings here, and that's how you look at things. When they watch this, they will both of them. I'm sure if you look at the board, they'll have these games circled in. This is the one here, guys. Jump high, jump low. This is the one. And so far, it's been a real battle. Nobody's given an inch right now. They're just really plugging away here. And,
if you have a batsman who's known to be in good form coming into bat as a captain, and you have your spinner on, what do you strategize in terms of trying to put some pressure on him? Because he's full of confidence with the bat.
Yeah, but the thing is, you now have to think in terms of your bowling, how your bowlers, will attack him, and that's what I'm saying. In your meetings, you plan, and it's here now. It's just a matter of executing those plans, and you take notes. So they should know what is the plan for Tuckett when he comes to the crease, and just basically execute that plan. Almost had it again, flicking the ball when in truth and in fact he should have been trying to hit it as opposed to trying to flick it. Almost gave it away. Over comes to an end. 180 for 4.
Have a look at it here. Not really a chance or half chance, but showing creating some doubt in the mind of Bowen Tuckett. The question I'm leading up to, and rightly so, what would your plans have been strategizing leading up to this game? And you get him into the wicket now with 4 wickets down, 185. Do you bring back Shamar Holder, bring back your strike bowlers to try and get him before he settles?
Actually, Jaden Edmond might be your option here because he bowls a lot straighter than the others. And so he might be your best bet against him. But even with the spinners, you probably want to put a little pressure on him as well. And don't just allow him to, settle into his work without a little anxiety or a little pressure inserted with maybe a silly mid or somebody close to the bat, and ask the bowler to just plug away at that off-stump line.
So I'm not seeing Romario Graves. He's picked to bowl his off-spin, as well as the bat, the all-rounder in the team. But with the captain on 56 and Bowen Tuckett, your leading run scorer for the season.
That's well played. He hit that one away from the man at short in at mid-wicket there. It went quickly, it went in the air, but it went fast past him. And the man, the square of the two never moved. And it bisected them beautifully for 4 runs.
Looks like it went between Corbin there. He's just looking at it in bewilderment as it blazed past him. He thought he had enough time, but it was past him in a flash. And very interestingly, the field is set with a short, straight mid-wicket and a normal mid-wicket. And he managed to bisect both of them in the air. If I had a protractor and a compass, I couldn't even do that. But such was the placement.
And this time, they're trying to play him for that shot. They could have run a second run here. They had more than enough time. That ball is trickling towards the boundary at fine leg, but they settle for the 1. But he could have easily gotten a second one. 190 now, so they're pushing up here quickly.
Yeah, Graves creating an opportunity there. Not going to hand in the air. Bowen Tuckett on the other end created a bit of doubt with his batting, pushing one uppishly up the back foot. So a couple chances. Stealing it this time on the ground. It's Bowen Tuckett.
And that's a shot both of them are playing now, that on drive, because the field is set for that. And encouraging the on drive. They just have to stay on top of the ball and try and pick the gap. A little teaser there, trying to entice him outside the off stump, but he didn't take the bait, although he drove it well. He didn't try to hit it too hard, maybe hit it in the air. The over ends at 190 for 4, with a wicket apiece for Holder, Graves, Edmund, and Graves and Edwards. So sharing up the wickets, nobody is yet doubled up, has yet doubled up for the CCC.
And it is going to be Larry Edward to continue. He's bowled 12 overs today from this end. He's bowled unchanged since he started this morning, trying to mirror the efforts of Joshua Bishop, who picked up 6 in the first innings.
They saw Bishop bowl from this end and did all his damage from this end. So they're hoping that Lightning will strike twice in the same game on the same wicket. And taking his time is Teddy Bishop. Really just looks a picture when he's playing that defensive shot. See the breeze, the shirt fluttering in the breeze.
Yeah, he's been batting. As he got comfortable, the shirt came out of the pants, so he looks comfortable out there, both aesthetically and technically. 190 for 4. 48 runs. They've come down under 50. Less than 50 runs required to overhaul this total.
And again, so well played once more. It's almost as if he's toying with them on the onside. Every time they pitch outside of his legs, he has an answer. And that was the result, another boundary.
Yeah, he's played this sweet shot with consummate ease every time. And just timing it perfectly, hitting it immediately into the ground and bouncing away. There is no one out there with 3 fielders on the onside. So it is a risk every time Edward angles that ball into middle, and leg, and he's going to be swept away for 4. It's a bad ball being put away every time. And every so often, we do get that one delivery heading down the leg side. And it's important for them as well to put it away when that does happen. 58 fours.
Now they're going to attack the ball here and get another comfortable single. They might get more. In fact, they're going to get the overthrow. Well. It's gone for a 5. And it looked like an easy pickup and a throw. The ball was released so wide of the wicketkeeper that young Williams was scrambling to his right, but his best efforts not good enough. And then the captain, Jeremiah, couldn't come across in time, and that's 5 runs, just like that.
Speaking of bisecting gaps there, it was placed just to the left of Evelyn, who had the pads on feeling in front of the bat. Couldn't cut it off. And Paris, it was at mid-on, who picked up and threw at the keeper's end. But it was ahead of the stumps, and Williams couldn't get there.
Yeah, I don't know. He would have been pelting mango there, but he probably would have hit the people from a tree.
And broken a window. Just one short of that 200 mark now, and now the target is less than 39 runs to get.
It's 199 for 4 at the end of the over. And that was a real gift there, that overthrow. And it's a kind of occurrence that could just kind of sap the energy out of the fielding team, because you're doing so much to try to, contain and minimize scoring. And then what was a relatively easy single, they would have completed the single, no matter what. And but I don't know, he got it all wrong. His release point was way off. and he conceded a 5.
Yeah, the backup wasn't there either, just to compound the problem. But that's what happened when you rotate strike and take those quick singles. You tend to agitate the fielders, and that's the benefit of overthrows.
Yeah, but they have to, they have to keep going. They can't, let's say you have to have amnesia to some degree. You have to forget what has happened and just keep going. Stick with the plan.
But the plan here is to try and get Teddy Bishop out between that short mid-wicket and now straight mid-wicket as well. And they're almost in a straight line in the onside area, as he did put one in the air in the previous over. And Evelyn has just gone to his left to narrow the gap where that ball passed. But now he opens the gap between mid-wicket and the man on the boundary, which is exactly where he tucks it now.
He's seeing where the gaps are and just taking advantage of that. That's a 200 on the board. So 200 for 4. Remember, the target is 238. So they're well on course here. Plenty of time. And the thing about it too, that if these two stick around for an extended period of time, is the fact that they could probably add a decent score, some kind of an advantage, and maybe take a couple wickets before it's overhauled. That's another good shot, and they're going to get one nice humbling save in the end. But almost in the same region, they're able to pick off a couple quick singles.
Yeah, and Bowen Tucker just mirroring the efforts of his captain in terms of milking singles in the outfield, tucking it into the onside with Graves bowling from around the wicket. It has opened up that gap between mid-wicket and short fine leg.
Slightly quicker delivery. And I would imagine that some of the fast bowlers would probably have to really come into the attack. And I would think, like I said, I would think Jaden Edmund might be the man at this stage.
Yeah, I asked the question with a new batter to the crease, particularly one of Bowen Tuckett's form. No run, keeping a bit low as well. The end of the over, 200 up, 201 for 4 in 56. You're just wondering, do you bring back your main strike bowler? Chamar Holder is bowled 14 overs.
He may be very well called upon. Yeah, he's the one you may have to call upon here now, because he's done it before for you. So you kind of show him that you trust him and let him come. But if Edwards, I would choose Edmund, if at all.
Yeah, well, it does seem to be as if it's Edmund handing his cap to his captain and off to umpire Kelman, and it is going to be that bowling change. Edward is coming off, having completed 14 overs, 1 for 54. And we're going to see a change of ends as he replaces Edward. Jaden Edmund, but he will be bowling up to Bowen Tuckett. So we are going to get that change that we called for to bring back one of your, we said strike bowlers, but there is a bowling change, and they are targeting Jaden Edmund as that bowler to bring about that change against the new batsman Bowen Tuckett. So just to change things up, the run rate still is relatively high, 3.59. So they are motoring on.
Yeah, they're doing very well. Remember, they resumed this morning at 37 for 1, and they went to lunch at 101 for 2. And now they are approaching the tea time score. They've lost 2 wickets in the session already, 201 now for 4.
I did have a look from the UE spec end, the administration building end, when Edmund was bowling from the southern end, and he was pulling down on that risk and getting that ball just to cut off the seam as an away cutter. But at that time, he was bowling to the left-hander Mbike Joseph, and it seems as though he was trying to get the Yorker delivery going again, which is how he got the wicket.
And they're appealing for a catch. He's out, caught down the leg side. So the change has actually worked there. And Puckett will be very disappointed. He's trying to pull out of the shot, and it's probably brushed the glove on the way through. So he goes for 5, and Williams takes another smart catch.
And again, the commentator can see calling for that bowling change, and it gets success with Edmund coming in. Have a look at it here. And it did jog off the seam. He tried to leave it alone as it angled down the leg side, caught him by surprise. And Bowen Tuckett, the guy we were talking about, who you have to try and prize out when he's fresh to the crease, inadvertently gloves one through to the wicketkeeper Williams, who gleefully accepts it. And the 5th wicket falls with 201 runs on the board. And we've been talking about it with the lower order. If you get that breakthrough and you get into that tail, there is a tendency for the tail to fall away, which is why the CCC went from where they were to just 238 runs, losing the last 5 wickets very quickly. And we're in the 57th over, trailing by 37 runs. And it's a 2nd wicket for Jaden Edmund. And good reward for him, showing some good pace, switching ends and prizing out the wicket of Bowen Tuckett. He'd be disappointed knowing that he was in good touch and looked in good touch as well. Until that delivery.
And it was a delivery that, if he had just, I suppose, gotten the bat out of harm's way, he probably would still be there. He was just a little bit lazy. I don't know if he was he was in two minds, whether to play the shot or pull out of the shot. He did neither, really. And it just brushed the glove on the way through. So he goes, and the change has really worked. It worked magnificently for them.
And there wasn't a backward square either on the boundary. So pulling out of the pull shot is a no. Because he's a man of shorter stature. Maybe he thought it was just climbing too high, but kept that gloves in the line of the ball. As we've been talking about earlier all morning, when leaving alone a delivery, either your hands high up in the air or you drop your hands. And on that occasion, he tried to get the hands out of the way, but couldn't manage it in time.
Here's another one aimed at the pads, and I think he got a little tickle there, so that's 4 runs. And Edmund has to be mindful here that it worked for him just now, but he could also get picked off. And the number of runs, they don't have many runs to play with if they want to avoid first innings or conceding first innings.
They definitely seem to come off the tie pad.
Unless it touched the bat as well, I'm not sure, but it definitely touched the pad on the way through.
Yeah, just a smile from Williams, but credited to Johnson. He's off the mark with 4, just as Rivaldo Clark was off the mark with a boundary off his first delivery. And Bowen Tuckett was off the mark off his second delivery with a boundary as well.
And driving, but a little bit uppishly when it left the bat. So things could very change quickly here if the academy batsmen are not careful. And Bishop is probably going to have to take charge of the situation here.
Yeah, just walking down to Johnson and say, hey, man, you still have 5 wickets to go. I'm on 71 here. You need to stay with me.
Yeah, and he shouldn't even have to tell the batsman that. They should come to the wicket knowing that. And they know he could play shots, so he's playing shots. And that's 4 good-looking runs. He hit that with supreme authority.
And just as if to warm up after the shot, he does a couple of runs down the wicket around his captain to say, listen, I am here to stay. A lovely looking punch through the covers off the back foot. It really just sat up for him there from Edmund. Look at it here again. Not his 100% effort into that delivery. And a half tracker easily put away with that glaring gap on the offside. Jeremiah now seems to want to plug that gap.
Well, I was making a point. He's just treating it as if it was a right-handed batsman and he had a deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, just interesting. Now he has 3 on the onside. So he started with 4 on the onside to Johnson. And now he's made it 3, bolstering that cover region with an extra man.
Whoa, that one kept low as well. Went right through him. And luckily it was off the stump and didn't touch anything on the way through. 209 for 5 after 57.
So we look at the batting card here. Clark just going for 25 and going right after for 5. The captain still there on 71. So there is Joshua Bishop to come, who has a century already this season. And then Pittman and Blades. I suspect Blades might come just before Pittman in that batting order. But there are 29 runs again to overhaul this target of 238 initially. So they've lost 2 wickets.
I was thinking that if Tuckett had stuck around and see them pass the 238, then they probably could have expanded and maybe try to add, another 100 runs if possible.
Yeah, most definitely that would have been the intention. And the anticipation from the dressing room, knowing the kind of form that he is in, and that Bishop has returned to the team and settled into an innings of 71 not out. So it was looking positive, but as Jeffrey Boycott would say, anytime you think you're comfortable, just add 2 wickets.
And then you're not just uncomfortable, but you're upset. So another neatly taken single. So he's doing his part. He's rotating the strike as well as he can, and he's taking what the bowlers are giving him. He's not trying to be too attacking, but he's still trying to milk the bowling, trying to rotate the strike. If he could only get his teammates to buy in and do a similar thing.
Well, he's doing a serious marketing job to his batting partner Johnson, walking down the wicket again. And he has been talking continuously to his batting partners throughout the innings, trying to reassure them, keep them focused and concentrated. There is a task at hand here. He wants a win in this game.
Like I said, you could lose to anybody. This is like a derby, you could lose to anybody else, but don't lose the derby. And so this is where it's at for these players.
Awkward looking play shot there, playing it back to the bowler. So Grave is continuing. He has got the wicket, 1 for 21 off of 8 overs. Just wondering, Ruskin, if we might have seen a double change in the bowling, with Edmund coming on at one end and maybe a short burst from either Jordan or Holder from the other.
Well, actually, what I can see is Edwards coming from the southern end. If he replaces Graves, he could come back and probably pick up the attack from that end. In fact, I would love to see him bowl from the bottom. And the same thing with Bishop. Bishop bowled almost exclusively from this end, but never really got switched to the other end, just to see what else they could extract out of the wicket, because we don't know just yet what the left-armers can do from that end.
Right, correct you are. And for the most part, at least in my limited experience here at this facility, as we are joined just in presence, Dr. Anand Rampasad here, man in charge of the UE Spec facility. Maybe he can crunch some numbers and tell us how many left-arm spinners bowl from the northern end and how many fast bowlers bowl from the top end, as has been the tradition in my limited time here on commentary.
Yeah, we haven't had the UE Spec T20 in a while, have we?
He did mention to me that with the...
There he goes again, playing that sweep shot. This time he can't get a run, though, because Edwards in the way, or Edmund rather, is in the way.
He did mention to me that UE will be used for a training facility when the breakout league starts. And Johan Lane as well looks forward to being here. He's going to play for the Trinidad unit in that tournament. But the games will be played at the Brian Lara facility, but here will be the training ground. So it's constantly in use. Of course, there is the DC Hub team out of Maryland going to be coming to Trinidad on tour, and Cricket 360 will be bringing you coverage of those games as well. There's an under-19 team, boys and a ladies under-19 team, and the ladies team will tournament put together in collaboration with Dr. Anand Rampasad and the TTWCA. We'll have a couple games against the Trinidad and Tobago under 19 women as well as the under 16 women against that Maryland team. And you can tune in here at Cricket 360. All the games will be broadcast live.
And I don't know why Johnson is upset, but he seems as if the bowler is taking too long to start his approach.
Yeah, this time he's a little bit closer and left alone by Johnson. He has a number 22 on his back. So does the bowler Larry Edward. Had he been on the attack, it would have been number 22 versus number 22.
Instead, it's 18 against 22 at the moment. Against 22 and 14. But he's done well. He's really made a big impression.
So left alone. And the numbers people, the statisticians will tell you, the difference between the numbers is 4. As we sit as some students from the mathematics department pass us by when they're doing their sequencing.
And some of my friends will give you one of the playway equivalent. Stuff that I am not very familiar with.
I can't begin to tell you what those numbers stand for. I could hazard a guess.
And I tell people I don't dream enough to dream lotto numbers and playway numbers. As he's gone again, and again, beautifully placed. Again, opening the face and executing an exquisite. Look at him. He's just bubbling at the wicket there, having a little chat with his coach, with his captain.
Well, the odds are if you do have that ball hanging outside the off stump, he's going to drive you off the front foot or back foot and pleasantly through the covers. And he enjoyed that one here, just leaning on it. It just reminds me a tad bit of Sharon Hetmeyer there with that shot.
It would have been good to see his reaction though when he was high-fiving with his captain. You could just see the joy on his face after executing that one. That might be a talking point over dinner later.
Reminds me of the character Johan Lane as well. I was looking forward to seeing him bat too. He has that similar type of exuberance when he is with the bat in hand.
Mm-hmm.
But he's picking and choosing which deliveries he wants to hit for 4 outside the off stump. And no shadows are reverse pull. Clearly enjoying himself. Now, yesterday he was hobbling around the field carrying an injury clearly and fielding in the deep, almost hiding him in the deep.
What injury are you talking about? He's batting there. Injury. That is a thing of the past.
Clearly enjoying himself at the crease. He's picking his delivery, showing good temperament, judging the line and length well. And he's on 13 from 12 deliveries now, so he's motoring on. 215 for 5, 1 delivery to come in the over.
So the two captains having a little tit-tat there. And it'd be interesting, what exactly could Jeremiah be telling Bishop right now? Go easy on us.
Perhaps discussing what type of tea he'll be having in the next 10 minutes.
You know, probably questioning. And again, he's placed it nicely. He's going to get a couple. And he's dragging the bat from half pitch. He just seems to be having so much fun out there in the middle. 217 for 5 at the end of the over.
Well, the partnership, as you look at the replay.
Oh, that was a cover drive. That was the exquisite cover drive. And we can see, look at him, look at his movement. Look how he's bobbing the head, bobbing and weaving, enjoying himself. And as if to say, Skip, you have nothing to worry about, nothing.
He has some rhythm with the bat and some rhythm with the hips. Bishop is on 72. Serious business at the opposite end. The captain.
But Johnson has quickly moved to 15 from 13 deliveries.
Yeah, the target now, the immediate target is 21.
It's nicely played again, and they set off immediately for the single. And but again, because he hit it a little bit to the right of Jeremiah, he was able to complete the single with few alarm. So one by one, they're inching closer. And they're going to get another one here again because they caught the fielder out in the deep, basically on the back foot there. Not much Paris could do about that. And almost like he was caught sleeping there.
Well, he was in a foreign land, Paris. Tea time is fast approaching.
I thought he was in the Louvre.
Bishop was quick to respond to the call. And let's just say it wasn't contested from Paris.
Yeah, Paris never even bothered. Once they started to move, he realized it was a moot case.
Yeah, that current run rate at 3.68. So they've been motoring on quite well. They showed some urgency, and bolstering that run rate has been those quick singles and twos that they've been taking. With any partnership that Bishop has been involved with in this inning so far. He's also increasing in his strike rate the longer he bats.
Because he's picking his spot. Plus, I think the bowlers are offering a few more sort of boundary balls, so he can sort of pick them off every over or so.
Of course, he was also gifted with some overthrows.
Yeah, that always helps. And but that one, that one will hurt because they had just gotten the wicket, and then all of a sudden,
release of pressure,
gift them the 5 runs. Here they go again for another quick single, and they get it. They get it quite comfortably. And Johnson seemed just as enthused about taking that single as if he had scored a half century. He ran in, grounded the bat, and then he let out a big shriek.
He does quite remind me of Etmire with his exuberance out there in the middle.
He just, as if to say, y'all can't run me out. He's 16 now, 74 for Bishop.
Imagine him in the dressing room waiting to come in and bat. Or at the hotel bat with the team players in the team meetings. This one will have to ask the coach, is he goofing around too with the players? So, of course, it's good to have that type of atmosphere with the team when on tour.
It relaxes everybody, It's just, you're not tense, even though you might be under some stress and some strife out in the middle. But if you have somebody who could just take the edge off a little bit and just make life as normal as possible, as calm everybody down. And you need 1 or 2 characters like that who, not that they don't take things seriously, but they just have a way.
Bishop at the other end, he's been rock solid. 74 not out.
He must be thinking in terms of 100 here. He's hardly put a foot wrong. He's batted, showing good temperament, and he's put away the bad balls.
And the one partnership of substance with that of Mbike Joseph, just 61 runs for them. The 2 other partnerships was just last 20 runs, that the last one and this one thus far.
That's a great shot, but unfortunately, he has nothing to show for it. But that one left the bat with such solid timing. He really does look a picture. He looks calm at the wicket. He's not hurried at all.
He's just reassuring himself there, just to keep going, keep playing straight. Get through to that T interval.
Yeah, mixing it up there, just changing the length and trying to maybe surprise him, but Bishop again is in such good control right now. You know, when Tony and myself, we were talking a little bit about the bowling of Edmund, and you know, we were looking at his run up and everything. This is really the big test for him, you know, is when you after that big spell, that first spell, you know, how does he come back now? Can he still do the things he was doing earlier? Now he has the wicket, and but you know, can he reproduce that Yorker? I remember he was producing a series of telling Yorkers, and you know, so far he hasn't been able to. But and even in his run up, it seems initially either even in the over when he got the wicket, the first over, he wasn't as fluent. You know, maybe stiffness. He probably was still a little bit stiff from bowling. And like I tell people, when you play at this level, this is hard on the body, you know, because after you put in a spell, you're still running around all over the place. And then they ask you to come back now with an older ball and do a no ball this time.
Just wondering with his change of ends, we think that might have impacted because he hasn't bowled as many full deliveries from this end as he bowled from the southern end, as well as he's predominantly been bowling to the left and going across him with just a couple deliveries angled down the leg side at times. So could it be that the change of end he's not quite acclimatized to the run up yet?
Well, I'm not sure, but I would think it's like I said, it's that second spell, you know, that is like that second spell syndrome. Where, oh, that's glorious. Glorious indeed. It's 4 runs written all over it the moment it left the bat. And it was so well placed. Not a man move.
Yeah, this might just be the shot that makes the back page of the sports newspapers across the Caribbean. The epitome of ease. Glorious cover drive there. Effortless indeed. And that is what he was reassuring himself when he did hit the first off drive and he didn't get the boundary for it. Just telling himself, keep going, it will come and bat through. Bat normal. Play each ball on its merit. And getting another volley. Well, he was driving on the up somewhat there, but all along the ground.
So 227 for 5 now. 11 away.
There's that quick call again from Bishop. He's been dropping the ball there and taking off for that single. But this time recognizing that Larry Edwards was closer in than he had been previously. And no run being the result. 227 for 5. 61 overs gone as umpire Kelman calls for the tea time interval with 227 for 5 on the border skin.
Yes, it is. And what an innings from Teddy Bishop, who's 79 not out. 16 to Johnson, and they're just 11 away from tying the score of the CCC, 12 to pass it. And I suppose that's the important figure right now. Get these 11 runs or these 12 runs and then see where you are after that. The second order of business is to get Bishop to 100. I think that would be the second good piece of good news for them today, apart from getting the first innings points, but also getting his skipper over the line. He's 21 away from that, but we'll find out how he does when we come back after the tea interval. And at tea, the West Indian Academy, 227 for 5. They trail by 11 runs, with skipper Teddy Bishop not out on 79.
Welcome back here to the University campus in the West Indies, University of West Indies, St. Augustine campus at the Sir Frank Worrell Field here at UE Spec with the news, the score, 227 for 5, the West Indies Academy. The captain, Teddy Bishop, he is not out on 79. Jordan Johnson, he's not out on 16. And he's motoring along from 15 deliveries, and it's been fun watching him bat out there. And on the bowling card, Jaden Edmond, he has taken over from the northern end. He bowled 10 overs, 38 runs, and picked up 2 wickets. And it's going to be Akeem Jordan to start from the southern end. He is going to be bowling to Johnson, and alongside me, it's Mr. Tony Gray.
Good afternoon to you again, Billy, and good afternoon to our listeners and viewers. This is a very good effort by West Indies Academy, 227 for the loss of 5. And the captain, Teddy Bishop, playing a really mature, responsible role here on 79 off of 118 deliveries. So he has been balanced in his approach to batting, and it's really been a fantastic effort. He's gotten, 250s before? And now he's heading towards a century. So he's got to convert here.
It's going to be Jordan Johnson facing up to Jordan. Is that a backward forward defensive, Mr. Jordan?
Remind me of the late Ranjit Anand. He used to play that type of shot with his foot going backward and saying that he was defending the ball, but against Andy Robertson and pace like fire. But he did it efficiently. You know, habits can be learned a certain way, and it might not be technically sound habits, but it can be efficient habits.
And effective for you in particular as an individual player?
Just talk about the great man, Shivnarayan Chandapal, and his stance. When he played the ball, he was in a proper position, and it's his own personal thing. And coaches must not try to restrict players from their own personal way of doing things once they are successful, but can help them to revert to some of the basics sometimes if things don't work well.
I'll give you a story on that in a minute.
Whoa, that's an excellent delivery. Excellent delivery.
Seemed to step down to it was Johnson, but it was pitched fractionally shorter and got some lift on him and beating the outside edge.
Yeah, the eagerness to come forward against the medium fast bowling of Jordan. Yeah, he's coming out of his crease. What a wonderful delivery. Pulling down that delivery a little bit more and bending his back. Fantastic delivery.
It is a bunch of confidence from the young man, Jordan Johnson.
I think one of the things that you can talk about here, Billy, is the confidence that these young batsmen have shown. And it's not just confidence attacking the ball, but confidence defending the ball. The body language has been very, very good and positive. And obviously, they would have been taught not just to approach the game with bat and ball in a confident manner, but show that psychological strength and that positivity in way of their body language.
Angle down the leg side. End of the first over after the break. 62 overs gone, 227 for 5. And yes, it's about being assertive as a batter, whether it's in defense or on the attack. And that sends a message not just to the bowler, but to the captain and the opposition as well, that you are very conscious of what you're doing. You're looking to be positive, and you're looking for any chinks in the armor in the opposition. And that 14th over bowled by Akeem Johnson. No wickets yet for him. We were looking for the fast bowlers to come back in, or a single fast bowler to come back in to break that partnership between Bowen Tuckett and Teddy Bishop. And it was Edmund who was the guy chosen ahead of Holder and ahead of Johnson. Now, Jordan had a spell of 8 overs for 21 runs this morning. He bowled for an hour and a half, and we hadn't seen him return with the ball up until after the tea interval now.
Yeah, the bowling unit has been good, efficient, but has not been able to consistently contain batsmen. We've seen sometimes there has been an explosion of runs because of bad bowling, not keeping that discipline going. But sometimes you've seen some good tight batting and bowling.
Yeah, and we see Romario Graves bowling change after tea. He is changing ends back to where he originally started from the northern end. So he is on replacing Jaden Edmond. And as Ruskin mentioned, there are two landmarks coming up here. And the first one is to overhaul that target 11 runs away. And 21 runs away from 100 is Bishop. So as the captain, he'll be cognizant of both.
And the plan is to bat the whole day and some of tomorrow, obviously, to get a sizable lead. So it's not about being complacent if this first goal is achieved of eclipsing CCC's first innings. It's about keeping focused and not being complacent. That's a good shot.
Yeah,
that's a brilliant shot. And that's playing the ball late, waiting for it to come to him and then hitting down on the ball. Now, he's been very good at the square cut, but because that ball didn't bounce a lot, he had to bend his knees and he got down very, very low. He's a tall man, but in the end, he played a wonderful late hot shot.
Very curious indeed as well. The off spinner is on operating over the wicket, and that's a cut shot. And there's a man that was sweeping Larry Edward on the boundary, cover point sweeper position, and he beat him into the boundary against the turn.
Oh.
Cutting again, past first slip this time, diving away is Kieran Powell, but he's not going to stop that. It went past him with pace, and it goes into the boundary for 4. So that is 8 runs and 2 balls for the captain. Takes him to 87. Just 3 away now from equaling the total of 238 posted by the CCC.
Yeah, that was a little too close for comfort. Obviously, getting a 4 in the previous delivery with the ball wide of the off stump. This one turning back into him. And he didn't have full control of that one, but he went at it hard, and it went past Powell in that first slip position.
So just wondering, Larry Edward, he was at cover point, I was saying, and he's now been moved to backward point on the boundary. So perhaps Teddy was trying to beat him as well between the gap now as it narrowed. Driving off the back foot. It's not going to get a run. It's a deep-ish mid-off. And it's the end of the over, 235 for 5.
Yeah, the intent clearly from the captain is to be a little bit more aggressive here. And when I say aggressive, with control, because he's been there for a while, a long while. He's seen what this pitch have to offer and always looking for scoring runs now after the break. So the intent has been positive and it has increased after the break.
As well, speaking of increasing, the run rate has also increased to 3.73. 235 for 5, just 3 runs away from equaling this target. As we see the coach and the assistant coach walking past us here in the com box, Mr. Subha Singh and Mr. Griffith.
Yeah, I know Griffith for a long time now. He's always been dedicated. I think his personality, his experience, his demeanor is good to have around these youngsters. That's a good shot. Excellent shot.
Speaking of demeanor, the man on display is Jordan Johnson. He's looked better and better the longer we see him. Better than yesterday, at least. Yesterday, he was hobbling somewhat around the outfield. But he's stroking it today along the middle of the pitch.
I wonder what injury he had or niggle.
He did have a stumble in the outfield, and I'd be guessing to see if that led to anything.
That's well bowled. So he has the habit of bowling these jaffas, these deliveries that pitch and seem to go away from the left-hander. Now Teddy Bishop and Johnson having a word. And he's probably saying, listen, you got to cover the line a little bit more. Don't get complacent. Keep the concentration going. So this is good captaincy. And this is partnership batting, lending assistance to the younger player in Johnson.
And he's done it all through the innings, regardless of who he's batted with in partnerships. Well left this time. more or less the same delivery, pitching in the same spot, this time opting not to play on hands akimbo. Not
Yeah.
quite. Hands up in the air.
But it's nice to see the movement still from the faster bowler. So, and the pitch has been an excellent cricket pitch. Something in it for the faster bowlers. The spinners have gotten some turn and some bounce, and the batsmen could be assured of playing their shots on a pitch like this. So this has been an excellent cricket pitch here at Dewey Spec. It's working the ball around, and this is good batting. Offline, not allowing that ball to go begging, scoring off of it, creating more and more pressure, scoreboard pressure for the field inside.
It's a day 2 pitch, Mr. Gray. Good for batting.
Good for batting, but still something in it.
Still offering something here, but you need as a batter that ball to come onto the bat, and you don't want too much movement, but you need that ball coming onto bat. You need that consistent bounce that the bowlers would require as well. So something in it for both teams, but definitely the batsman coming more into their own as opposed to on day one when it's freshly prepared.
There was a discussion off air with the doc concerning the pitches throughout the Caribbean, and there's some, for an economic side to it. We want to see stroke players. Clark, for example, looked the picture before he was strangled down the leg side. But he looked the picture, and we want to see stroke players because that is what West Indian people want to see. It's a market out there, and to recapture their love for the game, you want to see those vibrant type stroke makers. And what we've seen is the pitches are similar as we come to the end of the 64th over. It's now 236, loss of 5 wickets. But what we've seen in a general sense, really a slow lethargic pitches that doesn't allow batsmen to play shots. No. And after the end of the 3rd day or the 2nd day in the afternoon period, it gets slow. There's fluctuation and bounce, and it becomes really hard for them to play shots. They're more grafters. Some of them go out there and they're ultra aggressive. So what you want to improve stroke making, consistent bounce and truer pitches.
Yeah, not just the West Indian fans want to see that stroke play. It's something that's missed globally. You often hear when West Indies teams travel that the foreigners, they want to see a West Indies resurgence. They enjoyed looking at West Indians coming to the forte and batting, and they cheered them on, in fact, even though they were the opposition.
Not sure about that, really. Cheer them on?
Yeah, Brian Lara received standing ovations. Sir Vivian Richards, Sir Richie Richardson. The English love to see them bat.
Yeah, remember, the batsmen years ago used to be comprehensively developed because of the pitches. You go to Guyana, it was a dead pitch, really placid, easy for batsmen to bat on, build their concentration levels, workmanlike for the faster bowlers, hard work for them, and the spinners also. You went to Trinidad, and then that's a good movement, inside out type shot. He's got to be careful that the ball doesn't turn away from him. There's a slip in place. But you went to Barbados after, and you had a fast green top, and Jamaica, sort of glassy type wicket. So to me, if you have all these types of pitches, then it lends to assistance to the comprehensive development of the batsman.
Would you say with the more T20 games that we've been seeing, the pitches have gotten better, not just for batsmen, and a lot of more runs being scored?
I think since the World Cup 2007, the pitches throughout the Caribbean, in the different stadia, has been slow pitches. So it's not just the T20. The advent of T20 cricket probably about 12 years ago, but it's because of the World Cup 2007. In fact, this particular ground was built because of the World Cup 2007. Remember,
I remember
think
sitting
Pakistan
across the
and
bleachers
South
watching
Africa, yeah, Pakistan and Pakistan and South Africa played a game here, and South Africa complained about the pitch.
Yes, I was here for both games. My father-in-law, former match referee, Lennox Madhu Singh.
You have all these
he
people in
moved the
strategic
gates.
positions, eh? Father-in-law, the uncles.
It led to this position currently. But yes, I came and witnessed those games. Sat in the bleachers and heard the reports about the pitch as well. But it was great to see those two teams come out and play here at the university. And end of the over, 237, 238 for 5. The scores are now tied. And that's the first hurdle accomplished by the West Indies Academy and 5 wickets down. So the coach should be proud with that.
Yeah, it's a good return. They followed up what they did yesterday with the ball. It was good discipline, and the same thing with the batting. You've seen some good young talent, and you want to see them improve every game. And that's the goal, to see the individual improvement of the players in so many different ways. And you've seen it with the captain here. Love the way he went about playing his innings. He's circumspect first of all, being watchful, and then he's now playing a little bit more positive. Oh.
Down the leg side, half shot from Williams as he takes it.
Yeah, two batsmen have been strangled down the leg side, one of the fast bowler and one of the spinner. So is that a ploy that has continued?
Yeah, Colin Bowen tuck it, caught off the glove to a short pitch delivery, handling down the leg side. He was trying to leave it alone. And Rivaldo Clark edging to the wicketkeeper up to the stumps. Another good judge of a quick single there by Teddy Bishop. And his innings has progressed. He's become more and more confident. His stroke play has always been quite exquisite. And his rotation of strike has been exceptional.
Yeah, he's been good at judging those runs. It was hit with some power, but weighted quite well. So he knew where the fielder and the holder was, and he went off for the single. And good response from his partner.
And he's been talking constantly with his batting partners. And one of the things he would have been counseling them through is running between the wickets.
I'm going to look and see if there's negative body language with the field side because of what has transpired. 5 wickets going down, so 5 wickets in hand, and they would be looking to at least get to another 100. And obviously, if that's the goal and they can achieve that goal, it will mean they would probably look to bat for a day and a half to get not just 300, but more than that.
Cover drive there from Johnson. It's a quick glance across to the other game, Leeward Islands versus the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Leeward Islands, they got 335 in their first innings, replying to Guyana 193. Guyana are 66 without loss. Top score, Casey Carty for 92. Jamal Hamilton 80. Mikhail Louis, he got to 73. Rakim Cornwall 26 chipped in. And 3 wickets to Niall Smith, but Ronaldo Ali Mohammed picked up 5. Good looking coverage.
Excellent shot. Excellent shot. Knew exactly where the fielder was, and he was at cover, but away from him, and struck with tremendous power. Lovely to see.
It takes him on to 18 as we look at that cover drive again.
It's a wonderful shot.
Pleasantly. Reminds me very much of Shimron Hetmyer.
How would you describe Ali Mohammed?
So I've seen him bowl, and he does get the ball to move around significantly. I haven't seen much of his batting, and I'm not quite sure how many scores he's had, but he is pegged as an all-rounder in the team. But his bowling, advancing down the wicket again, Johnson. Williams threatening to throw down the stumps. The end of the over, 243. And for the first time, we can say there's a lead of 5 runs.
Yeah, when you look at Ali Mohammed, he swings the ball a lot. He doesn't bowl at tremendous pace, but because he's a rarity, it's not easy for batsmen to generally have played or practiced against somebody like that. And I think that is his second wicket, 5-wicket haul. He has done it before. So he is really bowling well. And because of the juke ball, and these guys are very good at shining the juke ball the right way. I was told that early on, the CCC team was shining both sides of the ball. That is not good because you want one side to be really well shined and the other side to be roughed up or scruffed up a little bit to get movement through the air and off the pitch. So
Were they not aware they get a new ball after 80 overs?
we don't understand that. How could you shine both sides of the ball? That's a good shot. Love his movement back. He's a tall man. He's looking to come forward, and then he's going back on the back foot. So it's a good use of the depths of the crease to play that favorite square cut. Look at that. Down on the ball. It's turning. A lot of turn back in, but he's watching the ball onto the bat. And he's not pulling away at the last moment, but he's staying with the shot.
Yeah, and he's been trying to beat. He's got 2 boundaries down on that side, cutting away. With a lot more turn on that one. Johnson, here's an appeal for a stumping. Not out, says the umpire. And our producer, Ronnie Bikramdas, is quick on to it. We'll have a view from the side angle.
Well, this is brilliant bowling. This is a well-flighted delivery. He's getting some prodigious turn. It had some additional bonks in that delivery, and it was well taken there by Williams, going after the Bills and having quick work at the Bills. And a vociferous appeal, but his back foot didn't leave the crease.
Curious shot.
Howell.
Curious non-shot.
Howell has woken up in that slip area.
Very interesting character is Jordan Johnson.
Quiet all the time, Powell. And I was struck way outside the off stump. And again,
appeal out of frustration more than anything else, coming after the shout for stumping. But one thing we can say about Mr. Jordan Johnson, he certainly provided us with some entertainment here. Oh, top edge, trying to get the sweep out. The man is out there deep. He's not going to put the dive in. Didn't quite get there. And the ball just falls short of him.
Well, I made mention yesterday that there has to be momentum off the boundary. Cannot be sleeping there. That ball was in the air a long way. Not saying that he was able to get it, but there's no momentum off the boundary. Playing across the line of the ball, not having good control. But if he had momentum coming off the boundary, he would have been closer to that ball and maybe, would be able to catch the ball.
I do have a
That's
couple
a good shot.
excuses lined up for you, Mr. Gray.
Excuses?
The comment I was about to make, I know you would retort with that being a poor excuse. One, the sun was in his eye. That's for starters. 2, he's the 12th man out there. He's been on the field for a while. Ishmael Peters.
And that's well bowled. So a change in length to just testing the batsman, testing over for the batsman. Well bowled by Graves, and he's getting the ball to turn. So it's now 246 for the loss of 5 wickets after 67 overs.
And we've seen the run rate as well climb to as high as 3.73 in this innings. It's just dropped under 3.7 now. But it's gone up from being around 3.05, 3.1, and it gradually went to 3.44, and it's steadily been increasing. Now we see it's just coming down a little bit as Teddy Bishop approaches that century mark. He's in the 90s now. He's on 91 and will face strike.
Yeah, 2 reasons for that. I think it's intentional the way Bishop has played after the break. And I think that the bowlers are getting a little tired, a little jaded. So they'll offer some bad deliveries. Well played again. So gap finding, getting forward. We know that Jordan is not quick. He's not served up any short deliveries, any bouncers. And it's easy and very confident looking batsman to get on his front foot because he's not gotten any short delivery. But just pushing at that ball and getting a single. I've said it time and time again that Jordan has to bowl or pong the ball into the turf whatever happens, happen. But he has to try 1 or 2 short deliveries. Oh, well bowled, well bowled.
Yes, and
Well
he's gone.
bowled.
Given by the umpire. A faint touch onto the edge of Jordan Johnson's bat. He's gone for 23, and Hakeem Jordan has his first wicket. He's toiled for 17 overs, 16.1 overs. And with the lead on 9, they lose their 6th wicket on 247. Johnson goes after a good knock.
Yeah, looking at Johnson, his body language, he's going to the umpire, the residing umpire, and perhaps asking, what happened there? I didn't play the ball. So the way he's walking off, he is very disappointed that he may not have gotten a touch on that one. But this is the nature of the game. Sometimes you can get a touch and not walk, but sometimes again, you can get out. So good bowling by Jordan. The way he's come around the wicket there, got the ball to shift away from the left-hander, and supposedly got the outside edge of the bat.
Yeah, so he'll have to go 6 wickets down now, and we'll have to see it's a very slim lead of 9 runs, and we have seen so many times the lower order just capitulate, and they lose that impetus that they've generated in the first part of the game. And while we're at the fall of that wicket, just quickly the Windward Islands Volcano, initially 186 runs they posted. And the first century of this rounds, Sunil Ambrose 110 of 116 deliveries in that total of 186. Barbados in reply 198. And the Windward Islands Volcano, they are 64 for 2 in response. And Kyle Myers overnight was on 40. He got out on 40. Matthew Ford overnight as well got up to 43, the 2 top scorers in that innings. And we're Teddy Bishop here at the UWESPEC facility. Might be just the second person getting to 100, although we've had Javel Glenn on 99 not out in the day-night game. Did he get up to his 100?
Yeah, he got 100.
Got to his 100.
Yeah, he got 100.
So it's going to be 2 on the board. And we're looking for a third 100 in this round.
So that's 3,300.
3,300.
And this is the 6th round of cricket this year. That's a lot of hundreds. And Teddy Bishop would want it to be a 34th 100 this year. It's now 92 of 132 deliveries.
Wow. Well, the first ball Joshua Bishop faces, and I don't know if there's a bet going on in the dressing room. Whoever hits the first ball for a boundary wins some money. This one peels off the outside edge of Joshua and signals 6. I'm not too sure about it. It was very close. It was very close to us here at the commentary box. Look at it again, peeling off the outside edge. He went full swing at it. And Evelyn is out on the boundary at backward point. Did he get a hand to it?
Yes, he did. 4 runs.
Yeah, that's what I thought. We were very close to it here. And he got a hand to it. Diving effort by Evelyn. Good effort indeed, but it bounced inside of the rope. And the umpire, is he changing it? Yeah, he's just communicating to the match referee, Michael Raghunath there. And might just be. We'll wait and see.
Yes, 4 runs. A really good effort by the fielder, but he was running away from the ball or to the ball, but the ball was going away from him. So he had to dive full length. Changing it now. It's 4 runs, and rightly so. Good effort by the fielder at that point area.
Joshua Bishop not winning the bet, not going all the way for 6. Half shot there for LBW.
Yep. Bishop can bat a bit. He has to control his ego out there. And he has to realize that if he has to make it to the highest level of the game in any format, he's got to be able to bat well, score runs. I mean, he's got, 2 first-class centuries, I think. So he has the propensity to make the big scores. But remember, as a left-arm spinner, He's, competing with a lot of left-arm spinners throughout the Caribbean, and he needs to separate himself from them by making runs and being a useful all-rounder.
Yeah, he has 100 this 2025 season.
Well bowled, well played.
Bishop, they're solid on 92, and that is what he has to be cognizant of as well. The captain is on the other end on 92, not out. They've just gotten a slender lead, and you want to try to make your job easier at the back end because he bowled 33 overs in the first innings. So even for your own self, stay there, put a good lead on the board, and try and make your workload easier in the second innings, trying for that victory.
That's an excellent point, because I used to think like that. Stay out there and bat for long, make it hard for the opposition bowlers to get my wicket so that I can rest a bit.
And very sure, as this one is dabbed down to Evelyn at back. They're going to one, and Teddy is looking for two. And good calling again from the captain. Takes him on to 93. I'm sure Mr. Mark will be just waiting to respond to that comment. But you batting had to make your workload easy.
No, but it's true. There must be different pockets of motivation as we come to the end of the over, the 68th over, 253 for 6. But there must be pockets of motivation. All right, you want to make the West Indies team from playing at this level. You want to get out there and show that you can bat and bowl and field. So the pocket of motivation I had was to stay out there and bat for long, because I had to separate myself from the other fast bowlers throughout the region.
Now joined by another all-rounder, Mr. Ruskin Mark.
Another all-rounder, Mr. Ruskin Mark. Huh. That's a good shot. They'll be looking for two. You only get one. And he's been so good at driving at the ball, picking length quite well. And it will be, if he achieves the 100, it would be his first 100 this year. Remember, he's played probably about one or two one-day games for West Indies. I think one one-day game for West Indies in Australia, and he didn't score.
Is Imola around here?
That's real pace. The wall of fame.
That's because we had a golf cart zooming past us here. Like he's trying to get to the 18th hole in one. But TJ, are you surprised that they were able to take first innings lead in this? Not that the game is over by any means.
Not really. I think they've been really well coached. I see them improving in their temperament, and obviously fueled by a really intelligent innings by their captain. But you see, the innings have been punctuated by good batting, and you expect one or two mistakes from the younger players at this level. But overall, they've been really good at getting to the score, but they'll want to expand the lead.
It's 95 to Bishop. Oh, that's Teddy Bishop. Joshua Bishop is on 5. And he's the one on strike, looking to probably get on with things. He has a long off and a long on.
Oh my. What is happening to this young man? Just came to the wicket. His partner, who is Teddy Bishop, his captain, is on 95, and he's playing a reverse sweep. That's amazing.
If anything, he should respect the name Bishop.
Oh my.
He's having a go.
Have we changed the format of the game? The
No.
T20?
He's trying to put off the bowler.
Put off the bowler? That's better. Put a straight bat early on. Find your rhythm, get into momentum, and then you can, play your shots. But not so early. Ruskin.
With Tigre, he just flipped it around. Play your shots. You see, the same things you were saying is what he's doing there. He's playing his shots now.
Reverse.
Just reversed it, you know. So that's the thing. You know, some people they assess information differently. Yep.
Yeah.
So his assessment is
Let's think about it. Somebody like Brian Davis, the former opening batsman, West Indies opening batsman, seeing that happen.
you have blood pressure. I'm sure we'd have to take him to the hospital. Some kind of neurosurgeon would have to operate on him or something. Yeah. Reaching for that one. He might get a boundary. No, he won't. And they're going to come back for 2 runs. So closer and closer he goes. He's up to 97 now. And 3 away.
Well, the field placing is not bad. I don't think that Johnson or Jordan is getting the ball to carve away from the right-hander. So he's confident in coming forward. But the field placing is not bad. But he's reaching to the pitch of the ball. Now you have a man in the position, number 15,
Paris.
At Paris, at that position where Jordan, that's well played. That's well played. Good response from his batting partner again. So love the way he's covered the ball, covered the line of the ball, played with soft hands, and he's not been afraid to really look for runs. This has been a perfect innings, a near perfect innings. I didn't think that he got a chance.
No, I don't think he's played a couple upper sleeve, but he's generally been very solid, both in attack and in defense.
Yeah, talk about the stresses
his running
Ruskin,
between the wicket.
of having a young player like Bishop lead a young side. But this is where the assistant coach and the head coach comes into play to guide them along.
And he's whipped that one away nicely. He's going to get a single. But again, the rotation of strike is evident here. He just wants to get his captain back on strike. He's on 98, 2 away now from 138 deliveries. And this would really be a solid 100 for him.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant look. Look at no field changing, no delay here. He's in good momentum, and there should have been a little bit more gamesmanship here just to delay the process. Oh,
and he dropped it. Well.
Why?
We were just talking about him not given a chance. He did there, going all the way over was Holder, and he couldn't haul it in. He got his hands to it. He just couldn't bring it down. Actually, it's not Holder who is fielding there, but it's Peters who is there, and he failed to hold on to it.
Well, that ball angled into him. He's a tall man. He was falling over to the offside and trying to whip the ball, but he whipped it officially. And a good try at taking a two-handed catch, but the ball went a-begging.
Ishmael Peters there, that mid-wicket position, had a good sight of it. He had a good look at it. He followed it all the way. And just as he hit the ground, it came out.
But it's not a static position. It's a position in which he should be walking in. Always talk about momentum in the inner circle. That's better. Oh, well, this is excellent bowling. Now, he's from Barbados, Jordan, and Bishop is from Barbados. They would have played together and they would have played against each other. So he knows his strengths, and Bishop knows Jordan's strength. And that was the excellent delivery that went away from him. So we've seen 2 types of deliveries from Jordan, one that goes into the right-hander and one that carves away from the right-hander.
You really think Joshua Bishop is going through all that analysis in his mind?
No.
See the ball and you hit the ball. I mean, don't complicate things now, man. Try and don't complicate things to the young man. You know.
No, he's not hearing me. That's well played. Soft hands looking for the single.
The thing is, and you know, it's the same way when we talk about bowlers, you know, and correcting bowlers and doing things with them. he has his own
mindset,
thought pattern. 261 for 6 at the end of the over. So he's probably working on that aspect of it. And batsmen now, the same thing we talk about visualization. See how see the shot before you play the shot. And as far as he's concerned, the same thing you're saying about him, Akeem Jordan, knowing what he's doing, he's probably saying, I know exactly what Akeem is trying to do, and he is trying to counter that with his own style of batting. And it may or may not work for him. And I tell you what, even if he got out, he wouldn't be too put off by it, because as in his mind, he is playing the cricket that he wants to play in the way. It doesn't have anything to do with the situation of the game or anything like that. But as far as he's concerned, if he sees a ball that he can hit, he is going to hit it. And like I said, he hasn't seen one yet that he doesn't like. And there we go again. And it's going to get runs here. Might get a boundary, and he will. So, again, it's he is processing this game just this way, that this is a time, look at the number he's batting, and he feels he could basically just up the tempo here and add as many runs as possible.
I think you're right. In addition to that, I don't think that his main portfolio obviously is not batting. So there's a clarity of mind out there and a relaxed state of mind too. He's been primarily
get as many as you can
for his bowling.
Get as
So
many as
he's
you
not
can.
under pressure like the top order batsman.
Get as many as you can when you can. And, the batsman will take care of business. I could just try and add as many runs as I can. And there he goes again.
Profanities.
Trying to keep the scoring ticking on. Now they're leaving the gap there for him to invite him to try to play that cut shot. And I tell you what, if the ball is there again, he's going to play the cut shot again. And this time he's very watchful, very circumspect. He looks almost Tony Grayish.
Roskin Mark.
Particularly when you batted, you came forward long correctly like that.
Driver the ball. Yeah. I won't drive people like the late Malcolm Marshall, Sylvester Clark, the late Sylvester Clark. They didn't give you any drives at all. That was the key.
You had to learn to hook on.
You had to learn to cut.
Yeah.
Or duck.
Yep.
These guys were aggressive, really pacey. Not seeing pace like that in the Caribbean again. But Sylvester Clark, the most feared fast bowler in county cricket's history. A lot of batsmen have said that.
That's because he moved the ball so well and at high speeds.
I played with him, not with him during the course of a
county,
game,
yeah.
but the same county at the same time. We couldn't play together. And I'm talking about 95 miles an hour consistently. I'm sure of that.
I saw, was it in that West Trophy final at Lord's?
Lord's, yeah.
When he basically cut Vivian Richards in half with a pitch of a delivery. I think Viv is still looking for where that ball passed, because that thing just went through there, like going back for a second run. They will get it too. No, it was such a good delivery, and this was like he had gotten a wicket. So Viv trolled to the wicket in his usual confident manner, exuding confidence, and and then chewing gum, and Sylvester Clark unleashed this beauty at him, and it just climbed back at him. 268 for 6, that's 71 overs, and Teddy Bishop is on 99. So he has one regional or first class 100 to his name. This would be a welcome addition.
Well, any changes to the field, any gamesmanship being
So they
showed
haven't actually done anything. In fact, they've left the one mid-wicket fielder there.
you got to bring in the
They haven't brought
fielders.
one, say, to the onside. Tell him, because if he's going to drive, he probably might try to turn it away from that fielder. And who knows? But he's
Slow down the game a little bit more, create a little bit more pressure. This is good. Bringing in the guy at mid-wicket a little closer. This is what you need to do. Try to put some sort of pressure on the batsman.
Shamar Holder, and Chinese cut it into his hand straight at point. And would you believe it? It really was almost, you could say, a nothing delivery wide outside the off stump. And he goes cutting at it. But unfortunately for him, he cut it straight into the hands of Evelyn at point. And he goes for 99. And this is the second year in succession we've seen a batsman out on 99 on this ground.
Yeah, I feel for the young man. I think that he's played a fantastic innings. Of course, he has achieved the main goal initially of eclipsing CCC's first innings score. But that was a shortish delivery. A lot of time to play that cut shot, but he didn't hit it down on the ground. He wasn't over it. He was pulling back at the last moment, and he did it straight to the man at point. So unfortunate for the young man, Teddy Bishop. He has gone for 99, but a well-played 99. He did everything perfectly well there, except to get to a century.
And you really feel for him, but he's probably walking back there thinking where he could have gotten a single during his innings. Where he could have picked up the one run. And you see again, the ball was so far outside the off stump, he had to reach for it and never controlled it. Hit it straight to the fieldsman and paid the price for it. Held on to a good catch there, but it was straight at him and got the wicket. So Holder picks up his second.
Yeah, it happens. I mean, there was some delay there. Again, the anxiety levels a little high. He had a short delivery wide of the off stump and he went at it. And because he was so anxious to get his century, he wasn't in control of the shot. Straight to the man at point. So excellent innings. And so many times when you're looking at records and stats, you want to see in that column centuries. You want to see the conversion rates being improved. And you want to see 50s and centuries. You want to see 50s from guys at the number 8 position, 9 position, but you want to see centuries from the top order batsmen. So there's a delay. Umpires are conferring. I hope the umpires are fit. Because I think that was last year. There was an issue with the umpire right here. And everything has been organized. I've been very impressed with the facilities here. Wonderful facility. Not a lot of people watching. And obviously that has been some concern.
You can't get any crowd disturbance.
We can get a commentator's disturbance, and you have done it time and time again.
That's not disturbance.
Yeah. You have disturbed me a lot. Perturbed me too.
I haven't disturbed you.
Yeah, you talk about my haircut. You
Well,
talk
but
about
you-
my
but you- but you
you talk
haven't
about my
had a
lack of
haircut.
knowledge with big words.
You haven't had a haircut as yet.
Yeah.
It's tomorrow, then you would know when you,
You talk
get your
about me
haircut
not
today.
being handsome.
But I call you tall and handsome.
Yeah, but off air. That's something else.
So you just want the world to know that I call you tall and handsome. What a scandal. Is that-
Well, what do you think, Ruskin?
Yes, folks, he is tall and handsome.
No, I'm not.
So that
Just to be.
so that there's no ambiguity.
Ah,
So,
what
you
a
know,
big word. Ambiguity. Doubt. It means doubt, right?
there is no left or right to it. That is the point. He is tall and handsome. In the meantime, we've had a new batsman replacing Captain Bishop, who has made his way off very dejectedly, no doubt, but certainly they are going to try their best to put in it.
Mutara? Is that Mutara?
Yep.
Oh,
A little bit
wow.
of chin music.
Yeah, I love that. As a former fast food, I love that. The ball is considered to be an old ball, and the pacer running in his ball some good overs, and this is an excellent delivery. Well directed, short delivery, and well played by Mutara.
Yeah, he got out of harm's way there. So position Mutara trying his best to keep his head.
Oh, well bowled again. So is it that the pitch has quickened up a bit, or I don't know. There's some movement there, some pace, some bounce. Is it the bowler? Because he wasn't getting that type of bounce this morning. He was getting the movement, but not that type of bounce. Is it that he's put in more effort now, Rock?
Yeah, he's rested, and so he's come back here with a bit of a vengeance. He hadn't bowled in that middle session, I think. So he's come back now full of life and full of energy, probably wanting to wrap things up here as quickly as possible. And again, very uncomfortable, very, very uncomfortable for young Matara.
Well, I'll tell you what, I would put a man in front of the bat on the off side too. There's one on the on side, but a short delivery again, so there's some effort to bowl those short deliveries against Mutara, and he doesn't look comfortable at all. So I would put a next man in front of the bat, as we've seen that happening.
Get a helmet, and you can also, but you have a forward short leg and a silly mid off for him. And all he has to do essentially is to line up these deliveries now. That's all the captain is probably asking him to do. Bowl pace and hitting and missing and really looking for an outlet there. And I could very well imagine Joshua Bishop at the other end saying, "You bowled that at me." I cracking that in. Yeah,
His ego is talking to him right now. He's gesticulating to the bowler.
But that's what I would have been saying,
Johnny.
Gentle. I am trying to help my batting partner get it. So I'm telling you,
me.
I am communicating.
Love it. Get her. Up his Chile. Looking for two.
He should get
he's
two.
going to get two. That's good running between the wickets. Obviously, again, so he's been perturbed with the short deliveries. But that's the end of the over, 268 for the loss of 7, or 270 for the loss of 7.
Yeah, it was another delivery in line with the body and forcing him to kind of at least either take evasive action or play a shot. So he was trying to do both at the same time, and he just kind of looped it.
Not enough room to have leverage to play that shot. The other thing is that because there's a lack of back foot movement, it doesn't get inside the line properly. We've seen it being a general problem in the West Indies, that the back foot movement, back and across movement, is non-existent really, and doesn't allow the batsman to play those hook and pull shots.
Well,
Evan Lewis does it quite well.
You know the saying, a deer in headlights? Because once the ball is there, it's like they freeze, so they stop here instead of continuing the movement inside the line of the ball. Once the ball starts to climb, it's like they freeze and they don't really get inside the line as quickly as they should to make that shot. That's an easy single. And, no pressure at all.
No, the point is to give him the single so that, oh my.
They almost attempted
What's going on?
They almost attempted a single on the throw. But the man had walked in 15 meters and was beating them to go ahead, daring them to try and take another run on his arm. Paris was just hoping that they would. So, yeah, man, Mutara did, but I think that was the game he got injured. He was injured and he batted beautifully. So you wait. And that's the edge taken there, but no, he couldn't haul it in. And it's going to go for 4 runs. So the runs are coming, not in the most traditional fashion, but they all count.
Yeah, it's a hard chance there, but a ball that spun back into Mutara and a flighted delivery and just trying to
Kieran
turn
Powell,
the face of the bat, but the reaction time from Powell was not good enough. He's got to stay focused there, and he's got to react to what the batsman is doing. Look at him. He's in a static position. The ball has not come consistently to him. And part of fielding in those positions, or any position, is maintaining focus if you're not active and balls are not coming to you.
Mm-hmm. But that's why you always try to get the ball from the wicketkeeper or from the fielder.
That's right.
So you got to feel for it over and over.
They're not taking a single. They're not chancing it, but they're not taking a single. I think Bishop is saying, I want to face the fast bowler Holder.
But he told Holder as much.
I love it. Theater. Aggression.
He wasn't shying away from it.
Ego. That's well played. Okay. Oh.
Yeah, they're going to get a quick single. They might get a second if they hurry, but Bishop doesn't want it. But knowing Bishop, he might be thinking, boy, he might bowl one of these lollipops at me.
He's going to look to force a single, in my opinion. He wants to face Holder. Let's see what will happen. Obviously, the boundaries are being protected.
Yep, there's a long on, a deep mid wicket.
Yeah, I think that is important for the long off has to come in. It's not
all on the boundary. Then there's a
try to
point
stop the
on
single.
the boundary.
Try to stop the single.
And they're going to get it anyway because they took an awkward bounce. They almost took Jeremiah's head with it. But I think it struck him somewhere in the chest. It took a really bad hop. And he was going down to see when the ball jumped up and struck him in the chest. And they eventually got the single. So you have what you want, Mr. Great. And you have one Mr. Joshua Bishop waiting to tee off on Shema Holder.
Yeah, you will try to put a Holder off by, saying certain things to him, a little banter here and there, just to try to put him off. But he's got to obviously control his emotions, Holder, and look to bowl in the right areas because he can overtry. We saw what happened yesterday when there was an aggressive field place and he was overtrying. So let's see what will happen now.
So why don't they have like close-in catches for him?
He's going to try to hit sixes.
But he might just pop up the ball right there in forward short leg position.
He's going to try to hit sixes. Let's see. Ego overflowing here on both sides of the coin.
It's ego the 12th man.
Shot. Excellent. Forcing shot off the back foot. You'll get 1 run.
Easy.
Yeah.
Easy peasy. He's probably saying, probably telling him you like it.
That's a very good delivery too. Just short of a length. Then move off the seam, so just punch that for 1 run.
Yeah, the CCC wouldn't mind that single off the first ball of a new over. And now they got a chance at Mutara again to see if they could prize him out. They're looking for wicket number 8. It's 278 for 7 right now.
Yeah, what about
lead is 40 runs.
Yeah, what about a man on the other side too? There's a Sealy mid off.
Yeah, there was a man at forward short leg under the helmet, and they've decided to put him in slip. Mutara is right in behind it. Everything getting behind.
No, it's both lines of deliveries can get him out. Obviously, he's not a top order batsman, and he's fended some short deliveries from Holder. So it's not in keeping with what has happened there with a short delivery that he does not have a man in front of the bat on the onside.
I think the short ball is what he's looking for.
Yeah, well played. Excellent batting. Good defensive work there by Mutara with a short ball, keeping his eyes on the ball. I remember looking at the videotape with Floyd Reefer when I was assistant coach to him at the CCC level. And the best batsmen against a short delivery, they wait until the ball bounces, because your head, unless you Ruskin Mark, with a sizable head, you can pull that small part of your body away from the ball. But a lot of batsmen are perturbed when the ball is pitched short.
And that was the old 1-2 there. Have him thinking you're going with the short ball, but he's pitching it up to him and bringing out a forward defensive prod on him.
But the best batsman wait until that ball comes off the ground, keeps their eyes on the ball properly and for long, and then veer away from it. And obviously, hand-eye coordination defensively too, by putting the bat down and not lifting it in the air to protect oneself. Well played. Looking for two. This should be two.
He played it well.
Should be looking for two here.
Yeah, played very well indeed. Just knocking it off the pad, and he's growing in confidence, because two things. I don't think Shamar Holder is bowling the type of deliveries that will unsettle him, because he's bowled 3 deliveries at him so far in this over. Right? He's bowled 4 deliveries at him. He bowled 1 short ball. Right? They took the single off the very first ball, and he's faced 4 deliveries so far, and he's just bowled 1 short ball. And I guess again going with that quick 1-2 there, thinking that he's going to bowl the short ball, and slipping the Yorker, almost knocked him over, but not out, says the umpire. So good strategy there from Holder, but he has to wait 280 for 7 at the end of the over.
Yeah, brilliant last delivery, looking for the Yorker, direct type of delivery. And I suspect that was an in-swinging Yorker. So mental games being played here by the bowler, but a good, very good over. And remember, Mutara is a tall man. He's about 6'3", and he has the habit of falling over. So it's a really good delivery to bowl now.
Yeah, Billy is going to replace you, but I think you would like the white top that is circulating the ground here at UWI. So Joshua Bishop is on 16, and Matara, despite that little blow to his instep there, is on 9. So he would be at the non-striker's end now, as we're looking at Graves, who's going to continue here to bowl to Bishop. And again, Bishop takes the single off the very first ball of the over. Now we see the like bees to honey. Everybody's just closing in on the wicket now.
It's a very interesting time in the game. We do have a substitute fielder out on the field, though. Ishmael Peters is on the field for Corbin.
And again, just that little bobble there at the last moment from Larry Edwards. And the batsmen were able to complete the single, as they say, standing up, no problems there for them.
Edward has been challenged in the field with quick singles when he was sitting in the covers. Now challenged, feeling down at long off. And a couple fumbles from him when he was at cover, but he was quick to the ball trying to stop singles. This time a bit of a fumble out in the deep. There's a 12th man on the field. A couple white shirts outside of the field that are interesting to Mr. Gray.
And again, Bishop just allowing the ball to come on to him, and then just stroking it with a full face of the bat and driving it down to long on for another comfortable single. You see the 2 substitute fielders doing their job, their duties, and making sure that their teammates are
well hydrated,
making sure that they pass on whatever instructions the coach might have sent for them. And he's bowled him, going right across it and misses, and he is gone. Botara goes for 10. It's 283 now for 8.
And a second wicket for Romario Graves going. The sweep shot has been a get out of jail shot, but did he not time it? Was over pitched and a lot of turn, just clipping the leg stump, as you can see, the appreciable turn from Graves, and he's gotten more turn from this end, bowling over the wicket, than we've seen when he was around the wicket or from the southern end. And with that amount of turn, Mutara had no chance there of making connection with that ball as he was trying to play the sweep shot. We saw Teddy Bishop execute that sweep shot to perfection, but he just made it easy to look at and made it look easy. But it's not that easy if you look at how Mutara got into that angle here trying to play it.
Yeah, the ball was, you look at where his leg is, and what he doesn't recognize, when Bishop was playing the shot, the pad was basically protecting the stumps. He was hitting across the pad like that. He's trying to pick the ball from here with his pad way down, maybe outside leg stump as well. And so
looking to put power in the shot as well, lost some of his shape and overbalanced after the shot, after missing the ball. But you could see there he was trying to put too much power into the shot and not sweeping across the line, but more going up, under and up in the air like a sock sweep to cow corner he was trying to execute.
So Jada Blades. And probably trying to see if he too could fill his basket with a few lusty blows.
Yeah, Bishop just pointing out to him with that first shot. Has to be a bet going on in the dressing room to hit your first ball for 6. Pointing out that there is a man at cow corner for that shot. Not taking any heed of it.
They might get a second run. In fact, if they run quickly, they will get a second run. And it just seems as if Akeem Jordan is maybe just laboring a little bit in the last session today. He's had a long bowl earlier today. Came back for a short while ago and just seems a little bit stiff.
But Ruskin, this is exactly what we've been speaking about. 5 for 201 in this innings, and now losing 3 wickets, 283, and falling away after crossing that target of 238.
They were 227 for 5 at tea. So after tea, things tend to speed up a little bit. And you know, my good friend Tony Gray is the opposite, you know. After tea, he slows down significantly.
It's just over 60 runs for 5 wickets that was lost in the closing innings of the CCC. And we see here as well, set to repeat. Up in the air.
Yep, this one goes in the air and it's going to bounce close to the boundary. They may go back for a second. In fact, they will. And they will get it quite comfortably too. And you could see the frustration from Holder there.
I was wondering if it was a double bluff from Bishop after he hit that first ball for a 4, trying to be aggressive. Didn't see much of it as he batted more circumspect. But now with the wickets falling at the opposite end, he might just want to push on. 8 wickets down, 287.
Yeah, with the Trinidad and Tobago are really struggling right now. 28 for 3. Jamaica really putting their hands up here now, trying to be spoilers in this tournament. And that's a better shot when it's going to go close to the boundary again. They will get another couple quite comfortably.
And Ishmael Peters giving chase out there, the substitute fielder.
And how often have we seen that a team that you don't expect to put up any kind of resistance at all suddenly finds a way to make life difficult for you? And so Trinidad and Tobago with work to do there now. But Joshua Bishop is on 22. He is filling his basket quite nicely here. There he goes again over the head of the substitute fielder. This time he's going to get 4. And it's a bit of a workout for the young man out there. Ishmael Peters, is it?
Yes, Peters on the field for Corbin.
He had to run to his left, then to his right, and now he has to run all the way back.
He's crawling.
And he's crawling on the covers now. He's a tired man. And all the thanks to Joshua Bishop and his enterprise with the bat.
He's just working everything into the onside, one man to beat, and there will be that change in the field now. Captain Jeremiah putting a short mid-wicket in place and leaving Peters out on the mid-wicket boundary. And let's see if Bishop manages to manipulate the field and pushes it into the new gap on the offside. Just toying with the field.
CCC has to be careful here. The lead is already 55. And this one is going high in the air. This could be caught on the deep, and it is taken. The substitute fielder, Peters, is out there. And that is the end of Joshua Bishop's little bit of enterprise. He goes for 26.
Yeah, just poor batsmanship there, poor thinking. You saw the field being changed to accommodate the shot you have been playing and getting runs within the over. So it was an opportunity for him to manipulate the field now and work the ball into the gap on the offside. Instead, he picks it up outside the off stump, off the inner portion of the bat, high up in the air. He's trying to beat Peters on the boundary, but the young man did very well indeed to settle under a skyer. Looking into the sun as well, no excuses on this occasion, and makes a very clean catch down there on the boundary. So Bishop goes for 26 off of 23 deliveries. The 9th wicket goes down with 293 on the board, 55 runs being the lead. And now it's just going to be Jediah Blades and Kelvin Pittman. Pittman coming in. He just bowled the 3 overs in the first innings, and he went off the field reportedly having a toothache that turned into a migraine from the pain he was having and wasn't able to retake the field. So let's see if he can provide a headache for the CCC now.
Yeah,
55 runs on the board.
Or inflict some kind of pain on this bowling attack here today. Just to kind of rub salt in the wound. They have a lead of 55. If they could score a few quick runs here, maybe push that to 75 to close to 100. And their shots are plenty.
And he's lost the bet. No boundary off the first ball.
But it wasn't for a lack of trying.
This over has gone for 8 runs and a wicket. They're on the verge of 300 runs. What advice has been sent out there to these last pair for the West Indies Academy?
Because remember, bonus points are at stake as well. Batting points 293 for 9.
Clearing the front leg. Trying to hit through the line. Shama hold her hands on knees.
Because she was looking for maybe the shot going through the offside. The ball ended up at mid-on. And then the rehearsed shot is nothing like the shot he actually played. It's 293 for 9. He was trying to hit that through the onside. And he's rehearsing a shot that was going through extra cover. And so maybe he just got some wisdom after watching where the ball ended up.
Sure he didn't have the wisdom tooth extracted overnight.
So the important thing is he's still there. That's the most important thing. And regardless, but let me just quickly remind our viewers, Ogish, remember, made 5, 65 to Joseph. He was earlier clock the principal scorer. 9 to Edwards, 99 to Bishop, Eddie Bishop, the captain, very unfortunate. 25 rather to Clark, 5 to Tuckett, 23 to Johnson, 26 Bishop, and Motara 10. And there's another little Kehoe outside the off stump.
A run rate 3.86, the highest it's been in the innings.
And he hit him straight in at his midsection there, but that's a tough catch to take because he was swinging, and it hit him right in the midsection and came back out. But you could see him bracing as well, looking like a praying mantis there at forward short thing.
Well, there is protection in the deep had it head out to the boundary, but there's not much protection on the chest there for the man in front, the bat, Evelyn.
Straight as a pin.
What we've seen with Graves getting significantly more turn, it means that in the second innings to come, as we approach the last hour play or so, on the second day, the pitch is turning more and more.
Indy almost carrying it again, but he's living dangerously there by the moment blades. He's not getting on top of the ball. He just seems to be throwing the bat at it. And my thing is, if you're going to play that shot, you might as well play a more forceful shot.
That one being played out to Joachim, who's on the field. Another substitute fielder.
So that ends the over. It's 293 for 9. The lead not really moving right now. And that's why I was hoping that Joshua Bishop would have stuck around a little while longer and carve a couple out to the ground. Just don't hit it to my car.
We have seen quite a few big sixes on this ground as well. Remember Amir Django last year, 100 here. Hit quite a number of sixes, over 10 sixes into the dormitories in the hockey field direction.
Yeah, that's a big hit. And that one is in the air, but that's going to land safely. And it's going to spin and come into the boundary here at a vacant third man region for 4 runs. They all count. 297 now. For 9, another one like that will take them past the 300.
Clearing the front leg, Jamal Holder digging it in short. Clearing the front leg in full anticipation is going to be another short ball at him.
So I think he's probably going to make the bluff and probably try to slip in the Yorker here. A quick one. Right on the instep like he did to Motara, but he just missed.
So for the first time in the game, Hakeem Jordan moves away from the second slip and makes his way down to third man, not all the way on the boundary, just about 10 yards inside. And the direction the bat is swinging in, the ball's pitch up. It will head more in the direction of the tent with the spectators at Cow Corner.
Or it might hit the edge and fly down this way here, because he's trying to take a ball from outside the off stump and hit it, and you say, in that tent over deep mid wicket. And but one thing he has to always remember, to do that, you have to keep your eyes on the ball. It's integral to everything that you do when you're batting.
Well, a show of confidence across at the West Indies Academy. All their players are in their whites and warming up to take the field.
And if I was batting, I would say, I don't know why. I don't understand why you're
great show of confidence, with Kelvin and the Dire Blades.
Why are you?
Of course, both of them or one of them might be opening the bowling who's batting out in the middle.
I don't understand that. If I was batting, I'd be having the same conversation there. And here's what we're saying: we're not getting out now at all.
It's the efficiency of the assistant coach Rion Griffith and the manager
I don't
Roman
care.
Subasinger
She
to have his
should
players
go behind the bowling and do that, not out in front there. It's almost as if you expect us to get out any minute now. And more runs, a couple here, and that will take it close to 299 now. So they're 1 away from the 300 mark. And what I tell them, I will stay out there 10 minutes longer, 15 minutes, or by the 20th minute, all of them will sit down.
At least get to 300 before you start warming up.
Yeah, I would honestly, I'll punish you all. I would stay out here for the next half an hour Let me see if you're able to keep warming up for half an hour.
Let's just say they are in anticipation of having to take the field to maximize the number of overs left in the day's play to bowl at the CCC.
Well played. There is the 300 on the board. They might actually look for a second run, but I don't think the Blades is too happy with that. Pittman, though, was keen. 300 is on the board.
My mistake, Ruskin. They were out on their feet in their rights to cheer on the 300 as it came up on the board.
That is by the way. Right? They could cheer from sitting in the stands as they were doing earlier. Yeah, but 300 is on the board. That's a good score. They've gotten 300 on a couple of occasions already this season. Not many times, but I think it's twice so far. They got a 315 one time, or just once. And, so 300, that's a big effort on their part. 300 for 9. But they have a small lead of 62 runs. And having a go here.
Is there a kitchen sink somewhere across there?
Well, he threw the kitchen sink. I don't know where it's landing, if it landed at all. But he threw everything at that one, missed. It was a slow delivery. And Chima Holder is holding his head there. But guess what?
Pittman is holding his back?
Yeah, no, he's saying, boy, you get away there, partner. Blades was saying I was really aiming to hit that one out the ground. Yeah, but he survives. Pittman is 7. Blades is yet to score. It's exactly 300 for 9, and the lead is 62 runs.
Yeah, run rate of 3.85. There's been a lot of entertainment here in the day's play, particularly after lunch. Some provided by Jordan Johnson, others entertainment provided by Joshua Bishop. But it's been a very enthralling afternoon altogether. See some more spectators coming in here in the afternoon to have a look at the cricket.
And the more the merrier. And it's always good to see spectators. And I would imagine on a campus like this, 1 or 2 spectators would come in as they're either to and from classes, just walking by, enjoying the cricket action, making sure that the players feel welcome. Stifled appeal. No shot being offered, but pitching way outside the off stump.
Graves continuing 2 for 57 in 19 overs.
So slowly but surely, the warming up session is dwindling.
More players are returning to their seats.
Yeah. There he goes. That's a big hit. Watch the car. That's an almighty hit there.
Kelvin Pittman taking matters into his own hands and launching a 6 straight back over the head of Romario Graves, over the head of everybody and under the side screen for 6 runs. 306 on the board, and the cheers you would have been hearing was from the dugout.
That's a big hit. And how many 6s in this inning so far? And this is the 3rd one. So they're probably happy with that.
Yes, 74s and 3 6s in the innings.
Jumped. A lot of turn and bonks there.
Yeah, we're going to move in to the last session on day 2. And day 3, we're going to see that ball turning even more and more and getting some bonks. Joshua Bishop might just be licking his chops there at the prospect of getting 10 wickets in the match.
Here's another short ball that is a real long hop. And he is burying that one again for another maximum. So, hey, they flipped the bat in order.
A flat 6 there. Deep backward square. Nobody manning that area. Flat 6 straight across the fence at the hockey field. And it's really a gift. All the way down to the University Activities Center. All the fun and games aside, the total is over 300, 312. 79 overs gone. CC only managed to bat 79 overs in their innings of 238. So about 80 runs 74 runs actually in
The lead-
surplus of that total by the CCC.
So a big ask here now. This total is becoming dangerous at the moment because 74 runs in the general scheme of things could be a bit of a challenge to overcome.
Holder is going to try and put an end to that.
Oh, that's glorious. That's 4 runs. Well. Take that out of the top drawer. What a shot.
That is the shot for the newspapers there by Jediah Blades. And the partnership is really building here. Pittman on 19 and now Blades on to 4. And some of the spectators are moving their vehicles from the car park with these two at the stick. What a glorious shot there. Full face of the bat, a long stride in Erskine and all the way for 4.
What a way to get off the mark. Any frontline batsman would be proud of that.
Another batsman getting off the mark with a 4. So there is money to be made.
Yeah, this is good batting. And just as we suspected, the warm-up has stopped.
Well, he did hit it in that direction.
As if to tell them, sit down. Sit down, guys. Sit down and take a look. Let's see what the comeback is. He's bowled him neck and crop, trying to swing to the fences. He goes for 4. 19 not out is Pittman. It's 316 all out.
Well, you had a feeling it was bound to happen with Holder on the ball. And this time, instead of playing that exquisite cover drive, he goes in the other direction to try and get it over mid-wicket to the tent with the spectators to get a cheer in that direction. But only the off stump went right back. And another wicket to Chamar Holder. He's picked up 4 for 81 in this innings. 316 all out. 79.2 overs. And we did say the CCC only managed to bat for 79 overs in their innings. And a repeat of that dose here. But with a run rate of 3.98, it gives them a lead of 78 in this game as we close the first innings for both teams. And all in all, a good total considering.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see the fight that they showed in this game so far. They were very concentrated in their bowling effort and in the field, and then with the bat, it was more of the same. They took 1 or 2 chances, but they didn't overdo it. They were really focused on what they were doing, playing on merit, and trying their best to build innings, build partnerships, and they got a few interesting ones. Like I said, that 65 from Mbeki Joseph, he will remember that. 99 from Teddy Bishop, he will remember that for good and bad reasons because he didn't get over the line to get the 100. And like I said, we saw last year here where another player got to 99 and got out, trying to swing away there, Utley, at that point. And we were saying at that time, the 2 Utley brothers have that in their register. Both of them got to 99 and got out already. So, and it's a new, I don't know how many brothers could boast about that. But those 2 did. And here they could add Teddy Bishop to that. 25 to Clark, 23 to Johnson, an enterprising 26 for Joshua Bishop, and then 10 from Motara and Pittman with a blazing 19 not out. They were the principal scorers so far. And bowling?
Yeah, extras was 26 extras with 7 byes, 8 leg byes, 5 wides, and 6 no balls. And the bowling, Akeem Jordan, 18 overs, 2 main spells from him, 2 maidens, 59 runs, 1 wicket. Chamar Holder really bowled well for 3 spells, 18.2 overs, 5 maidens, 81 runs, and picking up his 4th wicket at the close of the innings there. Romario Graves got the ball to turn more and more as he bowled longer and longer, 19 overs, 2 maidens, 69 runs, 2 wickets. Larry Edwards, 14 overs, 1 maiden, 54 runs, 1 wicket. And Jaden Edmond, 10 overs, 38 runs, and 2 wickets. So 316 all out. The West Indies Academy are limbering up to take the field. And we'll take a short break. And when we'll be back, we'll be here for the second innings.
Thank you very much. As we welcome you back here, we've just had the short break, a turnaround for the start of the CCC second innings. They trail by 78 runs, and I suppose that would be the first order of business here this evening, Billy, to wipe off those 78 runs with as little damage as possible. And when I say damage, by way of wickets.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the approach may be. 2 days left and possibly about 18 overs left in the day's play. So it's sufficient time. They don't want to see off the day's play. They're going to have to bat and bat properly for this remaining overs. And it's Kieran Powell.
It's Jeremiah
there.
Jeremiah and Daniel Evelyn.
And Evelyn, yeah.
And of course, Blades is the man who is going to pick up the attack. Sure, he's pumped up. Had a nice little swing with the bat. And probably decides now, let's see if we could really do some damage.
You're just wondering for a second there. Just once in the tournament thus far. Outside the off-stump. Just once for the tournament thus far, Powell elevated to the opening position. So just wondering if he was out there again, and which would have signaled the intention for the second innings there to try and post runs quickly, with that lead being 78. But it is the captain, Johan Jeremiah.
Yeah, and they can't just go after the runs. Of course, you want to chip away at it as much as possible and as quickly as possible, and then try to build some kind of a lead. But it's going to take some doing. And a good delivery is squeezed out for the opening run of this second innings as they try to wipe off this deficit first up.
Jeremiah off the mark there. He had 47 runs in the first innings. Disappointed to be out in the manner that he was trying to be aggressive in the first innings. But wanted to get another 50 in the tournament. Would have been his second 50. Tried to make amends in the second innings. On the other side of the coin, Evelyn has had 102 50s in the tournament.
Good lines, good areas that he's finding early up in this spell. And that's going to be important so that he can keep the pressure on the batsmen and not allow them too many freebies early on, because that's precisely what they'll be looking for, the opportunity to score off some loose bowling.
And the best way to keep the scoring down is to take some wickets. Just 1 wicket in the first inning for Blades. He'll want to do better than that. There's 14 wickets so far in the tournament.
And those are good areas that he's finding early on here. And that is the key right now. You know what the bowlers are trying to do, and the bowlers know what the batsmen are trying to do here. They don't want to lose an early wicket here. And so they have the forward short leg in under the helmet. And Blades hasn't really bowled a short ball per se, but it will be interesting if and when he produces one, how they handle it. Because right now they're just kind of inching forward onto the front foot. Can he push them back?
The first innings, he was getting the ball to come back into the right-hand batsman. The odd one just holding its line and going across. Evelyn was very wary of that. Didn't try to advance too far across with his left pad. Just keeping his eyes more on the ball and the seam position, trying to decipher which deliveries were coming back into him.
And he's going to want to do more of the same and see if he can't get one to really pitch and deviate quickly, coming back into the right-hander. It would mean, though, that he'll have to kind of pitch it further up and just kind of touch it down in front of him and see if he could get it to move from there.
Shorter delivery there. He was just adjusting the field blades. He's come to the end of the first over, 1 run on the board. He just moved his fine leg a bit finer in the mid-wicket, just to his right. The end of a first over, negotiated well by Jeremiah and Evelyn.
Yeah, no real alarms for them, although the first ball was a pretty good one, right up to Jeremiah. And he managed to squirt it out on the onside. And that is what I think the bowlers will be trying to do here, is to keep the pressure on. But somebody's probably going to have to put his hand up and say, look, you know what? I'm going for broke here. Let me see if I can't really climb through a couple of wickets here and really put them, as they say, behind the 8 ball by the time we go to bed tonight.
And it's going to be Nathan Edward. And he's going to bowl from that southern end as he did in the first innings. Got a few deliveries to go past the outside edge. He has 3 slips, a gully, backward point, cover and mid-off on the offside. This one turned into the onside. Here's a man at short mid-on. Is that man Kelvin Pittman on the field? Moving well and devoid of any headaches.
Yeah, and he will be important and crucial to their efforts in this second innings, the CCC second innings, as he may be called upon to do a fair amount of bowling. And what little we saw of him suggests that he could be integral, especially if the wicket starts to be a little too paced and uneven bounce.
He's at the batsman there and trying to force it off the back for Jeremiah. Doesn't get any timing on it whatsoever. And again, immediately around the wicket.
The other thing, too, that they probably want to look at is to make the CCC bat as long as possible. So you don't want them to score quickly. So you want to slow them down as much as possible so they use up a lot of time, because time may be of the essence here when it's all said and done. Because bearing in mind that the West Indies Academy will be batting last in this game, so they don't want to have a big total to chase. And part of that is they also don't want it to come down to a time issue or give the CCC too much time to get at them or to bowl at them. So if they need to try to at least draw the game from here, then this is part of how they have to approach it. They have to frustrate them for long periods. And that's nicely put away. That's 4 runs. And that's not where you want to bowl, especially with very limited protection on the onside.
Yeah, it's a 7-2 field, just a fine leg and that short mid-on. Badly lined delivery there and put away quite easily.
Becky Joseph in front of us here, just probably
2 local boys there.
Yeah,
Jack Hassan and Mickey Joseph alongside the enigmatic Johan Lane. The better line delivery, maintaining that outside the off stump. That 3 slips in place, Teddy Bishop, East.
Yeah, you wonder what is going through Teddy Bishop's mind. He's going to replay that shot over and over and over in his mind.
Well, he has Rivaldo Clark in the 3rd slip. That might be on his mind as well. He's excellent in the outfield. Not so sure about slip.
Yeah, I don't know. Since he ran from the ball in the first inning.
Put one down off the spinner as well. Good take there by Bowen. Tuck it down to his left. Tuck and roll. End of the over. 5 without loss. 2 gone. 4 runs in that over. 1 badly lined delivery on the leg side and put away. A good start here. Both batsmen looking comfortable. Just 2 overs gone,
Yeah,
unperturbed.
nothing to indicate that they, what the mood is really. If they're just going to play on merit, or if they're going to maybe try and knock off these runs as quickly as possible.
As you were saying, you want to try and eliminate the factors that could lead to defeat before you start looking for a victory when you are trailing.
So first thing for CCC is to try to get these runs out of the way with minimal damage, and then you try to build some kind of a lead, a good lead, 200, 250, and then after that, see you as you say, you shook your bowlers behind them.
Yeah, to get there would be a great effort indeed to get that amount of run to put on the board to chase. Means they have to get a total over 300.
Over 300, yep. But that might be what it takes, even though you anticipate that the wicket might be, might favor bowling, and the team batting last is probably going to have to score anything in excess of 175, 180 might be challenging. But you want to be safe with a lead of maybe 220, 250. If you could get it quickly, and then, release your bowlers.
Yeah, spot on with that calculation there, Ruskin. Trying to work backwards from a cutoff point on the 4th day, what a target might be, how much overs remaining on the 4th day, and look at that time, and then see how much you might want to score in the difference in the amount of overs between now and that point. So it's like planning a forecasting job, planning it out over a timeline.
Yeah, this is plan A, and the first phase is these 17 or 18 overs, and you're thinking if we could get 40 or so, maybe even 50 off of it, fine. If not, we'll take what we get, but we don't want to lose too many wickets. If you lose 1 wicket, you don't want to lose a second one, and so that's the allowance you're making. Tomorrow now you're thinking session by session by session, and maybe in the first session you're trying to get 90 runs, maybe 80, 90 runs if possible in the first 2 hours. And then you're trying to do a similar thing in the second 2 hours, and then if you need be, you try to do a similar thing in the third. So that should get you close to where you want to be.
When you look at the batting capability, do you have the batters that are capable of constructing that type of innings, particularly down in the end of it on maybe the morning of day 4, if you need to just push to get to that total that you want to go? Of course, there will be the advent as well. If they do lose a wicket here, we may see that Jon Snow appearing out of the dugout as a night watchman.
Yeah, it's possible, but the key is these two, they have a job to do, and their job is to deny them the early wickets. And if you could score, like I say, if you could knock off 40 runs tonight, I think the camp would be very happy with that.
Yeah, that's and they've been hovering around 3 runs and over. And we'll say after 20 overs, they've gotten the run rate up to around 3 runs and over, because for the first few overs of the innings, the run rate is going to just hang around 2 or so, barring some loose deliveries that they get put away. But usually after the 20 overs, you might get up to a run rate of around 3. And if 18 overs are left in the day's play, it puts them just under 60 runs. So look at between 50 and 60 runs possible this afternoon. And then you just have about 28 runs or so to knock off in the morning session on the 3rd day. And then the innings really starts.
And again, drifting into the pads to concede a leg by as the over comes to an end.
So that is the type of permutations and combinations that the strategists and the analysts would be working on in the dugout after having the team meeting later on this afternoon. Blades 2 overs, just conceding 1 run.
Yeah, he's been pretty tidy, and I think the couple of occasions where he just drifted onto the pads a couple of times himself. But in the main, his line has been pretty good, just touching down outside that off stump. And bringing the ball back into the right-handers.
Between Blades and Edwards in the first inning, they had 6 maidens within the 25 overs they bowled between each other, the opening bowlers. This innings try to be as miserly as possible as well.
That's a beauty. Where did that pass? Well. And certainly the ball came back at him. It probably hit the inside edge and went past the keeper, because it passed the keeper to his left. So it would have taken an inner edge and wrong-footed the keeper, and it went down to the boundary. Just missing that leg stump.
Well, signal runs by umpire Kelmon Colester, who's now at that southern end. It was just making an inquiry to the umpire. Just he might have just clipped the top of the back pad instead of the inside edge, shaking his head there, walking back to the top of his mark, Edward.
Probably just shaved that bail, that leg bail. Almost hit the bail on the way through.
Well, amusement out there as to where did it pass, what did it hit. It's 4 runs on the board.
Yeah, if you're CCC, that's all that matters right now. In fact, if you're CCC, you would want a couple more of those.
Evelyn, he certainly takes the 4 runs and walks down the wicket now to Nathan Edwards. And realizing that he's getting movement, he's trying to negate that swing by advancing down the wicket. Not sure if it's an intention of a signal of what his intentions might be in the last few overs of the day.
Well, now if he should just jump down the wicket and throw the bat and get out, I think he probably would go straight down to where the bus picked up the players and sit over there, and not bother to go into the dressing room, because he would probably get a real chewing out from the coach.
Pedro Collins, Keno Mason, and Mr. Floyd Reefer would look very seriously on him. There is a job here to do. Let's get rid of those runs on the board. That's much better. Solid in behind that delivery.
Again, working up a good head of steam there is Edward. It's not the quickest, but he's nippy enough to hustle some of the batsmen. And then because of the little movement that he generates, you always have to keep your eyes on him.
It seems as though it did come off the pad more than the bat. It's my impression on the replay, and we get the advantage of having a couple replays. Because the umpire is out there, he may have seen something different, heard something, or our angle of view sometimes doesn't allow us to see exactly what happened.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We quite often hear people say they hear the edge. As an umpire, you have to see it. Because how often have you seen you hear all kind of noises and the ball is nowhere near the bat?
Sometimes it's just the bat handle creaking.
So as an umpire, you have to always see the decision that you're ruling on, or the incident that you're ruling on. That one. This should get 2 here quite comfortably.
And Mickey Joseph just bustling around from long leg to get that through in. They're still going to get 2. One from the bat chased it down as well, but Joseph was quick to it. 2 runs. He's been adjusted now to more of a long leg position rather than the fine leg, as the ball is coming into the right-hander. Might just take it a little bit squarer. And in the first innings, you were making some calls for a leg gully, but there is a man in front of the bat. Looks like he is at short leg.
More short leg than anything else. These two added 43 for the first wicket in the first innings. I'm sure they'll be happy with a similar type of contribution today, if not a bigger one. It ends the over, the second from that end, 12 without loss after 4.
Evelyn went LBW to Bishop in the first innings. And Jeremiah went out caught by Blades bowled Bishop. And it was an adventurous shot by Jeremiah, out of context, out of character. And he was dismissed for 47. He would have been disappointed not going on to get to 50. He was anchoring the innings for the CCC. So they had a couple good starts in their first innings. Blades would want to ensure that they don't get off to that good start again.
Yeah, but it's so important for them. It's crucial for them to get a good start. Because that 70, there's a stifled appeal, but again, you could see the ball heading down the leg side. And, but that's kind of like the cat and mouse situation here between bat and ball. The bowlers, the fielding team, they know what they want. They want quick wickets. The batsmen, they too understand that. Will try to deny them as much as possible, and at the same time try to accumulate as many runs as they possibly can. Just look at the delivery, just heading down that leg side.
And Jediah Blades would have a good look at that. But if it's one thing we've seen in this game that has been good, has been the appeals. The strength of the appeals.
Yep. And risky.
Just fashioning that he should have left that one alone. It went across him. It was far away. Didn't get the front part in line with it, and just as well, because he could probably taken an edge.
Yeah, it's risky business when you're flushing like that outside the off stump. You're really just giving, you're increasing the chances of you getting an edge outside there. And like I said, at this stage of the game, the fewer deliveries that you have to play is better for you. You don't play at deliveries that you don't have to, unless you absolutely have to play at it, then you will do that.
Yeah, in the first innings as well, he was fanning at some of the deliveries that were going away from him. This one closer to the off-stun line, does leave it alone. This one a tad bit closer. And that is the danger, that is the game, that is the risk. To play when not to play. And you hope, you look at the seam position to see if one is coming back in at you, and then you're forced to play. And if the bowler is good enough and can get his consistency right, becomes very interesting. So one of the things that we do appreciate in the four-day game that you don't see too much of in the shorter versions. That test, that cunningness between bat and ball, and that battle that goes on out in the middle.
That's good bowling. He's right on target there, attacking the stumps. You miss, I hit. And I think what did we have intercal cricket on today in the secondary
Presentation
schools?
versus Presentation College Shogunas versus Fatima College, I believe, at the Queen's Park Oval.
Hillview College, 111 all out in 19.5. Fanellier, 30. Ramguli, 19. Aryan Mohammed, 2 for 15. Adi Ramsaran, 2 for 27. And Matthew Cooper, 2 for 34. And Naparima College, in reply, 115 for 6 in 18.4 overs. Ramsaran, 37. Pittman, 37. And again, bang on target. Naps winning by 4 wickets in that one.
Good to see Adi Ramsaran. Ramdeen, is it? Getting in the wickets, Adi?
Yeah, Ramsaran.
Adi Ramsaran, yeah.
And he also made some runs, 37. Both batsmen made 37. Ramsaran and Pittman. I imagine it's Pittman. St. Mary's College, first 11, Toko. Secondary was another game. Fresh Sandul, Vishnu Boys.
Andrew Rambaran, did he feature in that encounter?
I'm not sure. I haven't seen the stats just yet. But that's a beautiful delivery. This is making life very difficult for the batsmen. The openers are not getting much to work with. And as a result, they have to dig in here and try to keep some very good deliveries out. 13 without loss now at the end of 5. And did you know, Billy, that we picked up a gold medal at the Pan Ams last evening? Trinidad and Tobago in the team sprint. Jasain Phillips, the 2-time Olympian, and of course Nicholas Paul was in the mix. And it's good to see Nicholas there, but no Quincy Brown on this occasion. So they needed a third wheel, and they got it. And Trinidad and Tobago still got. Now they have a chance in the Kieran, which will be today, and the sprint as well. So I anticipate that we'll get a couple more gold medals. But that's just the Trini and me coming out there. I'm sure the other countries will have something to say about that. Countries like Colombia and some of the others. Plus our girls are also, we have a female contingent that is also doing well. And I think in the road race, we might actually see Tennille Campbell riding for Trinidad and Tobago.
She's already made her mark.
Yeah, Makaira Williams is in the new queen of cycling, so to speak. Another easy single. Not much you could do about that. But looking full of energy there, running around.
Good to see him back. They would have missed him in that first innings.
Kelvin Pittman.
And Joshua Bishop bowling 33 overs. And he would have taken up much of the slack. Although I doubt that he would have bowled any less had Pittman been on the field. It would have been a rotation of the more for the seam bowlers from the opposite end. We may not have seen as many overs from Motara maybe if he was on the field, but two spinners getting the breakthroughs.
Good bowling, but just as impressive batting, because you can't take risks. So you basically have to play on merit, and these bowlers are not giving much away. And of course, earlier today, I think Trinidad and Tobago, many people would have been following this story. In fact, they have been following this story for a while now. And today, we heard that the Prime Minister announced that a cabinet decision to make 1 million ex gratia payment to the families of the LMCS divers that I think they were asking for this for some time. It's well played. In the end, they will get one.
Yeah, Johnson just tumbling over there. Yeah, just stretching it out. He was in the field in the first innings and seemed to be carrying some sort of a niggle, but he came out to bat and all was well with his running up and down the wicket. He's just walking away gingerly after that tumble there.
Yeah, maybe he needs to pretend he's batting. He's still batting. And
he's into a jig now.
Yeah, that takes all the pain away when he's batting.
So he goes across to that point area. There are 3 slips, so he's into gully. No, he's being sent back by Clark to point. There is a short cover point. He's in really close there, Motara, on the offside with Jeremiah on strike. The ball goes to his left and he makes an excellent stop there as Deshaun Motara. They do come through for the single as it's Johnson mopping it up. But stopped a couple of runs there.
He's busy. He's still hobbled, but he being very active right now. Maybe trying to work it out, run it out as best as he can.
You see Jeremiah in the first inning guide a few through there for a couple of runs. And after that first innings observation from the West Indies Academy analyst, decision was made to set that man, Deshaun Motara, in that position to cut that shot out.
Yeah, you learn, from your opponents. You saw them in the first innings. Oh, that's well bowled, that one. He had to come down on that one very quickly indeed. And it sort of followed him. A little bit of inward movement, maybe a little bit of swing, late swing. or reverse swing, if you want to call it that. But it could certainly tail into that leg side, into that leg stump area. And he had to make a quick adjustment as the over comes to an end 16 without loss now after 6.
Avinash Sitaram was the analyst at one point for the West Indies Academy. Not sure if he's still there. He's with the West Indies team, I'm told by our producer, Rene Bikramdas.
You got a promotion.
There is upward movement,
upward mobility.
When you do your job well.
Yeah, you get to move up in the world.
Pushed in the air.
Yep.
There's no mid-off. Is it going to go for 4? Mutara is going to give chase, but it was officially a push drive. And Ute is on his side there, chases it down. Coming through for 3. Risky shot there.
Yeah, trying to get onto the front foot and push it. He didn't really try to hit it hard. He just pushed at it, but he got under it. Jediah Blades. 2 maidens, 17 dot balls, just 4 runs.
Yeah, the pair of opening bowlers did have a good spell of 3 maidens on the trot. Created some pressure.
And this one, he was edging at it and it just misses. Oh, the keeper tried to get it. I don't think he held it, but it certainly was an opportunity there. He went driving and again trying to score. We'll see if he really got an edge onto it or if he just missed it. And the keeper just couldn't hold it in.
So he got a hand in.
Yep. He went with one. He started to go with 2 hands, and then he had to separate them as the ball was dripping on him. He was trying to get under it, and he just couldn't hit him more in the high up in the almost in the heel of his hand. If that's a location.
Closer to the wrist rather than the palm.
Didn't stick.
At first, I thought it was very close to the ground and he almost smothered it and couldn't get it in the glove, but it was full in the glove. And as he tumbled over, didn't manage to hold on. He's done an excellent job all season.
Yeah, he never really got it in the glove. It just kind of hit the glove, yeah. And they have big padding in that part of the glove. It's all part of the protection for the arm.
And that was looking at those dot balls there from Blaze and mentioning the dot balls. They did manage to get the outside edge of Evelyn in the first innings after a spell of 3 maiden overs. And it was broken by that boundary off the edge of Evelyn.
That's another peach of a delivery. That one came back a long way. And Blaze is probably saying, what do I have to do?
Well, he's walked all the way across the mid-wicket in frustration. So what has he done wrong? Well, ball pitched, lifted, and came back into Evelyn, and the others have been going away from him. And as I was mentioning earlier, he's just coming back there over the middle stump. And he did show good judgment in the first innings to leave some of the deliveries on bounce with the new ball. And he did it again on that occasion, but my was it close to that middle stump.
That's hard stopping stuff there. Because had that ball stayed low, it probably would have clipped the top of middle stump. Or at least brushed his pad.
Yes. That is the difficulty facing Blaze. And to his credit, he's bowled a few balls coming back into the right hand. And Evelyn has the task of discerning seam position to see what is going away from him, holding its line, or whether it's going to come back into him. And where does he place his left foot for the one coming in? And that's why we saw the edge that went to Bowen Tuckett was the one that angled across, and he went after it. This time, I'm not sure if he picked it up and thought it was going away again, left it alone, and it came all the way back in over the middle stump. So excellent bowling from Jediah Blades.
Yeah, this is over number 7. And again, hitting the outside edge, but well played. He kept it down. He was on top of it. And he deliberately played it down past the slip cordon And 4 easy runs.
Yeah, deciding to flirt with danger a bit, but was well in control, dabbing it down past the slip. Look at it there. Ooh, just heart in mouth time for a second, for a fleeting second. Went past the desperate dive on 4 runs, 23 without loss after 7. Evelyn now on 11, and Jeremiah on 10.
Yeah, so these two doing a similar job to what they did in the first innings. Quietly building, not rushing, and not trying to eat the red off the ball.
And they've managed to get the run rate to over 3 runs and over. It's trailed by 55 runs now. As some shade envelops the ground. Sun's hidden behind the cloud.
So we've seen Kelvin Pittman coming into the attack.
Just the 3 overs from him in the first innings. He'll be keen to get back out there and get the ball in his hand. He's going to bowl again from that southern end where he bowled in the first innings. Short, pulled away. Oh, it's pulled just in front of the man there.
And that was Edwards who was trying to block it. I think it pitched in front of him. He got a hand to it, but it still had enough to go through his grasp and down to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs.
He just pulled into the turf, landing just in front of him. A short ball, really short. Pulled from outside of the off stump by Jeremiah, landing just in front of Edwards, maybe taking an awkward bounce. Not sure if he was trying to get away from that awkward bounce, or the ball just shifted in the direction it was heading, but it headed to the boundary nonetheless.
And that one kept a little bit low, but he wasn't behind it, and placed it well for a couple more. So all of a sudden, as this over started, we've had a couple a boundary and 2 runs. So 6 runs in 2 balls. Pittman, I'm sure he would want to tighten up here a little bit. Don't want to spoil all the hard work that the opening pair bowlers laid down, Blades and Edward. So it's incumbent upon him to pull things back here, maybe take a wicket.
Push back along the turf. A bit of a misfield there in the end. Mid-off and mid-on, getting in front of each other, Blades. And Blades eventually has to do the mopping up, and they do get the single. Pittman just waving his hands in the air, trying to keep one batsman on strike and build some pressure. Partnership now 30 runs off of 45 deliveries. Evelyn on 20. Evelyn on 20. This contribution 11. 48 run deficit.
Pittman too goes for a little jog. So he too just missing, but not by much. And so things are starting to happen now all of a sudden with Pittman coming into the attack.
Have a look at it here again. How close was that? Just brushing a coat of varnish off the off stump. And Pittman, exasperated, just peeled away. A shout of anguish from him. He knew how close that was.
Jeremiah is probably saying, well left. But just don't do it again. That's twice now. He's had deliveries that just shaved the stumps. And there's a loud appeal for an LBW. Not out, says the umpire. And again, trying to got himself in a little bit of a tangle there, trying to turn it on the onside. And lives to fight another day.
Yeah, unmoved, totally unmoved there, umpire Kelman Cowlesser. And we are seeing some rain coming down. The ground staff do have the covers in hand.
Ready. Yep. They're ready to sprint
again.
on. The umpires do probably enjoying the little wetting that they're getting.
They look to be heading down the leg side. It's going to be a brief show, I anticipate, because it's still very bright out there.
I saw the umpire waving, so I'm not sure who he's waving at. Oh, they're getting a helmet. I thought he was waving on the covers, but they haven't moved. They're at the ready. And whatever we had by way of a shower is probably subsiding, you think?
Yeah, it's a passing cloud, really. It's windy. The clouds are high, and the players are eager to get on with it. The umpires are consulting. There's a couple factors.
Is it a lighting situation as well?
Well, it has gotten
5:20.
Yeah, after
No,
5:15. Yeah, yesterday we went up until around 25 past 5, but we just had 8 overs to complete at the end of that innings. We do have a few more overs here to complete.
We've
The third umpire is now on the field as well.
She's bringing the light meters, is it? So they probably once you see they start using the meters, you know they're looking for a reading here.
I remember yesterday when they were looking at the light and were about to go off, the sun came out in all its glory. It's just hiding behind a cloud currently.
So we have 8 overs completed. So we probably have another 9 overs left.
Cut-off time 5:30, is it?
Yep.
Yeah, we're not going to get that in for sure. It's just a question of how many we are going to get in, and this delay is certainly not helping that.
Nope.
Umpire Leslie Reefer now having place it on the stumps at the northern end, at the administration building end.
It's trying to get a reading from both ends.
He seems to be satisfied.
Yep, and they say, gentlemen, we can play on. In the meantime, the ground staff are left holding the tarpaulins.
And the wind kicks up, making their job that more difficult.
Yes. Where is T. Gray size 14 shoes when you need it?
We just need 2 of him to hold the 2 crickets. We'll have to get our hands ask Cricket 360 just to purchase one of those light meters so we can do a random check of certain times. Just to cross-reference the umpire's decision. Be better well advised. It's a bowling change. Joshua Bishop is on. Off the outside edge.
Yep, immediately trying to force it through the offside. And it does get a boundary.
So very eventful first over from Kelvin Pittman. Have a look at this replay on the outside edge. Pass, well past the first slip.
And again, because the ball is still hard, you're almost encouraged to want to put in a second slip or a gully in there, because he's not going to turn it, so he's probably going to move it across the left-hander.
Yeah, with that in mind, he has put that second slip in.
And they're going to have to stay down. This is a time where you just stay as still as possible and just react to the ball once it hits the edge.
It seems as though there are going to be more changes in the field now as they realize the batsman probably looking to close up shop. There is one man in front on the onside bat pad. Another helmet is coming out. MBK Joseph might very well go on the offside in front of the bat. So there are 2 slips.
It's like a relay. He just sprinted on there and passed off the helmet.
So that's in Johan Lane.
And now they've decided they don't need it just yet anyway. And yeah, he has to position the helmet properly, or that's a 5-run penalty that you don't want.
Yeah. Forcing it away on the onside. Shortish delivery, but with the newer wax coating on the ball, it just skids on with that little bit of water on the pitch, sprucing it up a bit. Just skids on, and it's skidding off the turf as it returns, as the return comes in. Owen Duckett was just not appreciating the throw.
No, because it was from the deep. He probably saying, well, you could have just thrown it to the bowler. And
particularly knowing that the outfield is just a little bit damp now with that sprinkle of rain.
Well, a good sign is that some of the ground staff are moving away, so it means that the little drizzle has subsided.
Well, as we approach 5:30, you might as well just stay there because it might be very close to the close of play and they'll have to pull the covers on anyway.
Yes. But as we say, so the drizzle is back. It's probably heavier now, coming to think about it. And you could see umpire Rifa taking a look to see what is happening around him.
They might just want to err on the side of caution.
Yeah.
Because the one thing you don't want to see is that a wicket falls and then they go off the field for rain.
Yeah, that's always a kind of a, I don't want to
Cats
say,
and mouse
yeah,
game.
but it's not easily digested because just as a batsman you're thinking, well, why didn't umpires didn't go off before?
Bishop just drying his hand as well on the turf. Oh, leave alone, and it just pitches on about the off stump. Narrowly turns away from that off stump. If there was a coat of wax on that off stump, it's not there anymore because that ball certainly would have taken it off.
Well, they're looking at the batsman and asking him to take out the garlic that he has in his pocket there.
It's his third leave that has the players all hands in the air.
Just turning away, just a little turn, and it's the kind of turn. It's not like square turn. It's just turning and it's just easing, and it just kept going past the outsiders. But I think that might be the end of play for today, as over number 9 is completed, and they're going to go off at 35 without loss after 9 overs.
Yeah, and a run rate of 3.89, not what we anticipated. We're just having a few overs to face before the end of the day's play. But they've negotiated, just barely negotiated by a coat of wax, some would say.
On
35.
a couple of occasions.
Yeah, 35 without loss. And just a 1 over from Pittman again going for 7 runs. But that's the end of the day's play here, Erskine.
Yeah, it is. And it's been a pretty good day when you, from all things considered. There are 43 runs in the red still. So they still have some work to do. And I'm sure that the West Indies Academy, after the type of day they had with the bat, must be probably the happier of the two teams. They've already secured first innings in this game. What they're probably trying to set up here now is how to avoid losing the game. If they can't win it, how do you avoid losing it? And so those are probably some of the considerations that they will probably go through, some of the scenarios that the coaches will probably take them through later on this evening when they have their discussions after they've had a good shower and a dinner and just relaxing, talk a little bit of cricket, but prepare them for what is to come tomorrow.
Yes, and we ourselves were strategizing on their behalf as to what might be or what might come in tomorrow.
And I was saying 40 runs, but they got to 35.
Yeah,
and but I think they'll take that. Probably the more important thing is the fact that they haven't lost a wicket. So that is the situation, folks. From here, again, the CCC 238, and in reply, the West Indies Academy got to 316 for a lead of 78 runs, and the skipper, Teddy Bishop, unfortunately out on 99. And in their second innings, trailing by 78 runs, the CCC have closed day 2 on 35 without loss. There's still 43 runs adrift, and we'll be back tomorrow to tell you how they do and what the last day will look like after another enthralling day's cricket here at the UE Spec. So do join us at about 10 in the morning, and until such time, do enjoy the rest of your evening.